Welcome, weary traveller, to a journey through the hidden depths of Lordran and Drangleic. Tonight, we'll explore the mysteries that lie beneath the surface of Dark Souls, the secrets carved into forgotten walls, the peculiar anomalies that haunt abandoned places, and the enigmas that have puzzled undead wanderers for over a decade. This is a story of questions without answers, of strange encounters in cursed lands, and of the beautiful mysteries that make these dark worlds feel alive. So settle in, get comfortable, and let your mind drift as we walk together through shadows and secrets. There's no rush here, no need to solve every riddle. Just let the mysteries wash over you like fog rolling through the undead berg. Close your eyes when you're ready, and let's begin. In the twisted realm of Lordran, where the very fabric of reality bends and fractures under the weight of ancient curses and divine abandonment, there exist phenomena so subtle and strange that even the most observant travelers might pass them by without ever knowing what secrets brushed against their consciousness. These are not the grand mysteries of lordly lineage or cosmic betrayal, but rather the small peculiarities that whisper of deeper truths, the odd visual anomalies that seem to defy the laws of nature, the hidden chambers that serve no apparent purpose, the objects placed with such care in locations so obscure that their very existence demands explanation. Among all the strange occurrences that punctuate the journey through this dying world, few are quite as inexplicable as the phenomenon that manifests deep within the crystal cave, in that ethereal realm where Seath the Scaleless has made his lair among formations of magical crystal that grow like frozen music from the very bones of the mountain. This is a place where the normal rules of reality have been bent by the presence of a dragon driven mad by jealousy and the terrible gift of immortality, where invisible pathways stretch across bottomless voids, and the air itself seems to shimmer with barely contained magical energy. It is here, in this domain of crystalline beauty and lurking madness, that gold pine resin behaves in a manner that defies all reasonable expectation and suggests either the presence of some environmental influence so subtle that it escapes normal perception, or perhaps the fingerprints of developers who chose to hide a secret so obscure that discovering it feels less like solving a puzzle and more like stumbling upon a private joke shared between the architects of this world. Gold pine resin, that humble consumable item that allows warriors to temporarily coat their weapons in crackling electrical energy, is well known to undead travelers as a useful tool for dealing additional damage to enemies vulnerable to lightning. The substance can be found in limited quantities throughout Lordran, with 3 pieces available near the beginning of one's journey in the undead berg, and small amounts sold by certain merchants who have somehow maintained their sanity and their shops amid the collapse of civilization. Beyond these modest sources, those who wish to gather more of the golden variety of pine resin must venture into the dangerous work of farming, hunting down the tree-like creatures that lurk in Darkroot Garden. Elizabeth's fungal relatives who drop the substance with frustrating rarity, or perhaps seeking out the even more elusive vagrants, those mysterious crystalline beings that appear and disappear according to rules that seem to transcend the normal boundaries between individual worlds and game instances. For most undead warriors, the appearance of gold pine resin is utterly consistent and predictable. When applied to a weapon in any location throughout Lordran, the substance manifests as a coating of yellow-white electrical energy that crackles and sparks along the blade or shaft, creating an effect that is both visually impressive and mechanically beneficial. The color is unmistakable, a warm golden hue that speaks of the lightning that once served as the weapon of the gods themselves, the same divine electricity that Gwyn used to strip the stone scales from the bodies of the ancient dragons and begin the Age of Fire. Yet in the courtyard of the Duke's archives, that peculiar outdoor space that seems to serve no clear purpose beyond providing a brief respite before entering the interior halls of Seath's domain. Something changes. The courtyard itself is an oddity worthy of contemplation, an empty area that exists seemingly without reason, a place where one might save Sigmire of Katarina from a dangerous encounter with crystalline golems, but which otherwise offers nothing in terms of treasure, enemies, or environmental storytelling beyond its mere existence. If an undead warrior chooses to apply gold pine resin to their weapon while standing in this courtyard, the effect appears exactly as it should, exactly as it does in every other location throughout the dying world. The yellow lightning crackles and dances along the weapon's surface, creating patterns of electrical discharge that speak of barely contained energy waiting to be unleashed upon whatever unfortunate enemy next crosses the wielder's path. But something remarkable happens when that same warrior, their weapon still coated in the supposedly golden electrical energy, crosses the threshold from the courtyard into the crystal cave itself. The lightning that dances along their blade undergoes a transformation that seems to violate every expectation one might have about how enchantments and weapon buffs should behave in a world governed by consistent rules and predictable, physical laws. The yellow lightning turns blue, not merely a shift in hue that might be attributed to the strange lighting conditions within the cave, not a subtle tinting that could be explained by the magical crystals that line every surface and fill the air with their otherworldly glow, but a complete and total transformation from the warm golden yellow of natural lightning to a cool, ethereal blue that looks more like the manifestation of pure magic than the divine electricity that the resin is supposed to provide. This is not the kind of visual glitch that occasionally appears in older games, where equipping certain items causes surrounding environmental elements to shift color due to palette limitations or memory management issues. Some Nintendo 64 games exhibited such behavior, as did certain older, massively multiplayer online games, where the technical constraints of rendering equipment effects would sometimes cause unintended visual artifacts that affected not just the equipped item, but the world around it. Such glitches, when they occur, are typically localized and temporary side effects of the technical limitations inherent in creating complex visual systems on hardware with finite resources and processing power. They are the digital equivalent of optical illusions, tricks of light and code that create the momentary appearance of something that does not truly exist in the game's underlying data structures. But the blue lightning of the crystal cave is something different entirely. When an undead warrior leaves the cave, traveling back out into the courtyard, or continuing their journey to other regions of Lordran, the blue effect persists. The lightning that coats their weapon remains that cool, magical blue rather than returning to its intended golden yellow. This persistence suggests that what occurs in the cave is not merely a temporary rendering artifact, but rather an actual change to the weapon buff itself, a transformation that continues even after the environmental conditions that triggered it have been left behind. This peculiar behavior raises fascinating questions about the intentionality behind the phenomenon. In a game as meticulously crafted as Dark Souls, where nearly every visual element and mechanical interaction has been carefully designed and implemented to serve either gameplay or narrative purposes, the existence of such a specific and reproducible effect suggests that it may not be a bug at all, but rather a deliberately hidden feature, an Easter egg so subtle and contextual that discovering it requires not just exploration, but the specific act of buffing one's weapon in a location where there is no immediate combat need to do so. What purpose could such a feature serve beyond the simple delight of discovery? Perhaps it is meant to suggest that the crystal cave itself, suffused as it is with Seath's magical influence and filled with his crystalline creations, exert some kind of transformative effect on electrical energy that passes through it. Seath the Scaleless, after all, is a scholar of magic without peer, a dragon who compensated for his lack of immortal scales by delving into arcane mysteries that even the gods themselves found remarkable. His research into the nature of crystals and their relationship to souls and magic produced wonders and horrors in equal measure: the creation of the moonlight butterfly, the development of crystal-based sorceries that push the boundaries of what magic can accomplish, and perhaps most terribly, the experiments that transformed living beings into the pitiful crystal hollows that now wander his domain like monuments to his descent into madness. Could it be that the very environment he has created, saturated with magical crystal formations that have grown for centuries under his influence, has developed properties that affect the fundamental nature of energy itself? When lightning passes through this crystalline medium, perhaps it becomes transmuted, its nature shifted from the divine electricity associated with the gods to something more arcane and mystical, more aligned with the blue-white glow of sorcery than the golden thunder of Gwyn's lightning bolts. This interpretation would align beautifully with the visual language that Dark Souls uses to distinguish between different types of damage and energy. Lightning damage, associated with the gods and their divine power, is consistently represented by yellow and gold visual effects. Magic damage, the province of sorcerers and those who manipulate the fundamental forces of the soul, manifests as blue energy. The transformation of gold pine resin's lightning from yellow to blue when applied or maintained within the crystal cave could be read as a visual metaphor for Seath's corruption of divine power, his transformation of godly might into something more aligned with his own scholarly pursuits. Yet, despite the elegant narrative explanation this theory provides, the actual mechanical effects of the blue lightning remain identical to those of its golden counterpart. The damage dealt appears to be purely lightning damage, unchanged by the visual transformation. If this were truly meant to represent a shift from lightning to magic damage, one would expect the numbers that appear when striking an enemy to reflect that change, with resistances and weaknesses calculated differently based on the new damage type. The fact that the mechanical effects remain constant, while only the visual representation changes, suggests that this is indeed either an unintended consequence of how the game renders weapon buffs in specific environmental conditions, or alternatively, a purely aesthetic Easter egg meant to reward observant players with a moment of wonder, without actually affecting gameplay balance or combat effectiveness. The truth of the matter, like so many mysteries in Lordran, may never be definitively known. No developer has stepped forward to confirm or deny the intentionality of the blue lightning effect. No interview or design document has revealed whether this was a carefully planned secret or simply a happy accident of how the Crystal Cave's lighting and rendering systems interact with weapon buff effects. The community of undead travelers remains divided, with some insisting that anything so specific and reproducible must be intentional, while others point to the lack of mechanical change as evidence of an unintended glitch that simply happens to be persistent and visually interesting. What makes this mystery particularly compelling is its subtlety and the specific circumstances required to observe it. One must not only have gold pine resin in their possession, which requires either careful resource management or dedicated farming, but must also think to apply it in the Crystal Cave specifically, a location where the primary challenge comes not from combat, but from navigating invisible pathways and dealing with the few crystalline enemies that patrol the area. There is no obvious prompt to use weapon buffs in this location, no enemy that demands the extra damage output that gold pine resin provides. The discovery of the blue lightning effect requires either random experimentation the kind of idle curiosity that leads players to try different actions in different locations just to see what might happen, or the fortunate coincidence of having applied the buff shortly before entering the cave and noticing the color shift as one crosses the threshold. This obscurity elevates the mystery from merely interesting to genuinely enchanting. In a world as thoroughly explored and documented as Dark Souls, where countless players have spent countless hours mapping every secret and testing every interaction, the continued uncertainty about whether the blue lightning is bug or feature speaks to the depth and complexity of the game's construction. Even after more than a decade of analysis, new questions can still emerge. New observations can still spark debate, and the line between intentional design and happy accident remains beautifully blurred. The crystal cave itself seems designed to blur such lines, to exist in a space between the solid and the ethereal, where normal rules become suggestions and reality takes on a dreamlike quality. The invisible pathways that stretch across the void, visible only when falling snowflakes land upon them, or when one casts the light of prism stones into the darkness, create an environment where seeing and believing are constantly in tension, where what appears to be empty air may be solid ground, and what seems impossible may be the only way forward. In such a place, where Seath's madness has reshaped reality itself to serve his paranoid desire for security and his obsessive pursuit of the secrets of immortality, the transformation of lightning from gold to blue feels thematically appropriate even if its mechanical purpose remains obscure. It is one more layer of strangeness in a location already defined by its rejection of normal spatial logic and physical laws. And perhaps that is the truest answer to the mystery that the blue lightning exists not to serve any particular gameplay or narrative function, but simply to reinforce the sense that the Crystal Cave is a place where things work differently, where the rules that govern the rest of Lordran have been bent or broken by the presence of a being powerful enough to reshape reality according to his will, and mad enough to do so without regard for the consequences. Whether the developers consciously created this effect, or whether it emerged organically from the interaction of various systems, it succeeds in making the Crystal Cave feel more alien, more otherworldly, more like a place that exists slightly outside the normal flow of space and time. And in a game that traffics so heavily in atmosphere and environmental storytelling, such subtle touches can be as important as any explicit narrative element or mechanical system. Far from the crystalline beauty and subtle enchantments of the Crystal Cave, in the deepest and darkest corner of Lordran, where even the concept of light seems to have been forgotten by the world, there lies another mystery that speaks not of magical transformations but of absence, emptiness, and the secrets that hide in shadows so complete that raising one's brightness settings becomes necessary just to confirm that anything exists there at all. The Tomb of the Giants is a place of primal darkness, a vast cavern network where the very air seems to drink in light and offer nothing in return, where the only illumination comes from the faint glow of certain enemies' eyes, or the magical radiance that undead travelers must bring with them if they hope to navigate the treacherous paths and avoid the countless fatal drops that wait in the blackness. This is the domain of Gravelord Nito, the first of the dead, one of the original lords who claimed a lord soul from the first flame and used its power to establish dominion over death itself. Nito's presence pervades this realm like the scent of decay, his influence turning what might once have been natural cave systems into a charnel house, where the bones of countless dead have been piled and compressed and fused together into structures that are part architecture and part ossuary. The very walls are made of skeletons, their empty eye sockets staring out into darkness, their skeletal hands reaching toward nothing, monuments to the inevitable fate that awaits all living things in a world where death has become both absolute and strange. To reach Nito's resting place, to enter the deepest chamber of the Tomb of the Giants, where the first of the dead lies in state surrounded by the evidence of his ancient power and his terrible purpose, one must navigate a darkness so complete that it becomes almost tangible, a substance rather than merely the absence of light. The journey requires either the sunlight maggot, that grotesque, parasitic creature whose bioluminescence provides reliable illumination, at the cost of wearing something deeply unsettling upon one's head, or the cast-light sorcery, which creates a temporary sphere of magical radiance, or perhaps the skull lantern, that grim trophy taken from necromancers that burns with an eerie greenish glow. Even with such aids, the darkness of Nito's domain presses close, making every step uncertain and every turn potentially fatal. The covenants of the Gravelord serve death itself, and the path to pledging one's service requires lying down in a coffin near Nito's resting place, surrendering oneself to the embrace of death in a symbolic gesture that represents the covenant's fundamental nature. But in the deepest recess of this already impossibly dark domain, pushed back against the far wall of the chamber in a position that makes it nearly invisible even to those who know to look for it, there sits a third coffin that serves no apparent purpose and offers no interaction beyond its mere existence. Next to the two coffins that are clearly part of the Covenant mechanics, one for entering Nito's chamber, another for some related purpose, that the game's systems acknowledge and incorporate, this third coffin simply exists, its presence unexplained, and its purpose mysterious. The coffin is not a prominent feature of the environment, not placed in a position where casual exploration would naturally lead an undead traveler to notice it. Indeed, its discovery requires either pure chance, the kind of thorough exploration that leads players to examine every corner of every room even when such diligence seems unnecessary, or prior knowledge gained from others who have made the discovery and shared it with the wider community of undead travelers. The darkness that shrouds this corner of Nito's domain is so complete that even with brightness settings adjusted to their maximum, the coffin appears as little more than a suggestion of shape, a darker shadow within the all-encompassing blackness, a barely perceptible rectangular form that only reveals its true nature when approached closely and examined with intention. It is hidden not behind any barrier or locked away in any secret room, but simply placed in a spot where the darkness itself serves as concealment more effective than any wall or door could provide. This method of hiding through darkness and placement, rather than through mechanical gates or puzzle solutions, creates a peculiar relationship between the secret and the seeker. The coffin is simultaneously completely accessible and almost entirely unknown, existing in a state where anyone could theoretically discover it, but where most never will, simply because the human eye, even aided by various sources of artificial illumination, struggles to penetrate the oppressive blackness that Nito's domain maintains as surely as other lords maintain their kingdoms through force of arms or political cunning. The mystery of the third coffin operates on multiple levels, each question leading to others in an ever-deepening spiral of speculation and uncertainty. The most fundamental question, of course, is simply why it exists at all. Game developers do not typically place objects in environments without purpose, particularly objects that require modeling and placement and that occupy space within the game's data structures and memory allocation. Every element in a carefully constructed world like Dark Souls generally serves some function, whether mechanical, narrative, or atmospheric. Yet this coffin appears to serve none of these purposes in any obvious way. It cannot be interacted with in the manner of the other coffins. It offers no items, triggers no events, opens no pathways, and provides no dialogue or description that might illuminate its significance. It simply sits in the darkness, a piece of furniture, or perhaps a sarcophagus, its presence acknowledged by the game's collision detection, but ignored by every other system that might give it meaning or purpose. One theory that has circulated among those who ponder such mysteries is that the coffin may have been intended for some cut content, some quest or covenant mechanic or narrative beat that was planned during development but ultimately removed before the game's release. Dark Souls is known to contain numerous such remnants, pieces of storylines that were never completed, character arcs that were abbreviated or eliminated entirely, and mechanical systems that were implemented but then disabled or removed. The presence of unused dialogue in the game's files, of NPCs who were clearly meant to play larger roles than they ultimately did, of areas that show signs of being designed for purposes they no longer serve. All of this suggests a development process that involved significant iteration and revision, with ideas being tried and discarded, and sometimes leaving traces of their existence even after being officially cut from the final experience. If the third coffin was meant to serve some such cut purpose, it would explain both its existence and its apparent uselessness. Perhaps there was once a plan for an additional Covenant interaction, or a quest line that would have involved lying in this specific coffin to trigger some event or conversation or transformation. Perhaps a specific item was meant to be found here, placed inside the coffin or nearby, rewards for those thorough enough to explore even the darkest corners of Nito's domain. Alternatively, the coffin might be purely atmospheric, placed to reinforce the sense that Nito's chamber is indeed a tomb, a place of death and burial, where coffins are the natural furnishing, as appropriate to this environment as thrones are to a king's hall, or books to a library. From this perspective, the third coffin exists not to serve any interactive purpose, but simply to make the space feel more complete, more authentic as a representation of death's domain. This interpretation gains some credibility from the fact that the Tomb of the Giants as a whole is meticulously designed to evoke the themes of death and burial, with every visual element contributing to an overall aesthetic that is simultaneously ancient and eternal. A place that exists outside normal time, because death itself exists outside time, claiming all things eventually, regardless of how long they struggle against its embrace. Yet even this atmospheric explanation feels somewhat insufficient, because the third coffin is hidden too thoroughly to serve a primarily aesthetic function. Environmental details meant to establish atmosphere are typically placed where they can be seen and appreciated, where they contribute to the overall impression that an environment makes on those who pass through it. A coffin that is nearly invisible, tucked away in a corner where the darkness makes it almost impossible to perceive, cannot effectively contribute to the room's atmosphere if most visitors never realize it exists. This tension between the care taken to hide the coffin and the apparent absence of any reward for discovering it creates a mystery that feels particularly resonant with Dark Souls' overall approach to storytelling and world building. The game has always delighted in placing significant details in obscure locations, in rewarding close attention and thorough exploration with fragments of lore or hidden connections between apparently disparate elements. The third coffin fits this pattern perfectly. It is obscure, it requires effort to discover, and it seems to suggest meaning without explicitly providing it. The fact that it exists at all feels significant, as though its presence is meant to communicate something about Nito or death or the nature of the Tomb of the Giants, even if what that something might be remains tantalizingly unclear. Some have speculated that the third coffin might represent a specific character or concept from the game's lore, though identifying who or what it might represent proves challenging given the almost complete absence of contextual clues. Could it be the resting place of one of Nito's original companions, one of the other lords who claimed Lord Souls and shaped the Age of Fire? Could it represent some aspect of death itself, some particular manifestation or personification that Nito honors or guards? The placement next to the two functional coffins might suggest a trinity of some kind, a grouping of three elements that have thematic or narrative significance, even if that significance is never made explicit. Many mythological and religious traditions feature tripartite divisions of death or the afterlife. Think of the three fates who spin, measure, and cut the thread of life, or the three judges who determine the destination of souls in various afterlife cosmologies. Could the three coffins in Nito's chamber represent some similar division, some aspect of death's dominion that is reflected in this grouping of three? The speculation is appealing, fitting as it does with the game's tendency to embed mythological references and symbolic structures within its world design. But without any explicit confirmation or additional context, it remains purely theoretical, one possible interpretation among many. What can be said with certainty is that the third coffin's existence has captured the imagination of those who discover it, precisely because it resists easy explanation and seems to demand interpretation, while providing so few tools for constructing that interpretation. It is a blank space in the narrative, a gap that invites players to fill it with their own theories and ideas, to engage actively with the world's construction, rather than passively consuming a story that has been fully articulated and explained. This active engagement, this invitation to speculation and interpretation, lies at the heart of what makes Dark Souls' approach to mystery so compelling. The game trusts its players to find meaning in ambiguity, to appreciate questions that have no definitive answers, to understand that not everything needs to be explained in order to be significant. The third coffin embodies this philosophy perfectly. It is mysterious not because its true purpose is hidden, but potentially discoverable through sufficient investigation, but because it may genuinely have no purpose beyond existing as a mystery, as an element of the world that invites wonder simply by being inexplicable. In the darkness of the Tomb of the Giants, where light itself seems to die and where the first of the dead holds dominion over all things that end, the presence of an unexplained coffin carries a weight of meaning that no amount of explicit explanation could match. It reminds us that death is the ultimate mystery, the final unknown that awaits at the end of every life, and that some things in this world and in the worlds we create within games are meant to remain mysterious, to exist as questions rather than answers, as invitations to wonder rather than destinations reached through careful reasoning. And so the third coffin sits in its corner, nearly invisible in the darkness, waiting for those rare travelers who venture deep enough and look carefully enough to notice its presence, offering them not answers or rewards, but simply the profound satisfaction of having discovered something that most will never see, of having touched one of the world's small secrets and been changed by the encounter, however slightly, however subtly. From the absolute darkness of death's domain, we travel now to a mystery of an entirely different character, one that begins not in shadow but in light, not in the realm of endings but in the place of beginnings, in the very chamber where every undead traveler's journey first commences, the Northern Undead Asylum, that crumbling fortress prison where hollow undead are left to rot and await the eventual extinction of their cursed existence, serves as the birthplace of each new chosen undead's adventure, the place where possibility first emerges from despair, and where the long road to lordship or liberation takes its first uncertain steps. The asylum is a place of deliberate obscurity, its true purpose and full extent never quite explained. Its relationship to the broader world of Lordran hinted at but never explicitly defined. Even its name carries suggestions of broader networks and larger systems, the Northern Undead Asylum, implying by its very designation that there are or were other such institutions, other places where the undead were gathered and contained, a whole infrastructure of imprisonment and abandonment that once served to keep the curse from spreading too widely through the populations of the living. Yet of these other asylums, if they ever truly existed, we see no evidence in our travels through Lordran. No southern asylum crumbles on some distant shore. No eastern facility holds secrets different from those we discover in the north. The name stands alone, a promise or suggestion of a wider world that remains forever beyond our reach, forever consigned to the realm of implication and imagination. It is in the player's starting cell within this mysterious institution, in the very room where we first wake to consciousness and begin our journey toward whatever destiny awaits, that we encounter one of the game's most persistent and puzzling mysteries. Among the corpses that litter the cell, those unfortunate undead who gave up or gave in or simply lacked the spark of determination that marks a chosen undead as different from the countless hollow, there lies one body that clutches an item of such peculiar significance that its presence has generated speculation and theory crafting that continues more than a decade after the game's initial release. The peculiar doll, as the item is named, sits in the inventory of this unnamed corpse, waiting to be claimed by any undead traveler who thinks to search the bodies of their fellow prisoners before making their escape from the asylum. The doll itself is a small thing, unremarkable in appearance, the kind of simple toy that might have brought comfort to a child or served as a remembrance of someone loved and lost. Its item description offers little illumination, speaking in the characteristically cryptic manner that Dark Souls employs for so many of its items, providing just enough information to intrigue while withholding the context that would allow for definitive interpretation. What makes the peculiar doll so mysterious is not merely its presence in the starting cell, though that alone would be worthy of consideration, but rather its function within the game's mechanical systems and the implications that function carries for understanding the connections between different areas and storylines. The doll serves as a key, quite literally, granting access to the painted world of Ariamis, that strange realm within a painting that exists somehow separate from and yet connected to the normal geography of Lordran. To reach the painted world, an undead traveler must first make their way to Ainur Londo, that magnificent city of the gods that sits bathed in eternal golden sunlight, despite the dying of the world all around it. Within the great cathedral that dominates Ainur Londo's architecture, there hangs an enormous painting, a work of art so large and detailed that it could contain entire landscapes within its frame. And indeed, it does contain such landscapes, for the painting is not merely a representation but a gateway, a portal to another realm that exists in some relationship to Lordran that is never quite explained, but that clearly involves more than simple artistic representation. The painted world is a place of exile and abandonment, a realm where things and beings that do not fit into the normal order of the world have been hidden away, removed from the flow of events, and consigned to a kind of eternal imprisonment within layers of paint and canvas and magic. Here dwell the Corvians, those strange bird-like humanoids who seem to serve as the world's primary inhabitants. And here too resides crossbreed Priscilla, that gentle half-dragon whose very existence represents a violation of the natural order, a blending of dragon and deity that the gods could not tolerate but could not quite bring themselves to destroy. The mystery of the peculiar doll centers on a series of interconnected questions, each leading to others, each suggesting possibilities that can be entertained but never quite confirmed. Why does this particular doll, which serves as the key to a specific painted world, rest in the hands of a corpse in the Northern Undead Asylum? What connection could a hollow prisoner in a remote facility have to the hidden realm within the painting, to Ariamis and its strange inhabitants, to Priscilla and her lonely vigil over a world of outcasts and forgotten things? The most immediately compelling theory is that the chosen undead themselves, which is to say, the player character whose journey we experience, must have some prior connection to the painted world, some relationship to that realm of exile that would explain why they possess or can acquire the means of entering it. Perhaps the chosen undead was once an inhabitant of the painted world, exiled from an exile, removed from the painting and imprisoned in the asylum for reasons that remain obscure. But that would explain the presence of the doll in their starting location. This theory has a certain elegant appeal, suggesting as it does that the player character's journey is not merely a random occurrence but part of a larger pattern, a destiny that was set in motion long before they woke in their cell. It would explain the doll, and it would add layers of poignant irony to the eventual encounter with Priscilla, who tells the chosen undead that they do not belong in her world, that this is not their place, and they should leave words that would carry additional weight if the chosen undead had indeed once belonged there, but had been cast out. Yet this theory, appealing though it is, runs into immediate difficulties when examined more closely. Priscilla's dialogue, while warning the chosen undead that this is not their world, does not carry any hint of recognition, any suggestion that she sees in this intruder someone who once belonged but was removed. Her words are those of a guardian protecting a realm from outsiders, not of someone encountering a returning exile or former inhabitant. Moreover, the nature of the painted world as a place of exile suggests that those consigned to it do not typically leave, that it serves as a final destination rather than a temporary imprisonment. The entire point of hiding unwanted things within a painting seems to be to remove them permanently from the broader world, to place them somewhere they can be forgotten without being destroyed. The chosen undead's presence in the asylum, if they had once been in the painted world, would require an explanation for how they escaped or were removed from that realm, and no such explanation is provided or even hinted at within the game's narrative. An alternative theory shifts the focus from the chosen undead themselves to the unnamed corpse that holds the doll. Perhaps this body, this fellow prisoner who died before the chosen undead awakened, was connected to the painted world in some way, an exile who managed to escape but was subsequently caught and imprisoned in the asylum, or perhaps someone who had been to the painted world and returned with the doll as a memento or key, intending to return but dying before they could complete their journey. This interpretation maintains the mystery while shifting its focus, making the doll's presence less about the player character's identity and more about the unknown history of the asylum and its inmates. It suggests that the painted world is not as isolated as it first appears. That movement between it and the broader world of Lordran is at least possible, even if it is rare and difficult, and that the doll itself might have circulated through various hands before ending up in the starting cell. Yet another possibility considers the nature of the asylum itself and its relationship to the broader systems of divine power that govern Lordran. The name Northern Undead Asylum suggests an institutional quality, an organization and purpose that goes beyond mere imprisonment. What if the asylum served not just to contain the undead, but to sort them, to test them, to determine which among them might possess the spark of determination and capability that marks a chosen undead as different from the hollow masses? From this perspective, the placement of the peculiar doll in the starting cell might be entirely intentional, a test or a tool provided to those who would eventually make their way to Anor Londo and face the challenges that await there. The doll becomes less a personal connection and more a piece of equipment provided to the chosen undead, just as the Estus flask and various other tools are provided, part of the mysterious infrastructure that supports and guides the chosen undead toward their eventual confrontation with fate. This interpretation has the advantage of explaining the doll's presence without requiring elaborate backstories or hidden connections, but it also raises its own questions. If the doll was deliberately placed, who placed it? Who designed this system of tests and provisions? The answer likely points toward FromSoftware and the conspiracy of gods and serpents that have orchestrated the cycle of chosen undead for generations. But the game never explicitly confirms such machinations, leaving the question open to speculation. The painted world itself adds layers of mystery to this puzzle through its aesthetic and architectural qualities, which bear striking resemblances to the Northern Undead Asylum in ways that cannot be purely coincidental. Both locations share a similar color palette, a similar architectural style, a similar atmosphere of decay and abandonment. The painted world's courtyard, with its snow-covered grounds and its mix of Gothic and medieval architectural elements, could almost be another section of the asylum, separated by accident or design, but clearly related in conception and execution. This visual similarity has led some observers to speculate that the painted world and the asylum were at some point during development intended to be more explicitly connected, perhaps even parts of the same larger location or complex. The cutting and rearranging of content during game development is a well-documented aspect of Dark Souls creation, with entire areas being reworked, quests being abbreviated or removed, and connections between locations being severed or altered as the game's final form took shape. The discovery of cut content in the game's files has revealed that an Asylum demon variant was at one point planned to appear in the painted world, likely as a boss encounter, before being replaced by or relocated to become Pinwheel in the catacombs. This enemy, which would have been encountered beneath Priscilla's boss room in an area that remains accessible through glitches or camera manipulation but which is not part of the normal gameplay experience, suggests that the painted world may have originally been conceived as having stronger thematic and mechanical ties to the asylum. If the asylum and the painted world were once more explicitly connected in the game's design, then the presence of the doll in the starting cell makes considerably more sense. It would be a literal key to a location that was, in earlier iterations of the game's structure, that meant to be reached sooner or through a different path than the one that ended up in the final version. The doll becomes a vestigial remnant of an earlier design philosophy, an element that was kept because it still served a mechanical function, even after the broader connections that gave it narrative weight had been reduced or removed. The painted world's nature as a repository for cut and unfinished content further supports this interpretation. The area contains numerous elements that seem disconnected from the broader game world, enemies and items and environmental details that feel like they belong somewhere else but ended up in the painting, either because they needed to be somewhere or because the painted world's status as a separate realm made it a convenient location for such orphaned content. This quality of the painted world as a place both within and without the normal game world, both part of the narrative and somehow separate from it, creates a strange resonance between the location itself and the meta-reality of game development. The painting is, within the game's fiction, a place where unwanted things are hidden away, and it also serves, from a development perspective, as a place where content that didn't quite fit elsewhere could be placed without creating continuity problems or breaking the carefully constructed geography of Lordran proper. The mystery of the peculiar doll, then, operates on multiple levels simultaneously. Within the game's fiction, it raises questions about the chosen undead's identity and history, about the nature of the asylum and its purpose, about the connections between different realms and locations that seem separated but that share suspicious similarities. From a development perspective, it hints at earlier versions of the game's structure, at connections that were planned but never fully implemented, at the evolution of Dark Souls from concept to final product. What makes this mystery particularly characteristic of Dark Souls' approach to storytelling is that both interpretations can coexist without contradicting each other. The doll can be both a meaningful element of the game's lore, suggesting real connections between the chosen undead and the painted world, and simultaneously a vestige of altered development plans, a mechanical element that survived structural changes because it still served a useful function, even if its original context had shifted. This multiplicity of meaning, this refusal to provide definitive answers that would close off alternative interpretations, is central to what makes Dark Souls mysteries so enduring and so compelling. The peculiar doll exists in a state of productive ambiguity, where the lack of explicit explanation becomes an invitation to engage with the game world more deeply, to look for connections and patterns, to construct theories and share them with others who are engaged in the same process of meaning-making. The doll sits in your inventory, a small grey object with no particular visual distinction, no combat use, no purpose, except to unlock a door that most players will never know exists unless they happen to be carrying the doll when they examine the painting. It is useless and essential, mundane and mysterious, explained and inexplicable. And in that paradox, in that tension between what is known and what remains forever uncertain, the peculiar doll achieves a significance that no amount of explicit backstory could match, becoming one of the small, perfect mysteries that make the world of Dark Souls feel truly alive with possibility and meaning. The world of Dark Souls reveals itself not merely through grand narrative moments or epic boss encounters, but through the accumulation of small, strange details that reward close attention and careful observation. Among these details are certain interactions and animations that exist in such specific contexts, triggered under such particular circumstances, that most travelers through Lordran will complete their entire journey without ever witnessing them. These are the hidden movements, the secret animations, the peculiar behaviors that suggest either meticulous attention to detail on the part of the developers, or the strange emergent properties that arise when complex systems interact in unexpected ways. Some of these hidden elements serve clear mechanical purposes, providing feedback or information that becomes relevant only in specific situations. Others seem to exist purely for their own sake, moments of craft and creativity that were implemented even though the vast majority of players would never encounter them. Testaments to a development philosophy that valued completeness and internal consistency over pure efficiency, or the pragmatic allocation of resources toward only those elements that most users would experience. The discovery of these hidden animations and interactions creates a particular kind of delight, the satisfaction that comes from encountering something that was clearly meant to be found, but that the game made no particular effort to advertise or explain. They are secrets that exist not behind locked doors or complex puzzle sequences, but simply in the margins of normal gameplay, waiting for someone curious enough or lucky enough to perform the exact sequence of actions that brings them into being. Among the most widely discussed of these hidden animations, though still obscure enough that many dedicated players have never witnessed it firsthand, is the special backstab animation that can occur near the entrance to Gravelord Nito's Covenant. To join the Gravelord's servants, those devotees of death who spread enhanced difficulty to other worlds through the placement of cursed eyes, an undead traveler must perform a gesture of submission and surrender, lying down in a coffin that serves as both gateway and symbol, allowing themselves to be carried deeper into Nito's domain through a mechanism that is never quite explained, but that clearly involves more than simple mechanical transportation. The coffin itself is not merely a prop but an interactive element, one that responds to the player's presence and choice to lie within it by initiating a sequence that moves the coffin and its occupant through space in a manner that suggests either hidden machinery or dark magic, or perhaps some combination of the two. The animation of lying down in the coffin and being transported is itself somewhat unusual, a unique interaction that exists nowhere else in the game, a special case that required specific animation work and scripting to implement. But there exists another animation associated with this coffin, one that most players will never see, because it requires not merely visiting the location, but being invaded by another player at the precise moment when one is attempting to join the Covenant. If an invader manages to position themselves correctly and perform a backstab on a player who is in the process of lying down in the coffin, or who is near enough to it that the game's positioning systems associate them with that particular object, something remarkable happens. Instead of the standard backstab animation that players have seen countless times throughout their journey, that brutal, efficient movement where the attacker plunges their weapon into the victim's back, while the victim reacts with appropriate pain and shock, an entirely different animation plays out. The victim is not merely stabbed, but appears to be stabbed into the coffin itself. The positioning and camera work suggesting that they are being forcibly placed into the burial container rather than simply being struck while standing near it. This specialized animation exists for a single location and a single set of circumstances, implemented specifically to handle the edge case where the player's interaction with the coffin might overlap with another player's invasion and combat actions. The attention to detail this represents is remarkable. It would have been far easier and more efficient to simply disable invasions during the Covenant joining sequence, or to allow the standard backstab animation to play regardless of proximity to interactive objects, accepting that there might be minor clipping or positioning oddities as a consequence. Instead, someone on the development team decided that this particular interaction deserved its own unique animation, that the possibility of being backstabbed while attempting to join Nito's Covenant warranted special handling. The decision speaks to a level of commitment to polish and completeness that goes beyond what players would reasonably expect or demand, implementing features for scenarios that would be encountered only rarely and that most players would experience never. What makes this hidden animation even more intriguing is that it is not unique to the coffin near Nito's domain, though that is the location where it is most commonly encountered and discussed. There exists at least one other place in the game where this same special backstab animation can trigger, and that location is near Quilana of Izalith, the pyromancy trainer who appears in Blighttown under specific circumstances and who offers her services to those undead travelers who have shown sufficient dedication to the pyromantic arts. Quilana's location features no coffin, no obvious interactive element that would explain why the specialized animation might trigger there. She simply stands in her designated spot, waiting for students who meet her requirements, offering dialogue and merchant services in the manner of other NPCs who serve similar functions throughout the game. Yet if a player is backstabbed while standing in the correct position near Quilana, the coffin backstab animation will play, complete with the positioning and camera work that suggests interaction with an object that is not visibly present. This occurrence is deeply puzzling because it suggests that there is something about Quilana's location, some property of the space she occupies, or some invisible object associated with her position, that the game treats as equivalent to the coffin for the purposes of determining which backstab animation to use. No explanation for this behavior has been officially provided by the developers, and the community of players who investigate such technical oddities remains divided on what might cause it. One possibility is that Quilana's location once featured a coffin or similar interactive element during an earlier phase of development, and that while the visible object was removed or relocated, the underlying data structure, or collision volume, that determines backstab animation behavior was left in place. Game development often involves such evolutionary processes, where features are added and removed and modified, and where the complex interdependencies between different systems mean that removing one element completely can require tracking down and cleaning up dozens or hundreds of references throughout the codebase. If the developers removed a coffin from Quilana's area, but failed to update the backstab animation trigger volumes, the result would be exactly what players observe: an animation that plays in response to spatial conditions that no longer have any visible justification. This kind of vestigial code is common in complex software projects, particularly those developed under time pressure or those that undergo significant iteration and revision during production. Alternatively, the behavior might be completely intentional, some obscure design choice that has meaning or purpose that players have not yet divined. Perhaps Quilana's location is meant to have special properties, to be treated by the game's systems as having significance beyond what is immediately apparent. Perhaps there is some lore reason, some narrative explanation that was never made explicit, for why the space she occupies should be associated with burial or death, in a manner similar to Nito's coffin. The speculation is entertaining but ultimately unverifiable, without direct communication from the development team. And like so many mysteries in Dark Souls, the lack of official explanation has become part of what makes the phenomenon interesting. It exists in that productive space of uncertainty, where multiple interpretations remain possible, where the gap between what is observed and what is understood becomes an invitation to closer examination and creative theory crafting. The existence of this hidden animation, whether at Nito's coffin or near Quilana's position, raises broader questions about what other such special cases might exist throughout the game, what other unique animations or behaviors might be implemented for specific circumstances that most players will never encounter. The fact that this particular animation can trigger in at least 2 different locations suggests that there might be others, that the developers might have ceded similar attention to detail throughout Lordran in ways that remain undiscovered or undocumented, even after more than a decade of intensive play and investigation. Moving from the subtleties of specialized animations to something considerably more dramatic and immediately threatening, we encounter one of the game's more unusual enemy types, a creature that manages to be simultaneously a standard enemy and a unique boss encounter, existing in multiple forms, across different contexts, in ways that create their own set of mysteries and questions about design, intent, and development history. The Sanctuary Guardian is a chimeric creature, a fusion of different animal forms into something that should not exist in nature, but that clearly does exist in the strange realm of Ulasail, that ancient kingdom whose ruins become accessible through the DLC content that expands the Dark Souls experience with new areas and challenges and lore revelations. The Guardian combines features of felines and dragons and possibly other creatures into a form that is both graceful and terrifying, its movements fluid and predatory, its attacks enhanced by electrical energy that crackles around its body and manifests in various forms of directed lightning. When the player first encounters a Sanctuary Guardian, it is as a boss, a mandatory confrontation that blocks progress deeper into the DLC areas, a test of skill and preparation that must be overcome before the rest of Ulasil's secrets can be revealed. This initial guardian possesses all the characteristics of a proper boss encounter. The fog gate that marks the entrance to its arena, the special health bar that appears at the bottom of the screen, the sense of scale and importance that comes from facing a unique opponent in a designated combat space. The Guardian's moveset is complex and dangerous, combining physical attacks that leverage its considerable size and strength with magical lightning strikes that can punish players who maintain distance as readily as its claws and tail can devastate those who fight at close range. The electrical attacks manifest as projectiles, as area of effect bursts, as enhancements to physical strikes, creating a varied arsenal that forces players to stay alert and adapt their defensive strategy from moment to moment. What makes the Sanctuary Guardian particularly interesting from a developmental and design perspective is that it clearly began its existence not as a boss for the DLC, but as a standard enemy that was planned for inclusion in the base game. The creature's model exists in the game files, in versions that predate the DLC's release, in states of completion that suggest it was being prepared for implementation in the original Dark Souls, but ultimately cut or relocated before the game's initial launch. The most common theory about where the Sanctuary Guardian was originally meant to appear points to Lost Izalith, that infamous area in the latter portion of the game that shows perhaps the clearest evidence of development time running short and design ambitions being scaled back in the interest of meeting release deadlines. Lost Izalith is populated primarily by variants of enemies that appear elsewhere in the game, recolored or slightly modified versions of existing creatures, rather than unique designs specific to the area, and the overall construction of the zone suggests that it was not given the same level of attention and iteration as earlier areas. Given this context, the presence of a cut enemy model that combines feline and draconic features makes considerable sense for Lost Izalith, which is, after all, the domain of the Witch of Izalith and her daughters, whose experiments with fire and life and the replication of the first flame led to the creation of demons. The Sanctuary Guardian's chimeric nature would fit well with the theme of twisted life and failed experiments, and its electrical attacks could be recontextualized as fire-based abilities without requiring fundamental changes to the creature's behavior or animation set. But whatever the original plans might have been, the Sanctuary Guardian ultimately found its home not in the lava-filled ruins of Lost Izalith, but in the verdant, overgrown spaces of Ulasil, where it serves as both an initial boss encounter and, more mysteriously, as a regular enemy that can be fought again under specific circumstances after the main DLC bosses have been defeated. The process by which the Sanctuary Guardians respawn as regular enemies is itself somewhat unusual and worth examining for what it reveals about the game's handling of boss encounters and enemy placement. After defeating either Knight Artorias or the Dragon Calamite, two of the DLC's major boss fights, each representing significant challenges that test different aspects of player skill and preparation, returning to the area where the initial Sanctuary Guardian boss fight occurred will reveal that not one but two Sanctuary Guardians now occupy that space as standard enemies. These respawned Guardians lack the boss health bar and the fog gate that marked the original encounter, and they do not drop the unique boss soul that the first Guardian provided. They are in most respects identical to the boss version in terms of their physical appearance and behavioral patterns, possessing the same movesets and presenting the same threats, but they are categorized by the game's systems as regular enemies rather than bosses, meaning they will respawn if the player rests at a bonfire and can be farmed for whatever items they might drop. The decision to place two Guardians in the arena rather than one is curious and has generated its own speculation about design intent. If the goal was simply to give players another opportunity to obtain the Guardian's tail-cut weapon, a rare and difficult item to acquire that requires severing the creature's tail, an action that demands precise positioning and timing during an already challenging fight, then a single Guardian would have sufficed. The presence of two creatures transforms what might have been a do-over opportunity into a significantly more dangerous encounter than the original boss fight, requiring players to manage multiple threats simultaneously and to divide their attention between two highly mobile and aggressive enemies whose attacks can overlap and create deadly combinations. This is not merely a second chance to get the tail weapon, but a genuinely challenging encounter in its own right, one that some players might find more difficult than the original boss version, simply because of the added complexity of fighting two creatures at once. The mysterious nature of the Sanctuary Guardian extends beyond its placement and its respawning behavior to the item it drops when first defeated. The boss soul obtained from the initial Guardian encounter is described as unique, possessing its own distinctive visual design that sets it apart from other boss souls in both the base game and the DLC content. Most boss souls share certain visual characteristics, variations on a common theme, that makes them recognizable as belonging to the same category of items, even as individual differences in color or subtle details distinguish one from another. The Sanctuary Guardian's soul breaks this pattern, its appearance sufficiently different that it seems to belong to a separate category entirely, though mechanically it functions in much the same way as other boss souls, sitting in the player's inventory as a consumable item that can be used for a large number of souls or potentially traded to specific NPCs for unique equipment or abilities. Yet unlike most boss souls, the Sanctuary Guardian's soul cannot be traded for anything. No NPC in the game will accept it in exchange for weapons or magic or any other benefit. It exists purely as a consumable, despite its unique appearance suggesting that it ought to have special significance or utility. This disconnect between the soul's distinctive visual design and its lack of mechanical purpose has led to speculation that there were plans to implement weapons or other items that could be crafted from it, plans that were ultimately abandoned or not completed before the DLC's release. The soul's item description offers little clarity, providing characteristically cryptic text that hints at meaning without fully explaining it, describing the nature of the Guardian and its role, without revealing why its soul should be unique or what its true purpose might have been. It is possible that the description itself represents a remnant of earlier design intentions, text written to describe an item that would have had mechanical significance but that remained in place even after that significance was removed. Alternatively, the unique appearance of the soul might be purely aesthetic, a decision by the art team to give the Guardian's soul a distinctive look without any intention of attaching special mechanical properties to it. From this perspective, the soul's uniqueness is its purpose. It serves as a memento of the encounter, a trophy that is valuable precisely because it is different, because it marks the Guardian as special, even though that specialness does not translate into gameplay advantages or unlockable content. The mystery of the Sanctuary Guardian, then, encompasses questions about its development history, its placement within the game world, its unusual respawning behavior, and the nature and purpose of its unique soul. Each of these elements could be investigated and discussed independently, but together they create a composite picture of an enemy that exists in a liminal space between different categories and intentions, a creature that is simultaneously boss and standard enemy, carefully designed unique encounter and evidence of cut content, polished final product, and suggestion of abandoned plans. What ties these various threads together is the sense that the Sanctuary Guardian represents a particular moment in the game's development, a point where different design philosophies and production realities intersected in ways that left visible traces in the final product. The creature is too well designed and too carefully implemented to be dismissed as merely leftover content or a rushed addition. Yet, its various peculiarities and the questions surrounding its boss soul and respawning behavior suggest that its final form may not fully align with whatever was originally intended. This state of being almost but not quite finished, of existing in a form that is clearly functional and intentional, but that raises questions about whether it represents the full realization of the designer's vision, is characteristic of much of the DLC content, and indeed much of Dark Souls as a whole. The game is filled with elements that seem to point toward larger narratives or more complex systems, with NPCs whose questlines feel abbreviated, with areas that hint at purposes they don't quite fulfill, with items whose descriptions suggest significance that is never fully explored. The Sanctuary Guardian fits perfectly into this broader pattern, serving as a microcosm of the game's approach to content and mystery, and the relationship between what is implemented and what is merely suggested. It is a fully functional enemy that works exactly as intended while simultaneously being a mystery, a question mark, a reminder that even in a game as thoroughly explored and documented as Dark Souls, there remain elements whose full story will probably never be known, whose true purpose and original intent remain subjects for speculation rather than certain knowledge. And perhaps that uncertainty, that permanent state of partial knowledge, is itself a feature rather than a bug, a recognition that some of the most interesting aspects of game design lie not in the perfectly polished and completely realized elements, but in the traces of process, the evidence of evolution, the moments where we can see the seams and joints where different ideas and different versions of the game were assembled into the experience we ultimately receive. From the aerial domain where the Sanctuary Guardians hunt and the verdant spaces of Ulasile to the deepest dungeon of the DLC content, we descend now into perhaps the single most enigmatic enemy encounter in all of Dark Souls, a mystery so profound and yet so simple that it has captivated the attention of lore enthusiasts and casual observers alike, generating theories and speculation that touch on everything from the nature of time to the true identity of legendary characters. At the end of the second layer of the dungeon that must be traversed before reaching Manus, Father of the Abyss, that primal creature whose rage and anguish created the Abyss itself, and whose defeat represents one of the DLC's most challenging encounters, there exists a chamber that in almost every respect resembles a boss arena. The room is large and open, designed to accommodate combat with multiple players or with a creature of significant size. The entrance is positioned in a manner consistent with other boss rooms throughout the game, and the space itself has a grandeur and formality that distinguishes it from the narrow corridors and cramped cells that characterize most of the dungeon. Yet this room contains no boss, no fog gate, no unique encounter with a named enemy that provides a boss soul or unlocks progress to new areas. Instead, it houses a single standard enemy, one of the many chained prisoners that appear throughout the dungeon areas, those pathetic wretches whose bodies have been bound in heavy chains and whose only weapon is a massive iron ball attached to those same restraints, which they swing with desperate strength at any undead traveler who ventures within range. Chained prisoners are not typically challenging enemies. They are slow. Their attacks are telegraphed well in advance, and their limited mobility makes them easy to avoid or to eliminate quickly with ranged attacks or careful positioning. Throughout the dungeon, they serve primarily as atmospheric elements, tragic figures that emphasize the cruelty and horror of the prison system that once operated in these depths. the suffering that was inflicted on those deemed worthy of such terrible restraint. But the chained prisoner in the boss-like chamber is different in ways both subtle and significant. It is positioned not in a cell or corridor, but in this open space, given room to move and attack that its kin throughout the dungeon do not possess. The chamber itself seems designed to showcase this single enemy, to make its presence the focus of attention in a way that suggests it is not merely another standard enemy, but something more significant, something that warrants this special placement and this unusual amount of space. What makes this enemy truly fascinating is not its combat capabilities, which remain relatively modest despite the advantageous arena, but rather the intense speculation about its identity and significance within the game's lore. The chained prisoner in the boss room has become the subject of elaborate theories that attempt to identify it as a specific character from the game's mythology, with the most prominent and persistent theory suggesting that this chained figure is somehow Artorias himself, the legendary knight whose fall to the abyss and subsequent boss fight represent one of the DLC's central narrative and gameplay moments. This theory draws on several observations and interpretations, weaving together visual details, thematic elements, and the peculiar nature of time within the DLC content to construct an argument that is simultaneously compelling and impossible to definitively prove or disprove. The core of the theory rests on the idea that the DLC involves time travel or temporal displacement, with the player character being pulled back into the past to experience Ulasil's fall and to confront the events that led to Artorias' corruption and defeat. If time within the DLC is unstable or circular, if the past and present and future can overlap or influence each other in ways that defy normal causality, then perhaps the chained prisoner represents Artorias at a different point in his timeline, perhaps the true Artorias, the uncorrupted version of the night before the abyss claimed him, trapped and imprisoned while a corrupted version of himself serves as the boss that players must defeat. This interpretation would explain the special chamber and the sense that this enemy is somehow more important than other chained prisoners. It would add layers of tragic irony to Artorias' story, suggesting that he was imprisoned or restrained even as his corrupted self fought on, that his true essence was somehow separated from the body that eventually fell to the player's attacks. The theory draws parallels to other games in the FromSoftware catalogue, particularly Demon's Souls and its treatment of King Allant, whose true self was found in a debased and weakened state, while a false or corrupted version served as a major boss encounter. Yet the theory, elegant and thematically rich though it may be, faces significant challenges when examined against the actual evidence present in the game. The chained prisoner's physical form, while large and imposing compared to other standard enemies, does not particularly resemble Artorias as he appears in his boss fight, or in the various images and statues of him that can be found throughout both the base game and the DLC. The proportions are different. The specific details of the body's construction do not match what we know of Artorias' appearance. Moreover, the prisoner is not wearing Artorias' distinctive armor, nor does it drop any items that would confirm its identity as the legendary knight. When defeated, it provides only the chain armor set and leather gloves, generic equipment that has no obvious connection to Artorias or his story. If the developers intended this enemy to be recognizable as Artorias, one would expect some clearer indication, some item or description or visual detail that would point players toward that interpretation rather than leaving it purely to speculation and theory crafting. The chains themselves have become a focus of analysis, with some observers noting similarities between the prisoner's bindings and certain design elements associated with Artorias, but these connections remain tenuous and subject to interpretation. Chains are a common visual motif in Dark Souls, appearing in numerous contexts with various symbolic meanings, and their presence on this particular enemy could signify many things beyond a specific character connection. The prisoner's feet have been noted by some theorists as bearing resemblance to those of the giant stone golems that patrol the areas of the royal wood above ground, those magically animated constructs that serve as guardians of Ulasil's ruins. This observation has led to alternative theories about the prisoner's nature. Perhaps it is not a human or hollow at all, but rather some kind of golem or artificial being, its body constructed or transformed through magical means, its imprisonment serving purposes related to the maintenance or control of the guardian constructs, rather than being a punishment inflicted upon a person. Yet this interpretation, like the Artorias theory, remains fundamentally speculative, based on visual analysis and pattern matching rather than on explicit textual or mechanical confirmation. The game provides no item descriptions that explain the prisoner's nature, no NPC dialogue that references it, no environmental storytelling elements that clearly illuminate its significance. It simply exists, this lone chained figure in its oversized chamber, waiting for players to find it and to wonder at its purpose. Adding another layer to the mystery is the fact that the chained prisoner appears in concept art for the original Dark Souls, predating the DLC's development and suggesting that the enemy was planned for inclusion in the base game before being cut or relocated. This development history complicates any attempt to read the prisoner's significance purely through the lens of the DLC's narrative, as it suggests that the creature's original purpose may have had nothing to do with Artorias or Ulasil, that it was designed for a different context entirely and then adapted or repurposed when the DLC content was being created. If the prisoner was originally meant for a different area of the base game, then its placement in the DLC dungeon and its positioning in what appears to be a boss arena might be less about narrative significance and more about finding a suitable location for an enemy asset that the developers wanted to include somewhere in the game. The boss-like chamber might have been the most appropriate space available for showcasing the prisoner's movement and attack patterns, a practical decision about level design rather than a deliberate choice to suggest that this enemy is somehow special or important to the lore, further complicating any attempt at definitive interpretation is the behavior of the enemy under specific conditions related to the Gravelord Covenant. When a player's world is affected by Gravelord Curse, that unusual Covenant mechanic that allows members of Nito's Covenant to enhance the difficulty of other players' games by adding powerful Red Phantom versions of standard enemies, the dungeon area where the chained prisoner resides will spawn additional chained prisoners in Red Phantom form. The appearance of multiple prisoners, even if they are the enhanced Red Phantom versions that only appear under specific Covenant-related conditions, somewhat undermines the notion that the single prisoner in the boss chamber is meant to represent a unique character. If this were truly Artorias or another specific individual whose identity was meant to be singular and significant, the spawning of multiple similar enemies, even in a special circumstance, feels contradictory to that intended uniqueness. However, defenders of the specific identity theories would argue that the Red Phantom spawns are purely a mechanical consideration, a consequence of how the Gravelord Covenant system works, rather than a meaningful commentary on the nature of the original prisoner. From this perspective, the fact that the game's systems create additional prisoners for gameplay purposes does not negate the possibility that the single prisoner encountered under normal conditions is meant to represent someone specific and important. The mystery of the chained prisoner, then, exists in that familiar space of productive uncertainty that characterizes so much of Dark Souls storytelling. There are observations that can be made, patterns that can be identified, theories that can be constructed with varying degrees of supporting evidence. But there is no definitive answer, No authoritative explanation that would resolve the question of who or what this prisoner is meant to be and why it occupies such an unusual position within the game's geography and encounter design. What can be said with certainty is that the prisoner's placement feels intentional, that the decision to position a single chained enemy in a boss-sized arena was made deliberately rather than by accident or oversight. Whether that intention relates to lore significance, to mechanical considerations about showcasing the enemy type, or to repurposing cut content in a way that would allow players to encounter it, the prisoner clearly received special attention during the DLC's development. And perhaps that special attention, that sense of deliberate placement and careful consideration, is itself the point. The prisoner exists to provoke questions, to inspire speculation, to create a focal point for the community's collective investigation and interpretation. It succeeds perfectly in this role, generating discussion and theory crafting that has continued for years after the DLC's release, ensuring that this corner of the game remains alive with possibility and meaning even as other mysteries are solved or explained. The chained prisoner in its lonely chamber represents everything that makes Dark Souls' approach to storytelling so distinctive and so effective. It is simultaneously obvious and obscure, clearly important yet fundamentally unexplained, inviting interpretation while resisting definitive analysis. It stands as a monument to the power of ambiguity, to the recognition that sometimes the most meaningful elements of a narrative are those that remain forever uncertain, forever open to new readings and new understandings, forever mysterious. The architecture of Dark Souls speaks volumes through what it contains, but it speaks perhaps even more eloquently through what it omits, through the empty spaces and sealed doorways and chambers that seem to serve no purpose beyond existing as question marks carved into the very structure of the world. These architectural enigmas, rooms without function, passages blocked by rubble, containers that hold nothing, create a peculiar kind of negative space in the player's experience, absences that draw attention precisely because they violate the expectation that every element in a carefully constructed game world should serve some identifiable purpose. In Anor Londo, that magnificent city of the gods where golden sunlight bathes ancient stones in eternal radiance and where the grandeur of divine architecture reaches its most sublime expression, there exists a chest that has become legendary, not for what it contains, but for what it lacks. This chest sits in a location of considerable symbolic importance, positioned to the left of Gwyn's tomb in the chamber where the great Lord of Sunlight once rested before his journey to link the first flame and prolong the Age of Fire at the cost of his own essence and identity. The tomb itself is a masterwork of somber beauty, a monument that manages to convey both the majesty of divine kingship and the melancholy of sacrifice and loss. The architecture surrounding it speaks of reverence and remembrance, of a civilization that understood the weight of what Gwyn had done and that sought to honor his memory even as the world he had fought to preserve continued its slow decline into darkness and entropy. In such a location, every element feels carefully chosen, deliberately placed to contribute to the overall atmosphere of gravitas and significance. The chest near the tomb appears to be one of these intentional elements, positioned with the same care as the tomb itself, existing in visual relationship to that central monument in a way that suggests it should have meaning, should contain something worthy of the location's importance. Yet when opened, the chest reveals itself to be completely empty, not empty in the sense that its contents have already been claimed or that it serves as a fail-safe container, like the chest near Frampt in Firelink Shrine, which will hold any key items the player has lost or dropped in order to prevent progress-blocking situations. Simply empty, containing nothing, offering nothing. its interior as void of content, as if it had never been meant to hold anything at all. The discovery of this emptiness creates a moment of cognitive dissonance, a violation of the implicit contract between game and player that suggests every interactive element should provide some form of feedback, some reward or information or consequence. Chests in Dark Souls are not merely decorative elements, but functional containers, parts of the game's reward structure and exploration incentive systems. They exist to be opened, and opening them should yield something: items, equipment, consumables, treasure of some kind that justifies the action of interaction. This particular chest breaks that pattern, offering interaction without reward, existing as a question rather than an answer. Its presence has spawned more speculation and theory crafting than many of the game's more obviously mysterious elements, precisely because its emptiness feels like it must mean something, must represent either cut content or hidden mechanics, or some puzzle that players have not yet solved, despite more than a decade of intensive investigation and experimentation. The most straightforward explanation, and perhaps the most likely from a pure development perspective, is that the chest was intended to contain some specific item or reward that was cut during the game's development, with the chest itself remaining in place because removing it would have required additional work, and because its presence, even empty, did not break the game or create any significant problems. Game development is an iterative process filled with additions and subtractions, with features being implemented and then removed, with content being shuffled and relocated as the overall design evolves. It is entirely plausible that at some point during Dark Souls development, there was a plan for a specific item or piece of equipment to be placed in this chest, something thematically appropriate to the location near Gwyn's tomb, something that would reward players for thoroughly exploring this significant chamber. The item might have been cut for balance reasons, or because it became redundant with other rewards available elsewhere, or simply because the development team ran out of time to fully implement and test whatever was planned. Under this interpretation, the empty chest is simply a remnant, a small piece of unfinished business that survived into the final release because it was not a high priority for cleanup, because removing it would not significantly improve the player experience, and because the development resources needed to track down and eliminate every such vestige could be better spent on more pressing concerns. It is the game development equivalent of a pencil mark that remains visible on a finished painting, a trace of process that ideally would have been erased, but that in practice got overlooked during the final polish phase. Yet this prosaic explanation, reasonable though it may be, does not fully satisfy those who have invested emotional and intellectual energy in the mystery of the empty chest. The specific location near Gwyn's tomb feels too significant, too carefully chosen, to be dismissed as mere accident or oversight. If the chest were positioned in some random corner of Anor Londo, in a location with no particular narrative or symbolic weight, its emptiness might be easier to accept as simply a minor inconsistency or a forgotten detail. But the proximity to Gwyn's tomb imbues the chest with potential meaning, suggests that whatever was meant to be there was meant to have some connection to the Lord of Sunlight himself, to his legacy, or his sacrifice, or the age he created and sustained at such terrible personal cost. The empty chest becomes a symbol of absence in multiple senses, the absence of its intended contents, but perhaps also the absence of Gwyn himself, the void left by his transformation from person into fuel, from king into the hollow shell that players eventually face in the kiln of the first flame. This more interpretive reading treats the empty chest not as a bug or an oversight, but as a feature, an intentional element of environmental storytelling that communicates through absence rather than presence. From this perspective, the chest is meant to be empty, it's void, serving as a commentary on loss and sacrifice, and the cost of preserving an age that was perhaps always destined to end, regardless of how much was given to prolong it. The appeal of this interpretation lies in how well it aligns with Dark Souls' broader thematic concerns and its characteristic approach to storytelling through environmental details and symbolic elements. The game frequently uses architecture and object placement to communicate narrative information, creating spaces where the arrangement of elements tells stories without requiring explicit textual explanation. An intentionally empty chest near the tomb of a king who sacrificed everything would fit perfectly into this design philosophy. Yet there is no definitive evidence to support this reading over the simpler explanation of cut content. No developer interview has confirmed that the chest's emptiness is intentional. No design document has emerged to reveal that it was meant to serve some symbolic function. The chest exists in that frustrating liminal space between clear authorial intent and mere accident, where both explanations remain possible and where the absence of definitive information allows the mystery to persist. Adding to the layers of speculation surrounding this empty container are the various rumors and theories that have circulated within the community over the years since the game's release. One particularly persistent rumor suggested that the chest was meant to contain the Maiden set, that elegant equipment associated with the maidens who serve in the Duke's archives and who represent one of the game's tragic subplots involving imprisonment and the corruption of scholarship into cruel experimentation. The logic behind this particular theory is not immediately apparent, as there is no obvious connection between the Maiden set and Gwyn's tomb, between the servants of Seath the Scaleless and the Lord of Sunlight. The Maiden set can already be obtained through normal gameplay by exploring the Duke's archives thoroughly, so placing another set near Gwyn's tomb would constitute unnecessary duplication of a reward that is already available elsewhere. Yet the theory persisted, perhaps because the Maiden set's association with imprisonment and suffering resonated with some players' interpretation of the empty chest as a symbol of loss and sacrifice, or perhaps simply because rumors in online gaming communities can achieve a life of their own regardless of how well they align with observable facts or logical analysis. The Maiden set theory represents the kind of speculation that emerges in information vacuums, where the absence of official explanation creates space for players to project their own ideas and interpretations. More elaborate still was the investigation conducted by the Pop Fiction series, that now defunct video feature that examined gaming myths and urban legends with a combination of genuine research and entertainment value. Their episode on Dark Souls focused partially on the pendant, that other great mystery of the base game, which we will examine in detail later, but also touched on the empty chest as part of their broader investigation into unsolved puzzles and hidden content. The Pop Fiction team explored a rumor they had encountered suggesting that the pendant could somehow be used in conjunction with the empty chest, that through some specific sequence of actions, involving positioning oneself on top of the chest and dropping the pendant, a player might unlock whatever contents were meant to be there. The exact mechanics of this supposed interaction were never clearly defined, existing more as a vague notion that these two mysterious elements, the pendant whose purpose remained unclear and the chest whose contents were absent, might be connected in some way that would illuminate both mysteries simultaneously. The investigation revealed, unsurprisingly, that no such interaction existed. The pendant could be dropped near the chest, on the chest, while jumping off the chest, and in every other configuration players could devise, and nothing would happen. The chest remained empty, the pendant remained mysterious, and the connection that rumor had suggested simply did not exist in any form that could be verified through actual gameplay. Interestingly, part of the rumor specified that the interaction supposedly only worked in the console versions of the game without the DLC content, not in the Prepare to Die edition, that brought the Artorias of the Abyss expansion to PC players. This kind of version-specific claim is characteristic of urban legends and false rumors, adding layers of specificity that make the claim seem more credible, while simultaneously making it more difficult to verify, as it requires access to specific hardware and software configurations that not all investigators possess. The pop fiction episode concluded by acknowledging that the empty chest remained unexplained, its contents unknown, its purpose mysterious. But in a moment that has itself become somewhat legendary among those who follow Dark Souls mysteries, the episode ended with a brief clip showing a player character in the Sanctuary Garden area of the DLC, walking back toward where the boss arena is located, with a large question mark displayed on screen, and no further explanation provided. This cryptic ending has puzzled viewers, as much as the empty chest puzzled players, creating a mystery about the investigation of a mystery. Was the pop fiction team suggesting that there was some connection between the empty chest and the Sanctuary Guardian area? Were they implying that they had discovered something they could not or would not fully reveal? Or was the ending simply meant to be provocative, a way of suggesting that mysteries remained unsolved without claiming to have actually solved anything? No clarification was ever provided, and the pop fiction series eventually ceased production, taking whatever knowledge or intentions its creators possessed into the realm of lost media history. The cryptic ending became its own small mystery, layered on top of the original question about the chest, creating a recursive puzzle where investigations into the unknown generate their own unknowns, where attempts to illuminate one mystery cast shadows that create new mysteries. The empty chest in Anor Londo stands as a testament to the power of absence, to the way that what is not present can sometimes command as much attention and generate as much discussion as what is explicitly included. It is a void that has been filled with speculation, with theories and rumors and investigations that have produced no definitive answers, but that have created their own kind of content, their own narratives of discovery and disappointment and persistent curiosity. Whether the chest is simply an oversight, a forgotten remnant of cut content, or an intentionally empty symbol meant to evoke themes of loss and absence, it has succeeded in becoming one of the game's most memorable and discussed elements. It exists as pure potential, as a question without an answer, as a reminder that even in worlds as thoroughly explored and documented as Lordran, there remain spaces of genuine uncertainty, where multiple interpretations coexist without resolution. From the empty chest of Anor Londo, we travel to another location that generates similar feelings of expectation and mystery, though in a very different context, and with a distinctly more unsettling atmosphere: the painted world of Ariamis. That strange realm within a painting that serves as both refuge and prison for beings that do not fit into the normal order of the world, contains numerous puzzles and peculiarities that reward careful exploration and close attention to environmental details. Among the painted world's various areas, the graveyard stands out as a location that feels simultaneously significant and underutilized. A space that seems to be waiting for something to happen, where the atmosphere and the careful construction of the environment suggest purpose and meaning beyond what is explicitly provided through gameplay encounters or narrative revelations. The graveyard is not a large area, nor is it particularly complex in its layout, yet it possesses a quality of deliberate design that elevates it above mere connective tissue between more important locations. The graveyard serves as the location for an invasion by King Jeremiah, that mysterious pyromancer whose equipment and backstory remain frustratingly obscure despite his memorable appearance and his unique whip-based combat style. The invasion provides some gameplay purpose for the area, creating an encounter that tests players' combat abilities and that rewards victory with Jeremiah's signature weapon, the notched whip, which combines physical damage with bleeding effects in a manner that makes it situationally useful for certain builds and playstyles. Yet beyond the invasion, the graveyard offers little in terms of gameplay content or rewards. A single pyromancy can be found near the cliff edge, though its specific identity often escapes immediate recollection because it is not one of the more powerful or commonly used spells in the pyromancer's arsenal. The spell exists, it can be collected, it presumably has some use in combat situations where its particular properties are advantageous, but it does not stand out as a major discovery or a reward that justifies the existence of the entire area. What makes the graveyard memorable, what elevates it from merely another section of the painted world into something that lodges in the memory and generates discussion, is its atmosphere. The area possesses a specific quality of unease and anticipation, a feeling that something more should happen here, that the environmental stage has been set for events that never quite materialize. It is the kind of space that makes players want to stand still and wait, to see if remaining in the area for an extended period might trigger some additional encounter or reveal some hidden element. This feeling of expectation is enhanced by the presence of unique ambient sound that plays in the graveyard, environmental audio that exists nowhere else in the game, and that contributes significantly to the area's distinctive atmosphere. The sound is not music in the conventional sense, not a melody or composition that would be recognized as a track from the game's soundtrack, but rather a subtle auditory element that sits at the edge of perception, creating unease and tension through suggestion rather than obvious effect. What makes this ambient sound particularly intriguing, and what elevates it from simply being an atmospheric choice into something that feels actively mysterious, is that it only plays in a very specific location within the graveyard. Not throughout the entire area, not even throughout most of the area, but only when standing on certain particular tiles, in positions so specific that discovering the sound's existence requires either random chance or extremely thorough exploration that involves standing still in various spots and listening carefully to detect any changes in the environmental audio. This hyper-specific triggering of the ambient sound feels intentional in ways that are difficult to explain under normal assumptions about how environmental audio is typically implemented. Background sounds and musical tracks generally play throughout defined zones or areas, triggered when the player enters a space and continuing until they leave it or until some other state change occurs. Having audio that only activates when standing in precise positions is technically possible but requires additional work to implement, additional placement of trigger volumes, and additional care in defining the conditions under which the sound should play. The extra effort required to create this hyper-localized audio effect suggests that it serves some purpose, that there is a reason why players who stand in this specific spot should hear this particular sound. Yet no obvious gameplay function or narrative revelation accompanies the audio. No items appear, no enemies spawn, no environmental changes occur. The sound simply plays, creating atmosphere and unease, and then stops when the player moves away from the trigger area. The phenomenon bears some resemblance to a technical quirk that appeared in Bloodborne, that spiritual successor to Dark Souls, that shares many thematic and mechanical similarities, while existing in its own distinct universe of gothic horror and cosmic dread. In Bloodborne, players discovered that in certain areas, under specific conditions, the sound of laughter could be heard emanating from no visible source, creating moments of genuine discomfort and confusion as players tried to identify who or what was laughing and why. The laughter in Bloodborne was eventually determined to be a glitch, an audio file that was playing when it should not have been, triggered by conditions that were not intended to activate it. The explanation diminished some of the supernatural dread that the phantom laughter had generated, transforming it from a potential lore element into a mere technical error. But the initial experience of hearing unexplained laughter in dark corners of that nightmarish world had been genuinely unsettling in ways that pure intentional design might have struggled to achieve. The graveyard's ambient sound in the painted world occupies a similar space of uncertainty between intentional design and potential glitch. The hyper-specific triggering suggests deliberate implementation, but the lack of any obvious purpose or payoff suggests that perhaps the sound was meant to play more broadly throughout the area, and the narrow trigger volume is actually an error, a case where the audio trigger was placed or sized incorrectly during development, and the mistake was never caught and corrected before release. Alternatively, the specific positioning might be intentional, but represent a remnant of cut content, some encounter or event that was planned for the graveyard, but never fully implemented. Perhaps there was meant to be a quest or interaction that would have involved standing in that particular spot, and the ambient sound was meant to provide atmospheric support for whatever was going to happen. But when the content was cut, the sound trigger remained, because cleaning up such small elements is often a lower priority than ensuring that major systems and encounters function correctly. The graveyard's sense of anticipation and its unique audio element connect to broader questions about what was planned for the painted world during development. The area is known to have been a repository for various cut content elements, a place where enemies and ideas that did not fit elsewhere in the game were relocated, or where incomplete concepts were given some form of implementation, even if they could not be fully realized according to their original design. The presence of cut content and the evidence of revision and iteration throughout the painted world make it difficult to definitively state which elements are working as intended and which are remnants of abandoned plans. The graveyard could be complete and functioning exactly as the developers envisioned, or it could be a shell of something larger that was meant to occur there, or it could occupy some middle ground where basic functionality was achieved but the full scope of the original vision was scaled back due to time or resource constraints. What can be stated with confidence is that the graveyard succeeds in creating a memorable atmosphere, in establishing a space that feels pregnant with possibility, even if that possibility never manifests as concrete gameplay encounters or narrative revelations. The area demonstrates how environmental design and audio implementation can work together to create feelings and expectations that operate independently of explicit content. How a space can tell a story through mood and implication, rather than through the traditional tools of encounters and items and dialogue. King Jeremiah's presence adds another layer to the graveyard's mysteries through the curious placement of his armor set. After defeating the invading pyromancer and claiming his notched whip, players might naturally expect to find his armor somewhere in the graveyard itself, in the location where he appeared and where the invasion encounter occurred. This would align with how other invasion-based equipment is typically distributed, with invaders dropping their weapons and their armor being located somewhere thematically appropriate nearby. Yet Jeremiah's armor is not in the graveyard at all. Instead, it can be found in an entirely different location within the painted world, behind Crossbreed Priscilla's boss arena, accessible only after defeating or somehow bypassing the area's primary challenge. The placement raises questions about Jeremiah's relationship to Priscilla, about why his equipment would be stored or kept in such close proximity to the half-dragon guardian of the painted world. No explanation is provided through item descriptions or environmental storytelling elements. The armor simply exists in that location, its presence suggesting connections and relationships that are never explicitly defined, inviting players to construct their own theories about why the pyromancer's equipment would be found near the ruler of the painted realm. Was Jeremiah a servant or guardian of Priscilla? Was he imprisoned or exiled like others who inhabit this world? Did he have some role in maintaining or protecting the painted realm that is never explained? The questions multiply without producing answers, creating another thread in the complex web of mysteries that defines the painted world's identity within the broader game. The graveyard, Jeremiah, his equipment placement, the unique ambient sound, all of these elements exist in relationship to each other and to the larger enigma of what the painted world is and why it contains what it contains. But the nature of those relationships remains tantalizingly unclear. There was also planned content involving Shiva of the East, that merchant and warrior associated with the Forest Hunter Covenant, whose questline in the final game is relatively minimal, but who clearly was intended to play a larger role based on unused dialogue and cut content that can be found in the game's files. Some of this cut content apparently involved events or encounters in the painted world, though the specific details of what was planned and how it would have related to the graveyard or other areas remain unclear from the fragmentary evidence that survives in the game's data. The reference to Shiva's cut questline adds another layer of what might have been to the graveyard's mysteries, suggesting that the area may have been meant to serve purposes beyond what ended up in the final game, that it was part of larger narrative threads that were trimmed or removed during development. This context transforms the graveyard from simply an underutilized space into a monument to the game's evolution, a place where traces of earlier designs and abandoned plans remain visible to those who know to look for them. The sense that something should happen in the graveyard, that standing in that space long enough might eventually trigger some event or reveal some secret, speaks to how successfully the environmental design and audio implementation have created expectation. The area feels like it is waiting, like it is holding something back, like patience and attention might be rewarded with discovery, that this expectation is never fulfilled, that nothing additional does happen no matter how long one waits, does not diminish the power of the atmosphere, but rather enhances it, creating a space defined by potential rather than actuality, by possibility rather than resolution, shifting our attention from the painted world to other locations where architecture poses questions rather than provides answers. We encounter the peculiar presence of fenced or grated doorways in certain boss arenas, barriers that close off portions of the combat space, or suggest connections to areas beyond without ever opening or becoming accessible. These architectural elements appear in contexts where their purpose is not immediately clear, where they seem to serve no obvious gameplay function, and where their presence invites speculation about cut content or alternative design iterations. The Gaping Dragon's boss arena, that vast sewer chamber where players confront the grotesquely mutated creature whose endless hunger has transformed it from whatever draconic form it once possessed into the horrific, tooth-lined cavity that defines its current existence, contains a fenced doorway set into one of the arena's walls. The gate is constructed similarly to other doors and barriers throughout the game, suggesting that it could potentially open or be interacted with, yet it remains permanently sealed throughout the encounter and afterward. The presence of this barrier raises questions about whether additional areas were planned to connect to the Gaping Dragon's arena, whether there were design iterations where the boss fight might have extended into multiple connected spaces, or where the arena might have served as a junction between different sections of the depths. The gate could represent a vestige of such earlier plans, remaining in place because removing it would have required additional work on the arena's geometry, and because its presence, while potentially puzzling, does not interfere with the boss encounter's functionality. Similarly, the Stray Demons arena in the Northern Undead Asylum contains architectural features that suggest connections or functions beyond what is actually implemented in the fight. The Stray Demon, that variant of the asylum demon that players can optionally encounter when returning to the asylum later in their journey, occupies a space that feels both too large and oddly constructed for what is essentially a straightforward boss fight against a single large enemy. The presence of similar architectural oddities in multiple boss arenas suggests that this might be a pattern, a common result of how boss spaces were designed and iterated upon during development. Perhaps these barriers and unused doorways represent standard architectural elements that were included in early blockouts of boss arenas, and that remained in place even when the specific layouts and connections they implied were never fully implemented. From a pure efficiency standpoint, leaving such elements in place makes sense if removing them would require significant rework of the arena's geometry, and if their presence does not create any actual problems or break any systems. Players focused on defeating the boss are unlikely to spend much time examining the surrounding architecture for gates that do not open, and even those who notice such elements will generally interpret them as atmospheric details rather than as indications of cut content or abandoned designs. Yet for those inclined to investigation and speculation, these sealed doorways and unused architectural elements become data points in the larger project of understanding Dark Souls' development history, pieces of evidence that suggest how the game evolved from early concepts to final implementation. They are the seams in the construction, the places where different design iterations join together imperfectly, leaving visible traces of the process by which the game was made. Finally, we turn our attention to the Duke's archives and the peculiar collection of environmental oddities that characterize that location. From the empty courtyard that seems to serve minimal purpose, beyond hosting a brief encounter with crystal golems, to the invisible floating trees that exist in the sky above, possessing collision detection despite being completely invisible to players navigating the space normally. The courtyard's emptiness has already been mentioned in connection with the blue lightning phenomenon, but it bears examination from a pure architectural perspective as well. The space is large and carefully constructed, featuring the same attention to architectural detail and environmental design that characterizes the rest of the Duke's archives. Yet it contains almost nothing of gameplay significance. A few crystal golems provide minimal challenge. Siegmeyer's questline may bring players here to rescue the Onion Knight from a potentially dangerous situation. But beyond these sparse elements, the courtyard is simply empty space. Empty space in a video game is not necessarily wasted space. Areas can serve as pacing elements, as moments of respite between more intense encounters, as opportunities for environmental storytelling through architecture and atmosphere rather than through explicit interactive elements. Yet the Duke's Archives courtyard feels less like intentional breathing room, and more like a space that was prepared for content that was never fully implemented, an area that was built out and detailed, but that never received the encounters or items or interactive elements that would give it clear purpose. The invisible trees floating above the archives add another layer of peculiarity to this location's environmental design. These are not merely visual glitches or rendering errors, but actual geometry that exists in the game world, possessing collision detection that players can interact with if they somehow manage to reach the heights where the trees are positioned. The trees are not visible under normal circumstances, appearing only when viewed through specific glitches or camera manipulation techniques. Yet they are unquestionably present, occupying space and affecting how other objects interact with that space. The existence of invisible floating geometry suggests several possible explanations. One possibility is that the trees were meant to be visible, that they were placed and given collision as part of normal level construction, but that some error in the rendering systems or material assignments caused them to not display properly. Under this interpretation, the trees are simply a bug, an unintended consequence of some technical issue that was never caught and corrected before release. Alternatively, the trees might have been deliberately made invisible as part of the level design process, perhaps because they were found to create visual clutter or to interfere with player navigation in ways that were problematic, but the decision was made to simply hide them rather than fully removing them from the level geometry. Removing placed objects can sometimes create its own set of problems, particularly if other systems or scripts reference those objects, and making something invisible while leaving its collision intact might have been a simpler solution than fully excising it from the level. The comparison to the Tomb of the Giants archive door is apt. That massive door that floats high above the accessible areas of the Tomb of the Giants, fully modeled and textured, but positioned where it can never be reached or interacted with through normal gameplay. Like the invisible trees, the floating door suggests content that was moved or repurposed, architectural elements that were built for one context, but that ended up serving different or diminished purposes in the final game. Both the door and the trees represent the kind of developmental debris that accumulates during the creation of complex games, evidence of the iterative process by which levels are constructed and revised and finalized. They are not necessarily indicative of major cut content or significant changes to the game's structure, but rather small pieces of evidence about how the construction process works, how elements get placed and moved, and sometimes left in positions that make no sense from a final product perspective, but that represented reasonable decisions at various points during development. The Duke's archives as a whole shows signs of development time running short as the game approached its release deadline. The area is fully functional and contains all the encounters and items and progression elements it needs to serve its role in the game's structure, but there is a sense that it could have been more elaborate, that additional iteration and polish would have added depth and complexity to both its layout and its encounter design. This quality of being complete but not quite finished, of functioning correctly while still bearing visible traces of development compromise and iteration, is characteristic of several areas in the later portions of Dark Souls. The phenomenon becomes more pronounced as players progress toward the endgame, with Lost Izalith representing the most obvious and frequently discussed example of an area that clearly needed more development time than it received. The Duke's Archives exists in a middle ground more polished and complete than Lost Izalith, but showing subtle signs of the same pressures and constraints that affected the game's later areas more severely. The empty courtyard, the invisible trees, the various small oddities that careful exploration reveals, all of these elements tell a story about game development as a process of compromise and prioritization, where finite time and resources must be allocated to ensure that essential systems work correctly, even if it means that some elements remain in imperfect states. These architectural mysteries and environmental oddities contribute to Dark Souls' overall character, not despite being imperfect or unexplained, but in some ways because of those qualities. They make the world feel more real in a certain sense, more like an actual place with history and evolution rather than a purely designed space that exists only for gameplay purposes. Real architecture accumulates additions and revisions and strange features whose original purposes have been lost to time, and the architecture of Lordran, with its empty chests and sealed doorways and invisible trees, achieves something similar, a sense of depth and history that goes beyond what is explicitly functional or necessary. The mysteries of these spaces lie not in grand revelations waiting to be discovered, but in the smaller questions they raise about intention and accident, about what was planned and what simply happened, about the line between design and emergence. They are mysteries of process rather than mysteries of content, inviting investigation not into lore or narrative, but into the methods and constraints of creation itself. And in their own way, These procedural mysteries are as compelling as any story-based enigma, offering glimpses into the human effort and creative struggle that brought this dark, beautiful world into being. The geography of Lordran presents itself as a unified whole when viewed from the perspective of gameplay and progression, a world where different regions connect through paths and passages that players can traverse as they move from one challenge to the next. Yet closer examination reveals seams and discontinuities, places where the connections between areas feel incomplete or where passages exist that lead nowhere, blocked by rubble or simply ending without explanation. These interrupted routes and sealed pathways speak to the evolution of the game's structure during development, suggesting connections that were planned but never completed, or alternative configurations of the world that were revised before the final version took shape. Among the most intriguing of these mysterious passages is a large tunnel or corridor that can be found outside New Londo ruins, in the liminal space where that drowned city's outer walls meet the Valley of Drakes. The location itself occupies an interesting position in Lordran's geography, serving as one of the game's major junction points where multiple areas connect and where players returning from different regions might find themselves converging on the same central hub that links disparate parts of the world together. The Valley of Drakes is characterized by its function as connective tissue between regions, a dangerous shortcut area populated by the drake creatures that give it its name, but serving primarily as a pathway rather than as a destination in itself. Players pass through the valley to reach other locations, moving from New Londo to Darkroot Basin, or vice versa, or accessing it from Blighttown through the hidden passage near the swamp, or entering through the gate that can be opened with the master key. In the very early stages of the game, near the elevator that connects the Valley of Drakes to Darkroot Basin, carefully positioned in a way that suggests deliberate placement rather than random environmental decoration, there sits a passage of considerable size. The opening is clearly meant to lead somewhere, its scale and construction indicating that it was designed as a functional route between areas rather than as a mere visual detail. The architecture of the passage entrance matches the style of other legitimate connections throughout the game, suggesting that it was built using the same design language and construction principles as the routes that players can actually traverse. Yet the passage leads nowhere. Not far beyond its entrance, the tunnel is blocked by fallen rubble and collapsed architecture, an impassable barrier that prevents any further progress. The blockage appears thorough and permanent, not the kind of obstacle that might be cleared through some puzzle solution or special item, but rather a definitive termination of the route, a statement that whatever lay beyond is no longer accessible and was perhaps never meant to be reached in the game's final form. The community of players who investigate such environmental mysteries has generated various theories about where this blocked passage might have been intended to lead. The most prominent speculation suggests that it may have connected to Ulusil, that ancient kingdom whose ruins become accessible through the DLC content, but whose relationship to the base game's geography remains somewhat ambiguous and disconnected. The theory has a certain elegant appeal, as it would explain both the passage's existence and its ultimate blockage. If Ulusil was at some point during development planned to be accessible from the base game's geography before the decision was made to gate it behind DLC content and to access it through the more abstract mechanism of being pulled back in time through Manas's power, then a physical passage connecting to where Ulusil would be located might have been constructed as part of the world's initial layout. When the decision was made to reserve Ulusil for DLC content, the passage would need to be blocked to prevent players from accessing that area before the additional content was available, rather than completely removing the passage geometry, which might have required reworking the surrounding area's construction and potentially created new problems with collision or navigation. The simpler solution would be to fill the route with rubble and make it impassable, leaving the entrance visible but clearly non-functional. This interpretation aligns with how DLC content is often handled in game development, where areas meant for future expansion are built into the base game's world structure, but made inaccessible through various means until the additional content is released. The blocked passage would represent a particularly visible example of this practice, a place where the seam between base game and planned expansion content remains obvious to observant players. However, this theory faces challenges when examined against what we know about how the DLC content was actually implemented. Ulasile, as accessed through the DLC, does not seem to exist in the same geographical space as the rest of Lordran. The method of reaching it being pulled back in time after interacting with the broken pendant in Darkroot Basin suggests that it occupies a different temporal layer rather than simply being a region that was hidden behind barriers in the base game space. If Ulasile truly exists in the past rather than in a different physical location in the present, then a physical passage from New Londo or the Valley of Drakes would not make sense as a means of accessing it. The blocked tunnel would need to lead somewhere else, to some other area that was planned but never implemented, or to an alternative configuration of the world's geography that was revised during development. An alternative theory suggests that the passage might have been intended to connect to some entirely different area, perhaps to content that was cut more extensively than Ulasile's relegation to DLC status. Dark Souls is known to contain evidence of various cut areas and abandoned concepts, places that were designed and partially implemented, but that never made it into the final game. The blocked passage could represent a connection to one of these lost areas, a route that was built to serve a purpose that was ultimately abandoned when the target destination was removed from the game's structure. There is also a similar blocked passage that can be found in Sen's Fortress, in the chamber where players fight the Iron Golem. This passage is likewise filled with rubble, and clearly leads nowhere in the game's current state. Yet its presence in such a significant location, a boss arena that represents a major milestone in the player's progression through the game, suggests that it was not placed casually or without purpose. The Sen's Fortress passage has generated speculation that it might have been intended to lead to Anor Londo, that before the dramatic transportation via the Ring of Light carried by the Batwing demons was implemented as the means of reaching the City of the Gods, there might have been plans for a more conventional geographical connection. Under this theory, players would have proceeded from defeating the Iron Golem directly into additional areas that would eventually lead to Anor Londo, maintaining a more grounded and continuous sense of physical progression rather than the magical teleportation that ultimately made it into the final game. The decision to use magical transportation to reach Anor Londo rather than a conventional route has significant implications for how that area functions within the game's geography and narrative. By removing Anor Londo from the continuous physical space that players have been traversing and placing it in a location that can only be reached through supernatural means, the game reinforces the sense that the City of the Gods exists somehow apart from the normal world, that it occupies a privileged or protected space that ordinary travel cannot access. This thematic significance might have been the deciding factor in changing how Anor Londo is reached, with the blocked passage in Sen's Fortress representing the remnant of an earlier design where the connection was more prosaic. Alternatively, the passage might have been intended to lead somewhere else entirely, to areas between Sen's Fortress and Anor Londo that were planned but never implemented, with the magical transportation serving as a way to skip over content that was cut rather than as an originally intended design element. The uncertainty surrounding what these passages were meant to connect to, and whether they represent cut content or simply revised approaches to world structure, is characteristic of the broader challenge of understanding Dark Souls' development history from the evidence that remains in the final product. The game underwent significant iteration and revision during its creation, with areas being redesigned, connections being altered, and content being added and removed as the development team worked to realize their vision within the constraints of time, budget, and technical capability. Blocked passages represent one type of evidence for this iterative process. Physical markers of where the world's structure was changed or where planned connections were abandoned. But they are also frustrating evidence because they point to possibilities without revealing what those possibilities actually were, creating gaps in our understanding that speculation can fill but never fully resolve. Adding another layer of intrigue to the mysterious passage in the Valley of Drakes is the presence of unique environmental audio near its location. Just as the Painted World's graveyard features ambient sound that plays only in specific positions, the area around the blocked passage has been reported to feature unusual auditory elements that do not appear elsewhere in the game, sounds that create atmosphere and suggest significance, without providing clear explanation of what that significance might be. The presence of unique audio near a blocked passage is particularly tantalizing because it suggests that the passage was not simply abandoned or forgotten, but that specific effort was put into making the area around it feel distinctive and memorable. Environmental audio is not a trivial element to implement. It requires sound design work, integration with the game's audio systems, and careful placement of trigger volumes to ensure the sounds play in appropriate locations and contexts. If the passage was simply a vestige of cut content that the development team decided to leave in place because removing it would require too much additional work, one would not expect them to then invest effort in creating unique audio for the area around it. The presence of distinctive environmental sound suggests that the passage and its surroundings were meant to serve some purpose, beyond merely existing as visible but inaccessible geometry. Yet what that purpose might be remains unclear. The audio does not seem to trigger any events or point toward any hidden interactions. It simply creates atmosphere, establishing a sense of place and mood that makes the area memorable to those who notice it, but that does not translate into any mechanical function or revealed secret. This combination of carefully constructed architecture, unique environmental audio, and ultimate inaccessibility creates a particularly potent form of mystery, one that engages multiple senses, and that invites investigation while frustrating attempts to reach definitive conclusions. The passage becomes a symbol of all the things that might have been, all the connections and areas and experiences that were planned or considered, but that never made it into the version of the game that players can actually access. Moving from these blocked terrestrial passages to another form of interrupted connection, we must consider the unique mystery presented by Ash Lake and the questions it raises about accessibility, geography, and the journeys undertaken by NPCs who somehow reach places that seem impossibly remote and difficult to access. Ash Lake represents one of Dark Souls' most atmospheric and mysterious locations, a vast underground space where ancient trees stretch upward to support the world above, and where the sense of scale and primordial age creates feelings of awe and insignificance in equal measure. The journey to Ash Lake is itself a test of dedication and thoroughness, requiring players to first discover the illusory wall in Blighttown that leads into the Great Hollow, then navigate that treacherous vertical shaft with its narrow branches and hostile basilisks and constant threat of fatal falls, and finally discover a second illusory wall at the bottom of the Great Hollow that opens into Ash Lake itself. The requirement of finding two consecutive illusory walls with significant challenging navigation between them means that many players complete their entire first playthrough without ever discovering that Ash Lake exists. This extreme obscurity, combined with the area's sparse gameplay content, a few crystal clams, the everlasting dragon who administers the Dragon Covenant, and the conclusion of Siegmeyer's questline creates the sense that Ash Lake exists outside the normal flow of the game, that it is a secret space reserved for the most dedicated explorers, rather than a standard area that all players are expected to encounter. The location feels like a privilege to discover, a reward for thoroughness that comes in the form of atmosphere and awe, rather than powerful equipment or mechanical advantages. Yet, despite the extreme difficulty of accessing Ash Lake and its hidden nature behind two illusory walls, Siegmeyer of Katarina somehow makes his way there as part of his questline, and more remarkably, his daughter Sieglinde knows of the location and expects to find her father there. This raises profound questions about how these NPCs navigate Lordran, about what knowledge they possess regarding the world's geography, and about whether the routes that players must take represent the only ways to reach various destinations, or whether there exist alternative paths that remain forever closed to undead travelers. Siegmeyer's route to Ash Lake is particularly puzzling when one attempts to trace his movements through the various locations where he can be encountered during his questline. The Onion Knight appears in Sen's fortress, then in Ainur Londo, then in the depths of Blighttown near the poisonous swamp, then in Lost Izalith behind a wall of Chaos Eaters, and finally in Ash Lake, where his questline reaches its conclusion. The progression from Blighttown to Lost Izalith, and then back to Blighttown before descending through the Great Hollow, suggests a route that is either highly inefficient or that involves access to pathways that players cannot use. Could Siegmeyer have taken some alternate route to Ash Lake? Some passage that bypasses the Great Hollow entirely? The blocked tunnel in the Valley of Drakes, if it led anywhere, might theoretically connect to deeper areas of the world where Ash Lake exists, providing an alternative means of access that would explain how NPCs reach this seemingly impossible destination. This speculation connects the mystery of the blocked passages to the mystery of NPC navigation, suggesting that these two apparently separate enigmas might actually be related, that the sealed routes might represent the paths by which characters within the game's world travel while players are restricted to the more difficult and circuitous routes that remain open. Alternatively, Siegmeyer might indeed have descended through the Great Hollow just as players must, but as an NPC operating according to different rules and possessing different capabilities. He simply made the journey off-screen in the abstract space between his appearances in different locations. From this perspective, the mystery is not about hidden routes, but about the disconnect between the player's experience of navigation, where every step must be physically taken and every challenge must be directly overcome, and the NPC experience, where movement between locations can happen narratively rather than mechanically. Sieglinde's knowledge of Ash Lake adds another dimension to the mystery. She tells the player where her father can be found, demonstrating familiarity with this incredibly obscure location that she herself must somehow also reach. How does she know about Ash Lake? How does she navigate to this place that is hidden behind two illusory walls and requires traversing one of the game's most treacherous vertical environments? One possibility is that knowledge of Ash Lake and its location is more widespread within the world of Dark Souls than the player's experience of discovering it would suggest. Perhaps illusory walls are visible or detectable by NPCs in ways they are not to players. Or perhaps there exists geographical knowledge and map-making within the world that provides information about places, even if reaching them remains difficult. Sieglinde might know where to look for her father, because Ash Lake is a known location to those who live in this world, even if it remains a secret to undead travelers who must discover everything through direct exploration. Another interpretation treats NPC knowledge and movement as essentially magical or narrative in nature, governed more by the needs of questline progression than by any realistic consideration of how these characters would actually acquire information or traverse distances. From this perspective, asking how Sieglinde knows About Ash Lake is like asking how she knows her father needs her help at specific moments. It is knowledge that exists because the story requires it to exist, without necessarily having a logical explanation rooted in the game's fiction. Yet Dark Souls has generally been praised for the internal consistency of its world building, and for the sense that NPCs exist as actual inhabitants of Lordran, rather than as mere quest dispensers who appear and disappear according to Plest. Purely mechanical considerations. The care taken to give characters like Siegmeyer and Sieglinde distinctive personalities, believable motivations, and quest lines that involve them moving through the world in response to their own goals and concerns suggests that their knowledge and navigation deserves to be taken seriously as elements of the world's fiction rather than dismissed as purely mechanical contrivances. The mystery of how Siegmeyer and Sieglinde reach Ash Lake then invites us to think about what exists in Lordran beyond what players can directly access, about the possibility of roots and knowledge that remain forever outside the player's direct experience but that shape the world nonetheless. It suggests that the blocked passages and sealed routes scattered throughout the game might represent not just cut content or developmental artifacts, but actual alternative pathways that exist within the world's fiction, even if they are inaccessible in gameplay terms. This interpretation transforms the blocked passages from simple evidence of development iteration into elements of the world itself, pieces of geography that contribute to the sense that Lordran is a place with depth and history that extends beyond what any single perspective can fully encompass. The passages become thresholds to spaces we can imagine but never visit, routes taken by characters whose experiences we can only partially witness, evidence of a world that exists more completely than what we can directly interact with. The giant skull that rests in the sand of Ash Lake adds yet another layer to that location's mysteries, raising questions about what manner of creature could have been large enough to leave such a massive skeletal remnant, and what its presence suggests about the history and nature of this primal space beneath the world. The skull is clearly not human in proportion or structure, its size suggesting something that would dwarf even the largest enemies and bosses that players encounter during their journey through Lordran. Some speculation connects the skull to the everlasting dragons, those ancient beings who ruled the world in the age before the Age of Fire, before Gwyn and his allies rose up to challenge the dragon's supremacy and establish the dominion of the gods. Yet the skull's appearance does not particularly match what players know of dragon anatomy from the dragons they encounter and the various draconic enemies and objects found throughout the game. Dragon skulls appear elsewhere in Lordran, and while they are certainly large, they do not approach the scale of the Ash Lake skull. The alternative interpretation treats the skull as evidence of creatures or beings that existed in even more ancient times, entities from ages before the Age of Dragons that the game's lore only hints at without fully explaining. Ash Lake, with its sense of primordial depth and its position at the very bottom of the world where the great trees have their roots, feels like a place where such ancient remnants might naturally come to rest, where the archaeological record extends back to the very beginning of time. Whatever the skull represents, its presence contributes to Ash Lake's overwhelming atmosphere of age and scale, its sense of existing in a different temporal framework than the rest of Lordran. The area feels less like a place that players visit and more like a space they glimpse, a moment of contact with something so much larger and older than themselves that understanding it completely lies beyond human capacity. The journey to Ash Lake Through the great hollow's treacherous descent and past the barriers of illusory walls becomes a kind of pilgrimage to this place of primal mystery, an optional detour from the main path of the game that rewards players not with powerful equipment or mechanical advantages, but with the experience of witnessing something that exists outside the normal scale and scope of their adventure. It is a destination that justifies its difficulty of access through pure atmosphere, through the feelings it evokes rather than through the gameplay content it contains. From Ash Lake at the bottom of the world, we ascend now to one final mysterious route, one final passage that seems to exist in service of some purpose that was never fully realized. The brief corridor that connects the Lord Vessel chamber to the kiln of the First Flame represents one of the game's most significant thresholds, the final passage that players traverse before entering the endgame area where the ultimate confrontation with Gwyn awaits. Yet this corridor, which should perhaps be merely connective tissue between two important spaces, has become the subject of speculation due to the peculiar nature of the music that plays within it. The ambient track that accompanies the walk through this hallway is approximately 3 minutes in length, a surprisingly extended composition for a space that players will typically traverse in a matter of seconds. The length of the music suggests that it was created to accompany a longer sequence than what ultimately made it into the final game, that the journey from placing the Lord Vessel to entering the kiln was originally meant to take more time or involve more complexity than the simple walk down a short corridor that players actually experience. The music itself is atmospheric and somewhat melancholic, creating a sense of approaching conclusion and inevitable confrontation without being overtly dramatic or urgent. It establishes a mood that is appropriate for the game's final moments, for the transition from the wider world of Lordran into the confined space where the Age of Fire will either be prolonged or allowed to finally end. Yet the fact that this carefully composed 3-minute piece plays in a space where players might spend only 20 or 30 seconds creates a disconnect between the music's duration and the space it accompanies. This disconnect has led to speculation about what might have been planned for this corridor during earlier iterations of the game's design. The most prominent theory connects the hallway to Oscar of Astora, that knight who appears briefly at the very beginning of the game to free the player from their cell in the undead asylum, and whose death provides the player with their first Estus flask and the key to escaping the asylum. Oscar clearly was meant to play a larger role in the original design for Dark Souls, with unused dialogue and cut content suggesting a more extensive questline where he would serve as a kind of counterpoint or mirror to the player character, another chosen undead, pursuing the same goals and facing the same challenges. The final confrontation between Oscar and the player was apparently meant to occur near the end of the game, with the specific location and circumstances varying depending on which version of the cut content is being discussed. One persistent theory suggests that Oscar's final encounter was meant to take place in the hallway between the Lord Vessel and the kiln, that players would face their old companion turned rival in this liminal space before proceeding to fight Gwyn. Such an encounter would make thematic sense, serving as a final reminder of the journey's beginning and forcing players to confront what they have become through a battle with someone who started from the same place but who followed a different path. If such an encounter was indeed planned for this location, the 3-minute music track would make considerably more sense, as it would need to accommodate not just the walk through the hallway, but also the entire boss fight or invasion encounter with Oscar. The length and emotional tone of the music would align with what one would expect for such a significant confrontation, a battle that is both mechanically challenging and emotionally weighted by the history between the two characters. Yet Oscar's extended questline was cut, and no encounter with him exists in this location in the final game. The hallway remains a simple corridor, empty of enemies or obstacles, requiring nothing from players except that they walk through it to reach the kiln beyond. The music plays on, its 3-minute length seeming oddly excessive for the space it accompanies. A potential remnant of an encounter that was planned but never implemented. Alternative theories suggest that the corridor might have been meant to contain other challenges or encounters, that there were design iterations where the transition to the kiln involved more complexity than simply walking through a short passage. Perhaps there were meant to be enemies here, or environmental obstacles, or some kind of puzzle or interaction that would extend the time players spent in this space and better justify the length of the musical composition. The truth, as with so many of these mysteries, remains uncertain and perhaps unknowable without direct testimony from the development team. The 3-minute music track stands as evidence that something more was planned, or at least considered for this space, but the specifics of what that something might have been can only be inferred from incomplete evidence and from knowledge of what was cut from other parts of the game. What can be appreciated regardless of the specific explanation is the careful attention to atmosphere and mood that the music represents, the way it transforms a simple corridor into a space of emotional weight and significance. Even though players spend little time in this hallway, the music creates a sense of transition and impending finality that serves the game's narrative needs, establishing the emotional context for what is about to occur in the kiln beyond. The hallway becomes a space of preparation and contemplation, a final moment to consider the journey that has led to this point and the choice that awaits in the chamber where Gwyn burns. The fact that this atmosphere is created through music that may have been composed for a different purpose, for content that was ultimately not included, does not diminish its effectiveness. The music works in service of the moment even if it was not originally created specifically for this exact implementation. These various blocked passages and mysterious routes, the sealed tunnel near New Londo, the rubble-filled corridor in Sen's fortress, the impossible journey to Ash Lake, the brief hallway with its overlong musical accompaniment, collectively paint a picture of a world that is larger and more complex than what players can fully access. They suggest connections that were made and then broken, routes that were planned and then abandoned, spaces that were designed with purposes that were never completely fulfilled. Yet rather than detracting from the game's quality or coherence, these interrupted connections and sealed passages contribute to a sense that Lordran is a real place with real history, a location that has evolved and changed over time, and that contains layers of past intention and abandoned possibility. They make the world feel more authentic in a certain way, more like an actual environment that has been shaped by forces and decisions, rather than a purely designed space that exists only for gameplay purposes. The blocked passages become archaeological evidence of the game's own creation, markers of the iterative process by which Dark Souls took shape, evidence of the countless decisions and revisions and compromises that transform initial concepts into finished products. They invite investigation and speculation not just about what they might have connected to within the game's fiction, but about how that fiction was constructed, about the relationship between design, intention, and final implementation, about the visible traces of process that remain in even the most carefully polished work, and in their mystery, in their refusal to provide definitive answers about where they lead or what they represent. These passages and corridors achieve a kind of poetry, becoming symbols of all the paths not taken, all the possibilities that exist in the space between what was imagined and what was realized. They are thresholds to nowhere, doorways that open only in imagination, routes that can be traveled only in speculation and theory. And in a game so deeply concerned with cycles and repetition, with the relationship between past and present, and the weight of choices made and not made. These sealed passages feel strangely appropriate. Strange, lie-fitting, as permanent reminders that every finished work contains within it the ghosts of what it might have been. Among all the items that populate the inventory screens of Dark Souls, filling the various categories and subcategories that organize equipment and consumables, and key objects into some semblance of comprehensible order, few have generated as much sustained discussion, speculation, and genuine mystery as those items that seem to exist outside or beyond normal gameplay utility. These are the objects whose descriptions hint at significance without providing clear mechanical function, whose presence in the game raises questions about intention and purpose that years of investigation have not definitively answered. The pendant stands as perhaps the single most notorious of these enigmatic items, an object so deeply embedded in Dark Souls community consciousness that its very name has become shorthand for unsolved mysteries and the search for hidden meaning in apparent simplicity. The story of the pendant begins before the game itself was even released, with comments from director Hidetaka Miyazaki that would prove to be either genuinely cryptic or simply misunderstood, setting in motion a years-long investigation into what the pendant truly represented and what secrets it might unlock. When asked in pre-release interviews about which starting gift players should choose when creating their characters, Miyazaki suggested the pendant, describing it in terms that implied it held special significance, without explicitly stating what that significance might be. The comment was seemingly innocuous, the kind of gentle guidance that developers sometimes provide to help players navigate the early choices that can affect their experience. But the way it was phrased and the attention it received created expectations that the pendant must serve some extraordinary purpose. The pendant itself appears among the 8 starting gifts that players can select during character creation. Options that range from the practical, like the Master Key, that opens certain locked doors and shortcuts to the uncertain. Items whose value and utility may not become apparent until much later in the journey. The pendant's item description does nothing to clarify its purpose, offering only the cryptic text that it is a simple trinket with no effect, but that fond memories will comfort travelers who carry it. This description is notable for what it explicitly states: that the item has no effect. In a game where nearly every object serves some function, where even items that appear useless often have hidden purposes or can be traded to specific NPCs for valuable rewards, an item that openly declares its own uselessness becomes immediately suspicious. The description feels too deliberate, too carefully worded to be taken at face value. It reads like a riddle or a challenge, an invitation to prove that the pendant does indeed have purpose despite claiming otherwise. The item's appearance adds to the mystery without clarifying it. The pendant is visually nondescript, a small grey object that could be any of 1,000 simple trinkets, possessing no distinctive features that might hint at hidden properties or special significance. It weighs virtually nothing, takes up a single inventory slot, and cannot be equipped in any equipment slot or used as a consumable. By all mechanical measures, it appears to be exactly what its description claims: an inert object without gameplay function. Yet the description's mention of fond memories and comfort for travelers suggests that the pendant represents something beyond pure mechanical utility, that it has emotional or narrative significance that transcends the practical question of what it can be used for. This interpretive reading treats the pendant as symbol rather than tool, as an object whose meaning lies in what it represents rather than what it does. The mystery deepened significantly when players discovered that the pendant could indeed be obtained and used in a specific way that provided tangible benefit, though not in the manner that most had anticipated. through experimentation and systematic testing of the kind that characterizes the Dark Souls community's approach to uncovering secrets. It was found that the pendant could be traded to Snuggly the Crow, that mysterious entity in the undead asylum who accepts certain items and provides others in return according to rules that are never explained, but that can be discovered through trial and error. When dropped in Snuggly's nest, the pendant yields a souvenir of reprisal, one of the Covenant items required for ranking up in the Dark Moon Blade's Covenant. This discovery represented a genuine utility for the pendant, a concrete mechanical function that justified selecting it as a starting gift for players who planned to pursue that particular Covenant path and who wanted to obtain one of the notoriously difficult Covenant items without the grinding that typically required. The souvenir of reprisal from Snuggly is not a trivial reward. These items are needed in significant quantities to fully rank up in the Dark Moon Covenant, and obtaining them through normal means requires either successful invasions as a Dark Moon Blade or farming them from the crow demons in the painted world of Ariamis, enemies who drop the souvenirs at an extremely low rate that makes collecting enough of them through farming a test of patience and dedication that few players complete willingly. Having one souvenir guaranteed through the pendant trade represents real value, providing a head start on Covenant progression or saving hours of tedious farming. The discovery should have solved the pendant mystery, providing the answer to what it was for and why Miyazaki had suggested players choose it. Yet somehow the revelation felt insufficient, less than what the build-up and speculation had suggested, and many in the community continued to believe that there must be more to the pendant than this single trade. This persistent sense that the full truth about the pendant remained undiscovered was reinforced by subsequent comments from Miyazaki in interviews conducted after the game's release. When asked directly about the pendant and its purpose, his responses were characteristically enigmatic, at one point suggesting that the whole thing had been a joke or prank, that he had recommended the pendant specifically to create confusion and speculation, rather than to guide players towards some genuinely useful or significant item. This statement, delivered during an interview related to the Artorias of the Abyss DLC in 2012, seemed designed to put the matter to rest, to acknowledge that the pendant mystery was much ado about nothing, and that players had been chasing shadows based on a developer's playful misdirection. Yet the statement itself raised as many questions as it answered, because the pendant demonstrably does have a use through the Snuggly trade, meaning it is not truly without function as the joke interpretation would suggest. The apparent contradiction between claiming the pendant was a joke while it actually possesses genuine utility created space for continued speculation. Perhaps Miyazaki was being cryptic again, suggesting that the obvious use was itself a kind of misdirection from some deeper secret. Perhaps his statement that it was a joke meant that the excessive focus on the pendant was what he found amusing, not that the item itself was without purpose. Perhaps the translation of his comments from Japanese to English had introduced ambiguities or changed nuances in ways that made his actual meaning unclear. The release of the Artorias of the Abyss DLC added new dimensions to the pendant mystery by introducing not one but two additional pendants, each with their own specific functions and lore implications. The broken pendant serves as the key to accessing the DLC content itself, an item received from the Crystal Golem in Darkroot Basin that allows the player to be pulled back in time to Ulasil when examined at the appropriate location. The silver pendant is found within the DLC content and serves as a defensive tool specifically designed to counter the dark magic attacks employed by certain enemies in that area. The broken pendant's description identifies it as belonging to Manus, father of the Abyss, and suggests that the connection between the pendant and its owner is what enables the time travel that brings the player into Ulasyle's past. The pendant serves as an anchor point, a connection across time that Manas's power can exploit to pull someone from the present back into the moment of his greatest anguish and rage. The item's name and broken state suggest tragedy and loss, implying that whatever the pendant once represented to Manus has been damaged or destroyed, perhaps contributing to the transformation that turned him into the monstrous being that players eventually confront. The silver pendant, meanwhile, is described as having been given to Artorias by a friend from Anor Londo, presumably the Gwyn, or one of his family or close companions. This pendant possesses the explicit magical function of deflecting dark sorceries, creating a barrier that can protect against the specific type of magic that is prevalent in Ulasyle during its fall to the abyss. The item's utility is highly situational, useful primarily against Manus himself and certain other enemies in the DLC, but it represents a clear and concrete function, a tool designed for a specific purpose that it fulfills effectively within its intended context. The presence of these two additional pendants in the DLC content invites interpretation of the original pendant from the base game in light of these new examples. If the broken pendant represents Manus and his connection to something or someone he lost, and the silver pendant represents protection given by friendship and alliance, what might the simple pendant from the starting gifts represent? Could it be connected to these other pendants through some narrative or thematic relationship that the game never makes explicit? One interpretation treats all three pendants as variations on a theme of memory and connection, objects that serve as physical anchors for relationships and experiences that shape identity and motivation. The broken pendant is memory of loss that drives Manas's rage and pain. The silver pendant is memory of friendship that provides literal protection. The starting gift pendant, then, might represent memory in its most general sense, the fond memories mentioned in its description, serving as comfort and motivation for the player character's journey through a world where identity and purpose are constantly questioned. This reading elevates the pendant from a simple item into a symbolic element that connects the player character to the broader themes the game explores, making the choice to start with it a statement about what drives an undead traveler through the cycles of death and rebirth that define their existence. The pendant becomes less about mechanical utility and more about narrative significance, about choosing to define one's character as someone motivated by memory and connection rather than by purely practical concerns. Yet this interpretation, while thematically satisfying, remains entirely speculative. The game provides no explicit connection between the three pendants beyond their shared name and general appearance. The broken pendant and silver pendant are clearly connected to each other through the DLC's storyline, but whether they are meant to relate to the original pendant from the starting gifts, or whether the naming similarity is coincidental or merely convenient remains unconfirmed by any official source. The mystery took an interesting turn with the release of Dark Souls 3 in 2016, which contains an item called the Dream Chaser's Ashes. The visual design of this item clearly shows a hand clutching a pendant, and the description provided by the shrine maiden who sells items if given these ashes refers to them as the stuff of a fool, a characterization that seems to directly reference the pendant mystery from the first Dark Souls and Miyazaki's comment about it being a joke or prank. This apparent callback to the original pendant mystery, appearing in a game released 5 years after Dark Souls and 4 years after Miyazaki's interview comments, suggests that the development team was well aware of the community's obsession with the pendant and chose to acknowledge it through this subtle reference. The Dream Chaser's Ashes could be read as FromSoftware's final word on the matter a gentle acknowledgement of the wild speculation and elaborate theories that the pendant generated, while simultaneously confirming that yes, it was indeed much ado about relatively. Yet even this apparently definitive statement leaves room for interpretation and continued mystery. The term dream chaser itself is evocative, suggesting pursuit of something that may not exist or that remains forever, just out of reach. Is this a commentary on the pendant mystery specifically, acknowledging that players were chasing an answer that was never there to be found? Or is it a more general reflection on the nature of seeking secrets and hidden meaning in game worlds, the inevitable gap between what players hope to discover and what actually exists in the code and content? The silver pendant's location within the DLC areas presents its own small mystery, as the item is found in a chest in the chasm of the abyss, but accessing that chest requires using either a sunlight maggot or the cast light sorcery to illuminate a specific wall, revealing that it can be attacked to create an opening where none was visible before. This secret within a secret approach to obtaining the silver pendant reinforces the sense that pendants in Dark Souls are associated with hidden knowledge and carefully concealed truths, that they exist in relationship to the game's broader themes of obscurity and revelation. The description of the silver pendant notes that it was gifted by a friend from Anor Londo, and careful readers of item descriptions throughout the game can piece together that this friend was likely Gwyn himself, or someone very close to him, someone who understood that Artorias would face dark magic in his mission to combat the Abyss, and who provided him with a tool specifically designed for that purpose. This context adds weight to the silver pendant as an object, transforming it from a simple defensive tool into a symbol of alliance and preparation, of the bonds between those who fight against darkness and the ways they support and protect each other. The question of whether these various pendants are meant to be understood as connected to each other through some larger thematic or narrative framework, or whether they simply happen to share a name and general concept while serving different purposes within different contexts, remains one of those productive ambiguities that characterizes so much of Dark Souls' storytelling. The game provides enough pieces to construct connections, but not enough explicit guidance to confirm that those connections are intended rather than imagined. Moving from the mysteries of pendants to another piece of equipment that poses its own questions about identity and history, we encounter Vamos's Royal Helm, an item that combines visual distinctiveness with lore implications that are never fully explained. Vamos, the skeleton blacksmith who resides in the catacombs and who can perform fire and chaos weapon reinforcement for players who discover his hidden location, is himself something of an enigma, a craftsman who has somehow maintained his consciousness and sense of purpose, despite being undead, and despite residing in one of the game's more hostile and isolated areas. The royal helm that Vamos drops upon death is remarkable for the level of detail and craftsmanship evident in its design, details that are not immediately apparent from casual observation, but that reveal themselves upon close inspection. The helm is far more than a simple golden crown or ceremonial headpiece. Its surface features intricate engravings, decorative elements that suggest royal regalia, and what appear to be gemstones or precious materials worked into the metal in patterns that speak of wealth and status. The visual richness of the helm's design stands in striking contrast to its relatively modest statistical benefits, and its acquisition through killing a minor NPC who exists primarily to provide a specific crafting service. This disconnect between the obvious care and attention invested in the helm's visual design and its relatively minor role in gameplay creates the sense that there should be more to this item than what is immediately apparent, that its elaborate appearance must signify something beyond mere aesthetics. The item description provides tantalizing hints without offering concrete answers, stating that the helm belonged to an ancient royal family line, and then adding the curious note that only Vamos would know for sure, and that he will never speak again. This phrasing is peculiar for several reasons, not least because Vamos can in fact speak. Players can converse with him, trading dialogue about his craft and his situation. So the claim that he will never speak again seems either metaphorical or indicative of some aspect of his character that is not otherwise apparent. One interpretation of this phrase treats it as tongue-in-cheek, a bit of dark humor acknowledging that players are unlikely to engage with Vamos in extended conversation beyond the mechanical necessities of accessing his smithing services. From this perspective, "he'll never speak again" simply means that he is not particularly talkative, that extracting information from him about the helm's history would be impossible because he has no dialogue options that address such topics. Alternatively, the phrase might reference the fact that most players will kill Vamos to obtain the helm, making the statement literally true once dead. He will indeed never speak again, taking whatever knowledge he possesses about the helm's origins with him. This reading adds a layer of irony to the description, acknowledging the player's likely actions while simultaneously emphasizing that those actions foreclose the possibility of learning more about the item's significance. The mention of an ancient royal family line raises questions about which family might be referenced and what connection Vamos could have to such lineage. The helm's appearance and the description's phrasing suggest a connection to some noble house that predates the current Age of Fire, perhaps extending back to the Age of Ancients, or to some other epoch whose details have been lost to the passage of time. The use of ancient, rather than simply old, implies considerable temporal distance, suggesting that whatever royal line possessed this helm existed long before the events players witness in their journey through Lordran. Vamos himself provides few clues to his own history or identity beyond his role as a blacksmith specialized in fire reinforcement. He is a skeleton, suggesting he has been dead for a considerable time, yet he retains consciousness and purpose in ways that most skeletons throughout the catacombs do not. His specific knowledge of fire-based weapon enhancement and his location deep within the catacombs near areas associated with death and dark rituals might suggest connections to forces or factions that valued such crafts, but the game never explicitly establishes what those connections might be. The statistical properties of the Royal Helm include notably high resistances to bleeding and poison, characteristics that the item description mentions explicitly, but without explaining why a piece of royal regalia would possess such specific defensive properties. These resistances are practical rather than ceremonial, suggesting that whatever royal family possessed this helm lived under conditions where protection from poison and bleeding was valuable, possibly indicating a house that engaged in warfare or that ruled over particularly dangerous territories. Some observers have noted visual similarities between the face design on the effigy shield and what might be interpreted as a skeleton wearing the royal helm, the two items sharing certain aesthetic qualities that could suggest a connection. The effigy shield is itself an interesting case, being one of the items designed by contest winners and incorporated into the game, with its original creator giving it the name Xenomorphic Aegis. The shield's design features a grotesque face or skull with prominent features, and the styling of this face bears some resemblance to how a skeletal figure wearing the royal helm might appear. However, the connection between these two items may be entirely coincidental, the result of similar artistic sensibilities rather than intentional narrative linkage. The effigy shield's origin as player-designed content complicates any attempt to read it as providing lore information about other items in the game, as its design elements may reflect the creator's aesthetic preferences rather than any specific intention to reference other equipment or characters. The similarities could be meaningful, or they could be pattern matching, the human tendency to find connections and meaning in visual elements that share certain characteristics without actually being intended to relate to each other. Concept art for Dark Souls includes images of Vamos wearing the royal helm, suggesting that at some point during development, there may have been plans for him to actually wear the item, rather than simply possessing it to be dropped upon death. This design choice would have made the helm's connection to Vamos more immediately visible, and might have prompted more questions about why a skeleton blacksmith in the catacombs would be wearing an ancient royal crown. The decision to have Vamos not wear the helm in the final game, keeping it as a drop item rather than visible equipment, could indicate that whatever backstory or significance was originally planned for the relationship between Vamos and the royal family was reduced or eliminated during development. The helm remains as a remnant of that earlier design intention, an item with visual richness and lore, suggestions that no longer fully connect to any implemented narrative thread. The mystery of the royal helm operates on a smaller scale than something like the pendant, garnering less widespread attention and speculation, but it exemplifies the same pattern of items that feel like they should mean something more than what is explicitly stated. Objects whose design and description suggest significance that is never fully explained or resolved. The helm exists in that space between the mechanical and the narrative, possessing gameplay functionality as a piece of equipment, while simultaneously carrying suggestions of story and history that remain tantalizingly incomplete. From questions of royal lineage and skeleton blacksmiths, we turn to a mystery that operates on a more fundamental level, concerning the very items that players use to mark their progress through the world and to test for safe passage in darkness. Prism stones are among the earliest items that players encounter in Dark Souls, simple consumables that can be dropped to mark paths, test for fatal falls, or simply provide points of colored light in dark areas where visibility is limited. The stones come in 7 distinct colors, each drop randomly producing one of these color variations, with no apparent pattern or player control over which specific color will appear. The visual variety serves no mechanical purpose. All prism stones function identically, regardless of their color, but it adds a small touch of unpredictability and aesthetic interest to an otherwise purely utilitarian item. Players dropping stones to test fall distance or mark routes through the Tomb of the Giants will see a variety of colors appearing, creating small constellations of differently colored lights that serve practical purposes while also generating inadvertent art through their scattered placement. Yet rumors began to circulate within the community, suggesting that there existed an 8th color of prism stone, a rare variation that appeared only under specific circumstances or with extremely low probability, a hidden element of randomness that most players would never witness, despite using hundreds of prism stones throughout their journey. These rumors took various forms, with different claims about what made the 8th color appear and what it might signify. One particularly persistent version of the rumor suggested that each character had their own specific 8th color assigned at character creation, a unique variation that was personal to that specific player character, and that would only appear for them, making the 8th color different for every player. This version of the rumor has a certain appeal in how it connects the supposedly rare color to player identity, making it a small piece of uniqueness in a game where all players otherwise experience the same world and mechanics. The idea that each character would have their own 8th color fits with certain other elements of Dark Souls, where randomness or individuality plays a role in player experience, such as the Vagrant system, where rare events in one player's world can create unusual encounters in another's. It suggests a level of personalization and hidden depth that would be characteristic of FromSoftware's attention to subtle details and their willingness to implement systems that most players might never discover. Yet investigation into prism stone mechanics through examination of game files and systematic testing has failed to confirm the existence of any eighth color or any mechanism by which prism stones would behave differently for different characters. The evidence suggests that there are simply 7 colors, each with equal probability of appearing when a prism stone is dropped, with no hidden eighth color and no character-specific variations in what colors can appear. The item description for prism stones in Dark Souls claims that one of the 7 colors is especially rare, suggesting unequal probability distribution, where 6 colors appear with regular frequency, while 1 appears significantly less often. This description, if accurate, would mean that careful tracking of prism stone colors over many drops should reveal which color appears least frequently, identifying the rare variation through statistical analysis. However, testing and data collection by dedicated players suggests that the item description may be inaccurate, or that the claimed rarity of one color is so slight as to be effectively undetectable through normal gameplay. When large numbers of prism stones are dropped and their colors recorded, the distribution appears roughly equal across all 7 colors, with variations that can be explained by normal randomness, rather than indicating that any one color is genuinely rarer than the others. This disconnect between what the item description claims and what empirical testing reveals creates its own small mystery. Is the description simply wrong, the result of text that was written based on intended mechanics that were never actually implemented? Did someone on the localization or description writing team misunderstand how prism stones actually functioned and create text that described behavior that didn't match the implementation? Or is the rarity so slight that it exists mathematically but is imperceptible in practice, making the description technically accurate while being meaningless for gameplay purposes? The prism stone mystery exemplifies how rumors and urban legends develop around even relatively minor game mechanics, how the absence of complete information creates space for speculation that can take on a life of its own, even when contradicted by evidence. The appeal of the 8th color rumor lies partly in how it transforms a mundane consumable item into something potentially special and unique, how it suggests hidden depth in an element of the game that most players treat as purely utilitarian. The fact that the rumor persisted despite lack of evidence speaks to the community's willingness to believe in hidden secrets, to suspect that even thoroughly explored games might contain discoveries waiting to be made. This willingness is not entirely unjustified. Dark Souls does contain numerous secrets and hidden mechanics that took years to fully document, but it also means that false claims and mistaken beliefs can spread and persist alongside genuine discoveries, creating a landscape where separating confirmed fact from appealing fiction requires careful investigation and willingness to accept negative results. Moving from the colored lights of prism stones to an item whose mystery operates in a very different register, we encounter the Abyss Ring's unique punishment for those who would remove it in the wrong location. The ring itself is straightforward in its primary function. It allows the wearer to traverse the abyss without being gradually pulled down into its depths, providing the means to fight the Four Kings in their dark domain. The ring is required equipment for that boss fight, a key item that enables access to content that would otherwise be impossible to reach. Yet what happens when a player removes the ring while still in the abyss, after dropping into the boss arena but before defeating the Four Kings, reveals a level of specific implementation that suggests considerable thought was given to this particular edge case. Rather than simply having the player begin to sink as they would without the ring, rather than allowing the normal mechanics of abyss traversal to apply, the game implements a unique sequence that is specific to this particular situation. The player begins to be pulled downward, not merely falling but being drawn into the darkness below with an animation that suggests active force rather than passive sinking. The screen displays a message that does not appear in any other context. You were taken by the abyss. The phrasing is specific and evocative, suggesting not death by falling or drowning, but a kind of claiming or capturing by the abyss itself, as though the darkness has agency and intention, as though removing the ring's protection has made the player vulnerable to forces that actively seize rather than passively accept. The animation associated with this taking is unique to this situation, showing the player being pulled down in ways that are distinct from normal falling, or from the gradual sinking that occurs without the ring before the boss fog is crossed. The whole sequence feels deliberate and crafted, designed to communicate that something specific and meaningful is happening, rather than merely applying default death mechanics to an unusual situation. After the sequence completes, the player is returned to the last bonfire they rested at, having lost all souls and humanity as with any other death, but with the specific message about being taken by the abyss, providing narrative context for what occurred. The implementation of this entire sequence required work, animation, messaging, testing to ensure it triggered correctly that would not have been necessary if the developers had simply applied standard falling death mechanics to players who removed the ring in the abyss. The existence of this specific sequence raises questions about whether it was implemented purely for completeness and polish, ensuring that every possible player action has appropriate response and feedback, or whether there is some intended meaning to the message and the way it is delivered. The phrase, "taken by the abyss," suggests something beyond simple death, implying a relationship between the player and the darkness that is more complex than mere physical hazard. This implementation could be read as the game maintaining its fiction and atmosphere even in edge cases, ensuring that the abyss consistently behaves as a force with its own nature and rules rather than as simply a gameplay hazard. From this perspective, being taken by the abyss, when unprotected, is thematically appropriate, maintaining the location's characterization as something that actively threatens and claims, rather than as merely an environmental danger. The mystery here is less about what happens that is clear and observable, and more about intention and significance. Is this elaborate implementation of a specific failure state meant to communicate something about the abyss and its nature? Does it suggest that removing the ring represents a kind of surrender or vulnerability that the abyss recognizes and exploits? Or is it simply thoughtful design, ensuring that even unusual player actions receive appropriate feedback and that the game world maintains its internal consistency regardless of what players choose to do? The answer likely combines both elements. The sequence serves practical purposes in providing clear feedback about why the player died and ensuring the game world behaves consistently, while also maintaining atmospheric and thematic consistency that enriches the overall experience even for players who witness this sequence only by accident or experimentation. It represents the kind of attention to detail that characterizes FromSoftware's approach to game design, where even edge cases and unusual situations receive implementation that goes beyond minimum functionality to create moments that feel intentional and meaningful. These various item mysteries, the pendant with its layers of speculation and cryptic developer comments, the royal helm with its suggestions of ancient lineage, the rumors of rare prism stone colors, the Abyss Ring's specific failure state collectively demonstrate how objects in Dark Souls carry weight beyond their immediate gameplay functions. They are vessels for story and speculation, focal points for community investigation, elements that reward close attention, while often withholding definitive answers. The items exist in that productive space between the mechanical and the narrative, serving functional purposes while simultaneously suggesting meanings and connections that extend beyond those functions. They invite interpretation without mandating specific readings, allowing players to engage with them at whatever level feels appropriate as pure tools for gameplay purposes, as narrative elements to be analyzed and theorized about, or as symbols that operate in the space between mechanics and meaning. This multiplicity of purpose and significance, this refusal to be only one thing, or to provide only one kind of satisfaction, is characteristic of how Dark Souls approaches the construction of its world and the objects that populate it. The game trusts players to find whatever level of engagement feels right for them, to pursue mysteries as deeply as their interest carries them, or to treat items as pure gameplay tools without needing to understand every implication or reference. The items themselves remain constant, but what they mean and how they are understood varies from player to player, creating a landscape of shared objects that generate diverse experiences and interpretations. The Kingdom of Drangleic presents mysteries of an altogether different character from those found in Lordran, secrets that reflect both the particular nature of Dark Souls 2's world and the different circumstances surrounding its creation and development. Where Lordran's mysteries often feel like the natural accumulation of iteration and revision during a focused creative process, Drangleic's enigmas sometimes carry the traces of more turbulent development, of directorial changes and script revisions, and the challenges of following up on a work that had achieved unexpected cultural significance. Yet these different origins do not diminish the fascination that Drangleic's mysteries hold, nor do they make them less worthy of investigation and contemplation. If anything, the visible seams and discontinuities in Dark Souls 2's construction create their own kind of intrigue, inviting analysis not just of what the game presents, but of how changing creative visions and production constraints shaped what ultimately reached players. The mysteries of Drangleic are archaeological in a very particular sense, containing layers that speak to different moments in the game's evolution and different ideas about what it should be. Among all of Drangleic's secrets, few have generated as much sustained investigation and debate as the phenomenon of the blue flames in Majula's mansion, a discovery that requires such specific and demanding conditions to witness that many players complete multiple playthroughs without ever encountering it. The mystery begins with the mansion itself, that imposing structure in Majula, where the Emerald Herald eventually takes up residence, and where various game systems related to character progression and covenant management are centered. The mansion's basement contains a map of Drangleic rendered in flame, a circular diagram where small fires mark significant locations throughout the kingdom. The flames begin as red, standard fire that provides light and marks positions on the map in ways that most players initially assume are purely decorative or perhaps intended to help with navigation and spatial orientation as they explore the world above. The map serves a function in helping players understand Drangleic's geography, visualizing the relationships between different areas in ways that the actual traversal of those areas sometimes obscures. But the flames on this map are not static, unchanging elements. They respond to player actions and progression in ways that are not immediately obvious, shifting and changing as certain conditions are met. The first transition that most players will notice, if they return to the mansion basement with any regularity, is that some flames shift from red to a more intense, concentrated red as major bosses are defeated, marking the player's progress through the game's primary challenges. This behavior establishes that the map is not merely decorative but interactive, responsive to player achievement, in ways that transform it from simple visual aid into a kind of progress tracker. The changing flames provide feedback about accomplishment, creating a record of which major challenges have been overcome and which still lie ahead. The system is elegant in its simplicity, requiring no interface or explicit tracking beyond the visual transformation of the flames themselves. Yet these red flames, whether in their initial state or their intensified form after boss defeats, represent only the beginning of what the map can display. Under very specific conditions that require dedication bordering on obsession, some of the flames can transition to an entirely different color, a cool, ethereal blue that stands in stark visual contrast to the warm reds that dominate the map under normal circumstances. Discovering the conditions that trigger this blue flame transformation requires either stumbling upon it through exhaustive experimentation, learning about it from others who have already made the discovery, or engaging in the kind of systematic testing that treats the game as a puzzle to be solved through methodical variation of every possible parameter. The blue flames do not appear through normal progression, not even through completing the game multiple times, through successive New Game Plus cycles. Something more is required, some demonstration of commitment that goes beyond simply playing through the content. The key to the blue flames lies in bonfire intensity, that system unique to Dark Souls 2, where individual bonfires can be enhanced through the use of bonfire ascetics, consumable items that increase the difficulty and rewards of the area around a specific bonfire, without requiring the player to complete the entire game and enter New Game Plus. Each bonfire ascetic raises the intensity of the affected bonfire by one level, making enemies stronger and more numerous, while also improving the quality and quantity of items that can be obtained in that area. The blue flames appear only when a bonfire's intensity reaches a threshold far beyond what normal progression would produce. Initial investigations suggested that the flames transform to blue at New Game Plus 7, the 7th successive completion of the game, but more careful testing revealed that the actual requirement is a bonfire intensity of 10, a number that can be reached either through repeated New Game Plus cycles or through the application of multiple bonfire ascetics to a single bonfire while still in the first playthrough. Reaching bonfire intensity 10 through bonfire ascetics is significantly faster than completing the game 9 times to reach New Game Plus 9 naturally, though it requires a substantial supply of the ascetics themselves, and a willingness to fight the same boss encounters repeatedly at escalating difficulty levels. The most common approach involves selecting a relatively easy boss fight and using ascetics to repeatedly increase that bonfire's intensity, fighting the boss again and again with each intensity level, making the encounter moderately more challenging. The Rotten, one of the 4 great soul bearers whose defeat is required for game progression, became the favored target for this blue flame farming, due to a combination of factors that made the fight relatively manageable, even at high intensity levels. The boss's attacks are well telegraphed, the arena provides adequate space for maneuvering, and players who had developed effective strategies for the fight could execute them reliably, even as the boss's health pool and damage output scaled upward with each intensity increase. The process of reaching bonfire intensity 10 through repeated boss defeats is neither quick nor trivial, representing a significant investment of time and resources even when using the most efficient methods. Players must defeat the chosen boss at least 9 times beyond the initial required encounter, with each successive fight becoming progressively more difficult as intensity increases. The ascetics themselves must be gathered, requiring either exploration to find them placed throughout the world, or progression through certain quest lines and covenant activities that provide them as rewards. This level of commitment required to trigger the blue flames suggests that they were implemented as a reward for the most dedicated players, those who would push beyond normal completion into the realm of challenge runs and completionist pursuits. The transformation serves no mechanical purpose. The blue flames provide no gameplay advantages, unlock no areas or items, change no systems beyond their own visual presentation. They exist purely as an acknowledgement, a visible marker that the player has achieved something that the vast majority of players will never attempt. Yet the existence of the blue flames raises questions that extend beyond simple acknowledgement of dedication. Why implement such a specific, obscure reward if it serves no function beyond being noticed? What was the intended reaction or experience that discovering the blue flames was meant to create? And perhaps most intriguingly, do the blue flames serve any purpose beyond their visual transformation? Some hidden function or trigger that players have not yet discovered despite years of investigation? The community's response to the blue flames has encompassed all of these questions, with theories ranging from the practical suggesting that the flames might trigger some as yet undiscovered secret, if all of them are turned blue simultaneously, to the philosophical, treating them as a commentary on the nature of completionism and the question of whether pursuit of hidden content is justified when that content may be nothing more than the pursuit itself. Some players have undertaken the monumental task of turning all flames on the map blue, requiring bonfire intensity 10 at every major bonfire throughout Drangleic, a project that demands dozens of hours and hundreds of bonfire ascetics. These efforts have revealed that it is indeed possible to achieve this state, that the game supports having all flames display blue simultaneously, but no additional secrets or rewards have been discovered beyond the visual transformation itself. This absence of further revelation has led to various interpretations about what the blue flames represent. One perspective treats them as a pure Easter egg, content implemented specifically to reward players who push the game's systems to extremes, with the reward being simply the satisfaction of discovery and the visual confirmation that they have achieved something rare. From this viewpoint, the blue flames need no deeper purpose than to exist as a milestone for dedicated players to find and share with others. Another interpretation reads the blue flames as a comment on the cycle of challenge and repetition that defines Dark Souls gameplay at its most fundamental level. The games are built around dying and learning, around repeating encounters until mastery is achieved, around the loop of challenge and improvement that creates the distinctive rhythm of FromSoftware's design philosophy. The blue flames, requiring repetition pushed to absurd extremes, become a symbol of this cycle, taken to its logical conclusion. Fighting the same boss 9 times in succession represents the core Dark Souls loop stripped of narrative context and reduced to pure mechanical repetition. The fact that this extreme repetition yields only a cosmetic reward, that there is no practical benefit to turning the flames blue, could be read as either commentary on the futility of completionism for its own sake, or as affirmation that some pursuits are valuable precisely because they serve no purpose beyond themselves. The blue flames exist because players will seek them, and players will seek them because they exist, creating a circular relationship between content and player behavior that mirrors the cycles of death and rebirth, linking and fading, that define the Dark Souls universe at every level. The comparison to other Easter eggs in Dark Souls 2, such as the pickaxe that can be obtained by leading a specific pig through a long, winding path to a particular location, is instructive. The pickaxe quest requires dedication and knowledge of obscure mechanics, but it yields a concrete item, a weapon that can be used in gameplay, even if it is not particularly powerful or essential. The blue flames offer no such tangible reward, existing purely as visual transformation, yet the effort required to trigger them arguably exceeds what is needed for the pickaxe. This inversion of effort and reward suggests that the blue flames operate according to different logic than most hidden content, that they are meant to be discovered by a particular type of player who values the discovery itself more than any practical benefit it might provide. They are content for completionists and challengers, for those who push games to their limits, not because doing so is efficient or rewarding in conventional terms, but because the act of pushing boundaries is itself the goal. From the deliberate obscurity of Majula's blue flames, we turn to a much more visible peculiarity, an anomaly that exists in plain sight, yet that speaks to the iterative nature of game development and the visible traces that earlier design decisions can leave in final products. In the memory of J, one of the time-displaced spaces that players can enter to experience echoes of Drangleiac's past, there exists a giant whose appearance differs markedly from all other giants encountered throughout the game. The giants in Dark Souls 2 are among the game's most distinctive enemy designs, massive humanoid figures characterized primarily by the absence of faces in any conventional sense. Where one would expect to see eyes, nose, and mouth, the giants instead possess hollow voids, openings into darkness, that suggest either that their faces have been removed, or that they were never meant to have faces at all. This faceless quality makes the giants immediately memorable and somewhat disturbing, creating creatures that read as fundamentally alien despite their generally humanoid proportions. The faceless design of the giants appears to have been a deliberate choice made relatively late in the game's development, as concept art and early design documents show giants with more conventional faces, features that would have made them appear as simply very large humans, or perhaps as members of some related but distinct species. The decision to remove the faces and replace them with hollow voids transformed the giants from merely big enemies into something stranger and more unsettling, creatures whose nature and origin become more mysterious, precisely because of this one radical design choice. Yet in the memory of J, among the various giant corpses and active giant enemies that populate that space, there lies one giant whose face was never removed. This single anomalous figure retains the older design, possessing clearly defined facial features, including eyes, nose, and mouth that make it recognizable as a giant in the sense of simply being a very large person, rather than as a member of the faceless species that defines giants elsewhere in the game. The face giant's presence is difficult to explain, except as an oversight, a piece of older asset work that was not updated when the decision was made to change the giant design across the rest of the game. The memory of J was likely constructed or finalized at a point when the faceless design had become standard. Yet this one model was left in its earlier state, perhaps because it was positioned in a way that made it easy to overlook during final checks, or perhaps because updating it fell between different team members' responsibilities and was simply never completed. From a pure development perspective, the face giant is exactly the kind of minor inconsistency that can survive into release when teams are working under deadline pressure and when the priority is ensuring that major systems function correctly rather than achieving perfect visual consistency in every corner of every area. The giant in question is a corpse, a static piece of environmental decoration rather than an active enemy, and it is positioned in the memory of J's opening area, where players may not examine it closely if they are focused on navigating the space and dealing with active threats. These factors make it understandable how the inconsistency could escape notice during development, but they also make its survival into the final game interesting as a visible marker of the design evolution that the giants underwent. The face giant becomes a fossil, evidence of an earlier stage in the game's development preserved accidentally in the final product, offering players a glimpse of what the giants looked like before the radical design choice to make them faceless was implemented. The community's response to the face giant has generally treated it as a curiosity rather than a significant mystery, an interesting bit of developmental archaeology that provides insight into the creative process without demanding elaborate explanation. Unlike mysteries that seem to hint at cut content or hidden meanings, the face giant simply is what it appears to be, an asset that was not updated to match the final design direction, an understandable oversight that becomes interesting, primarily because it illuminates the path from earlier designs to final implementation. Yet even this straightforward explanation leaves room for alternative interpretation. Could the face giant be intentional? A deliberate inclusion of the older design to suggest that giants once had faces and lost them through some process or event that the game never explicitly describes. The memory of Jay takes place in the past, accessing events that occurred before the present timeline, so perhaps the presence of a face giant in that temporal space is meant to suggest that the loss of faces happened between the time shown in the memory and the present moment. This reading treats the face giant as environmental storytelling, using visual discontinuity to communicate narrative information about changes that occurred across time. It is an appealing interpretation that would transform an apparent oversight into an intentional element of the game's world building, but it faces the challenge that no other evidence supports the idea that giants lost their faces at a specific point in time, rather than simply lacking them as a fundamental characteristic of their being. The weight of evidence suggests that the face giant is indeed simply an oversight, but the fact that it can support alternative interpretations demonstrates how even accidents can generate meaning in the space between authorial intention and audience interpretation. The face giant means what players decide it means, whether that is evidence of development iteration or a clue about giant physiology and history, and both readings can coexist without invalidating each other. Moving from the visible to the distant, from something that exists in accessible space to something that can only be observed from afar, we encounter the mystery of the unknown structure visible in Majula's skybox. Skyboxes in games serve the crucial function of creating the illusion of distant geography, providing visual context that makes game environments feel like they exist as part of a larger world, rather than as isolated spaces floating in void. The skybox visible from Majula includes various distant features, mountains, ruins, structures that suggest the presence of locations beyond the immediately accessible areas. Among these distant features, visible when looking in specific directions from certain vantage points in Majula, there appears a structure of considerable size whose identity and nature have never been definitively established. The structure is too distant and too low resolution to be examined in detail, existing as a silhouette or suggestion rather than as a clearly defined architectural form. But its presence in the skybox implies that it represents something meant to be part of Drangleiac's geography. Theories about this mysterious skybox structure have focused primarily on trying to identify it with known locations from the game, attempting to determine whether it represents an area that players can actually reach, or whether it depicts something that exists only in the distant background. The two most common suggestions are that the structure represents either Ilium Lois, the Ivory King's frozen kingdom, accessible through the Crown of the Ivory King DLC, or the Undead Crypt, one of the late-game areas in the base game. The Ilium Lois theory has certain appeal given that the Ivory King DLC was developed after the base game, and that planning for DLC content sometimes includes placing visual references to those areas in the main game's environment, creating a sense of cohesive world geography that spans both base and additional content. If the skybox structure is meant to represent Elium Lois, it would establish that the Frozen Kingdom exists somewhere in the same physical space as the rest of Drangleic, visible from Majula, but requiring specific means to access. However, the nature of how the DLC areas are reached through primal bonfires that seem to transport players to different locations, rather than providing conventional geographical connections, makes this interpretation somewhat problematic. If Elium Lois can be seen from Majula, why would accessing it require magical transportation rather than simply traveling to the visible location? The disconnect between what can be seen and how it is reached suggests either that the skybox reference is not meant to be taken literally, or that there were changes in how DLC areas were conceptualized between when the skybox was created and when the actual DLC implementation was finalized. The undead crypt theory faces different challenges. While the crypt is accessible through more conventional means than the DLC areas, its position in the game's geography and its architectural characteristics do not obviously match what can be discerned of the skybox structure. Players who reach the undead crypt through normal progression do not gain any sense of having traveled to a location that was visible from Majula, nor does the crypt's internal architecture or environmental design obviously correspond to what the distant structure suggests. A third possibility treats the skybox structure as representing something that was planned but never implemented, an area or location that was meant to be part of Drangleic's geography during earlier stages of development, but that was cut or significantly revised before release. This interpretation aligns with what we know about Dark Souls 2's turbulent development, where directorial changes and script revisions led to significant alterations in the game's structure and content. If the skybox was created early in development based on a different configuration of Drangleic's geography, the mysterious structure might represent a location that no longer exists in any accessible form, a ghost of earlier designs that remained visible in the distant background, while the actual playable spaces were reworked. This would make the structure similar to the faced giant evidence of development iteration that survived into the final product, providing glimpses of paths not taken and versions of the game that exist only as fragments and suggestions. The inability to definitively identify the skybox structure, the persistence of multiple competing theories about what it represents, speaks to the challenges of interpreting Dark Souls 2's world geography and to the broader difficulties that arise when development is disrupted or significantly revised. The game's spatial relationships are sometimes unclear or contradictory, with areas that seem to connect in ways that do not make geometric sense, and with locations whose relationships to each other shift depending on whether one considers them from a gameplay perspective or attempts to construct a coherent, three-dimensional map. From distant structures to close-range equipment effects, we turn now to a mechanical oddity that demonstrates how Dark Souls 2 sometimes implemented features that seem designed for a different version of the game's systems than what ultimately shipped. The Eye of the Priestess is an item obtained in the Elium Lois DLC, a key object that serves specific functions within that Frozen Kingdom's challenges and environmental puzzles. Within the DLC content where it is obtained, the Eye of the Priestess serves clear purposes related to navigating Elium Lois's unique environments and dealing with its specific enemy types. The item's functionality is straightforward and well integrated with the DLC's design, providing players with tools they need to overcome the particular challenges that the Ivory King's domain presents. Yet the Eye of the Priestess also possesses a function that extends beyond the DLC content, affecting certain enemies in the base game in ways that were not present when Dark Souls 2 originally released, but that were added in the Scholar of the First Sin edition. This updated version of the game, which included various changes and additions beyond simply bundling the DLC content with the base game, gave the Eye of the Priestess the ability to make certain invisible or semi-invisible enemies fully visible when the player has the item in their possession. The enemies affected by this function include the ghost-like figures found in the shaded woods, those translucent foes who are difficult to see and track during combat, as well as the Lion Clan warriors, who guard various locations throughout Drangleic, and who share similar visual properties that make them challenging to fight. With the Eye of the Priestess in inventory, these previously difficult to perceive enemies become fully opaque and visible, removing a significant part of what makes them challenging, and allowing players to fight them with complete visual information. The decision to implement this function specifically in Scholar of the First Sin rather than in the original version of the game suggests that it was not part of the initial design for the Eye of the Priestess, but rather was added during the development of the updated edition. This raises interesting questions about why the function was added and what prompted the decision to retroactively give a DLC item effects on base game enemies. One possible explanation is that the developers recognized that the invisible enemies in the base game were more frustrating than challenging, that the difficulty they presented came more from interface limitations and visibility issues than from interesting combat design. Adding a way to make these enemies fully visible addresses this frustration, while also creating an additional reward for players who have progressed through the DLC content, giving them a tool that makes certain base game areas more manageable when revisited. Alternatively, the addition might have been intended to create better integration between DLC and base game content, establishing connections and synergies that make the game feel more cohesive as a whole rather than as base content plus separate additions. By giving the Eye of the Priestess functions that extend into the base game, the updated edition creates reasons for players to move back and forth between different areas, using tools gained in one context to solve problems in another. What makes this particular edition strange is that it does not work in the original version of Dark Souls 2, only in Scholar of the First Sin. Players who possess the Eye of the Priestess in the original game will find that it has no effect on the base game's invisible enemies, that its function is restricted purely to the DLC content where it is obtained. This version-specific behavior creates a situation where the same item functions differently depending on which edition of the game is being played, a discontinuity that suggests the Scholar of the First Sin changes were more extensive than simple remastering or graphical updates. The specificity of this change affecting only certain enemies, only in one version of the game, through an item that exists primarily in DLC content exemplifies the complexity of Dark Souls 2's development and release history, where multiple versions and editions created variations in content and functionality that make definitive statements about how the game works, dependent on which specific version is being discussed. From visibility effects to invasion mechanics, we encounter another feature that demonstrates Dark Souls 2's willingness to implement systems for specific contexts, even when those systems would be encountered by only a small fraction of players. The Dark Chasm of Old is perhaps the game's most unusual area, a series of connected spaces that exist primarily to serve the Pilgrims of Dark Covenant and to provide the arena where players can face Dark Lurker, one of the game's optional bosses. The Dark Chasm is accessed through specific NPCs who guard the entrances to these strange spaces, and progression through them requires navigating challenging environments while managing limited resources, as dying or using a bonfire resets progress and requires starting over. The areas are clearly meant to be difficult and require commitment, testing player skill, and resource management in ways that much of the main game does not. Yet the Dark Chasm holds another unique feature that most players will never witness. When invasions occur in these spaces, the invading player appears not in the standard red coloration that marks hostile phantoms throughout the rest of the game, but rather in a dark blue hue that matches the aesthetic of the dark chasm itself. This cosmetic change serves no mechanical purpose. Blue invaders fight exactly the same as red invaders, with identical capabilities and objectives, but it demonstrates attention to maintaining visual consistency and thematic coherence, even in edge cases that will be rarely experienced. Invasions in the Dark Chasm are uncommon for several reasons. The areas are not heavily trafficked compared to main game locations, as they serve a specific covenant and optional boss rather than being part of the critical path. Players in the Dark Chasm are often focused on specific goals, collecting items, reaching the boss, completing covenant requirements that make them less likely to be in human form and therefore less vulnerable to invasion. The combination of low player population and situational restrictions means that blue phantom invasions in the Dark Chasm are rare events that most players will never witness. Yet the system was implemented anyway, suggesting either that the developers anticipated more invasion activity in these areas than actually occurs, or that they simply felt that every area should have properly themed invasion appearances regardless of how frequently those invasions would happen. The decision reflects a philosophy of completeness and consistency, ensuring that all game systems work appropriately in all contexts, even when some of those contexts are rarely experienced. The existence of unused content often provides fascinating insights into what might have been, into ideas that were conceived and partially implemented, but that never made it into the final game. Among Dark Souls 2's unused assets are 2 rings that clearly were meant to follow the same pattern as the existing rings that reward completing specific challenge. Runs the Ring of the Embedded, obtained for completing the game without dying, and the Ring of the Exalted, obtained for completing the game without resting at bonfires. These 2 rings provide cosmetic effects that make the player character's equipment invisible, allowing for unique visual customization that cannot be achieved through normal means. The Ring of the Embedded makes the helmet slot invisible, while the Ring of the Exalted hides the chest armor, creating appearance options that fashion-conscious players appreciate for creating specific character looks. The 2 unused rings discovered in the game's files follow the same visual pattern as these existing challenge rewards, using similar sprites and design language but with different color schemes. This consistency strongly suggests that they were meant to serve as rewards for additional challenge runs, creating a set of 4 rings that would cover different equipment slots and that would require different extreme accomplishments to obtain. The question that naturally arises is what challenges these unused rings would have required. With no death and no bonfire runs already claimed by the existing rings, what other restrictions or requirements would be both achievable and sufficiently challenging to warrant similar unique rewards? The community has speculated about various possibilities, with the most common suggestions including no healing runs, no hit runs, or restrictions on what equipment or upgrade paths could be used. A no healing challenge, where players would complete the game without using Estus flasks or other healing items, would certainly be difficult, but perhaps not as dramatically challenging as no death runs, since healing is plentiful enough that skilled players can often complete large sections of the game without needing to heal if they avoid taking damage through careful play. The challenge would be significant, but perhaps not quite matching the extreme difficulty of never dying across an entire playthrough. A no-hit run, where players could not take damage from any source throughout the entire game, would be extraordinarily difficult, perhaps prohibitively so for all but the most skilled players. The difference between no death, where players can take damage as long as they heal before dying, and no hit, where any damage counts as failure, is substantial enough that it might make the challenge less about skill and more about luck. about avoiding the occasional unavoidable hit or the momentary camera angle issue that results in taking damage despite perfect play. The fact that these additional challenge rings were never implemented suggests that either the developers could not decide on appropriate challenges for them, or that testing revealed that the challenges being considered were either too difficult, too arbitrary, or simply not as interesting as the no death and no bonfire restrictions that made it into the final game. The unused rings remain as evidence of plans that were abandoned, features that were conceived and partially implemented, but that never reached the stage of being fully integrated into the game's achievement and reward systems. These various mysteries and oddities of Drangleic, the blue flames that reward obsessive dedication, the face giant that reveals design evolution, the unidentified skybox structure that may represent cut content or poor spatial planning, the Eye of the Priestess with its version-specific functionality, the blue invaders of the Dark Chasm, and the unused challenge rings collectively paint a picture of a game whose development was more fragmented and iterative than Dark Souls, where changing directions and evolving ideas left more visible traces in the final product. Yet these traces, these evidence of revision and incompleteness, contribute to Dark Souls 2's particular character as much as its intentional design choices do. The game wears its development history more openly than its predecessor, making it possible to see not just the finished product, but hints of the process that created it, the decisions made and unmade, the features planned and abandoned, the visions that competed and the compromises that resulted from reconciling different creative directions. For players interested in the archaeology of game development, in understanding how creative works evolve from concept to completion, Drangleic offers rich territory for investigation. Its mysteries are often as much about process as about content, about understanding not just what the game is, but how it came to be, what forces and constraints shaped its final form, and what alternatives existed along the way that were ultimately not realized. And in this way, the mysteries of Dark Souls 2 complement rather than compete with those of Dark Souls, offering different kinds of enigmas that reward different approaches to investigation and that illuminate different aspects of how games are made and how meaning emerges from the complex interaction between authorial intention, implementation constraints, and player interpretation. Beyond the mysteries that reveal themselves through close observation of architecture or through the discovery of hidden mechanics and unusual enemy behaviors, there exist enigmas that operate on a more interpretive level, phenomena that invite reading and analysis rather than empirical investigation. These are the symbolic mysteries, the elements of Dark Souls that seem to gesture toward meanings that cannot be accessed through pure exploration or mechanical experimentation, but that require engagement with the games as texts to be read, as symbolic systems where visual elements and textual fragments combine to suggest narratives and themes that are never explicitly stated. These symbolic mysteries resist definitive solution, not because the relevant information is hidden or difficult to find, but because they exist in the realm of interpretation where multiple readings can coexist without any single one being definitively correct or incorrect. They are mysteries of meaning rather than mysteries of fact, inviting players to construct theories and arguments about what various elements represent or signify, rather than to simply discover what the developers explicitly intended or implemented. Among the most intriguing of these interpretive mysteries is a peculiarity that exists in only one language version of Dark Souls 2, a textual variation that transforms what is in all other versions simply an unreadable obelisk into something that offers concrete information about the game's history and the movements of the giants who play such a central role in Drangleic's past. The Margula obelisk stands near the coast, a weathered monument whose surface bears inscriptions that should theoretically communicate something about the world's history or the events that shape the present circumstances. In every version of Dark Souls 2, except the Portuguese localization, examining the obelisk yields the same message. The letters are worn beyond recognition, too degraded by time and weather to be read or understood. This response is standard for ancient inscriptions in game worlds, a way of acknowledging that written records exist, while explaining why they cannot provide the information players might hope to extract from them. The worn beyond recognition status of the obelisk fits with Drangleiac's broader themes of decay and lost history, of a world where the past has been obscured by the passage of time, and where knowledge has been lost, along with the civilizations that once possessed it. Yet in the Portuguese version of the game, the obelisk's inscription is readable, providing a specific piece of information that is not available through any means in other language versions. The text states that the giants crossed the seas, perhaps to return home, offering a concrete detail about giant movements and motivations that other versions of the game leave entirely to player speculation and interpretation based on environmental clues and item descriptions. This version-specific readability creates a unique situation where players of different language versions are working with genuinely different information, where what constitutes established fact versus speculation differs depending on which localization is being played. The Portuguese text does not contradict anything established in other versions, but it adds a level of explicit confirmation to something that elsewhere must be inferred from incomplete evidence. The question that naturally arises is why this discrepancy exists, why the Portuguese version would make readable something that all other versions describe as illegible. Several explanations present themselves, each with different implications for how we should understand the relationship between different language versions and the question of which version represents the true or intended state of the game's text. One possibility is that the readable Portuguese text represents an earlier version of the game's script, created before the decision was made to leave the obelisk unreadable in the final version. If the Portuguese localization was working from an earlier English or Japanese script, where the obelisk text was meant to be readable, and if that localization was not updated when the decision was made to change the obelisk to unreadable in the main versions, the result would be exactly this kind of discrepancy. This explanation aligns with what we know about Dark Souls 2's troubled development, where directorial changes and script revisions created situations where different parts of the game's content were at different stages of completion or revision at different times. A localization team working in parallel with main development might easily end up working from script versions that were subsequently revised, and if those revisions were not properly communicated to or implemented by the localization teams, inconsistencies between language versions would be the natural result. Another interpretation treats the Portuguese text as potentially more authoritative than the worn beyond recognition message in other versions, suggesting that perhaps the intention was always for the obelisk to be readable, and that the other versions represent the error or omission rather than the Portuguese version being anomalous. Under this reading, the information about giants crossing the seas to perhaps return home should be considered canonical, as confirmed by at least one official version of the game, even if that confirmation is absent from others. This approach would treat the Portuguese version as preserving something that was lost or obscured in other localizations, making it a valuable resource for lore investigation, despite being accessible to only a fraction of the game's player base. It would also raise questions about what other information might be present in some language versions but not others, whether there are additional discrepancies that have not yet been widely noticed or documented. Alternatively, the readable text in the Portuguese version might represent a localization team making a choice to clarify something that they felt was too obscure in the source text, taking the interpretive step of making explicit what other versions leave implicit. From this perspective, the giants crossing the seas is information that can be deduced from environmental storytelling and item descriptions in all versions, and the Portuguese localization simply chose to state it directly rather than requiring players to piece it together from fragments. This interpretation treats localization as an inherently interpretive act, where teams must make decisions about how to render not just words, but meanings across linguistic and cultural boundaries, and where those decisions can sometimes involve clarifying or explicating things that are ambiguous or unclear in source texts. The result is that different language versions can genuinely differ in how much information they provide explicitly versus how much they leave to inference and interpretation. The mystery of the readable obelisk connects to broader questions about the relationship between different language versions of games and about which version or versions should be treated as authoritative when discrepancies arise. For games like Dark Souls that are developed in Japan and then localized into numerous other languages, there exists a complex chain of translation and interpretation where the original Japanese text is rendered into English, and the English version often serves as a bridge language from which other localizations are created. Each step in this process introduces opportunities for variation, for choices about how to handle ambiguities or cultural references, for errors or omissions or clarifications that make different language versions subtly different from each other, in ways that can affect how players understand the game's lore and themes. The Portuguese obelisk represents an unusually clear and significant example of such variation, but it is likely not unique, suggesting that comprehensive lore analysis might benefit from comparing multiple language versions to identify other instances where different localizations provide different information or suggest different interpretations. Moving from textual mysteries to visual ones, we encounter a phenomenon that exists within the game's environment, but that most players will never notice without specific guidance about where to look and what to look for. The boss arena, where players confront the Demon of Song, is remarkable for several reasons, not least of which is its distinctive visual aesthetic that sets it apart from most other areas in Dark Souls 2. The chamber where the Demon of Song resides possesses an atmosphere that feels borrowed from another game entirely, evoking the primordial depths and ancient trees of Ash Lake from Dark Souls rather than the typically grayer and more architecturally focused environments of Drangleic. The space is vast and open, suggesting caverns of immense scale that extend far beyond the boundaries of the actual playable arena. Above, the ceiling disappears into darkness or obscuring atmosphere, creating a sense of vertical space that implies tremendous depth beneath Drangleic's surface. But what makes this arena particularly interesting from an investigative perspective is the presence of details that are easy to miss amid the boss fight itself. Environmental elements placed with such subtlety that they reward close examination, even after the immediate threat of combat has been resolved. Among these easily overlooked details is a moth, positioned high on the arena's ceiling in a location that requires specific camera positioning and possibly increased brightness settings to notice at all. The moth is rendered in the distinctive orange coloration, with dark spots that characterizes the moths that appear elsewhere in Dark Souls. Those creatures whose presence is often associated with magic and with the work of Seath the Scaleless, whose experiments with crystal sorcery apparently extended to the creation of insect life forms that embody magical principles. The moth in the Demon of Song arena shares the same visual characteristics as its relatives from the first Dark Souls, suggesting some connection or continuity between the two games' worlds. Despite the vast temporal and possibly spatial distances that separate Lordran from Drangleic, What makes this particular moth significant beyond its mere presence is its behavior and the specific nature of what it drops when killed. The moth does not respawn after death, marking it as a unique encounter rather than a standard enemy that regenerates with bonfire rest. When struck down a task that requires either ranged attacks or careful positioning to even target something positioned so high above the floor, the moth yields a single old radiant life gem, an item that provides modest healing over time, and that represents a particular tier in the game's consumable healing hierarchy. The combination of unique placement, non-respawning nature, and specific item drop suggests that the moth's presence is intentional, that it was placed deliberately as a reward for observant players rather than being simply environmental decoration that happens to be targetable. Yet the reward itself is modest. A single consumable item of no particular rarity or power, raising questions about whether the moth's significance lies primarily in its item drop, or whether it serves some other purpose related to environmental storytelling or symbolic meaning. The moth's location in an arena that evokes Ash Lake invites interpretation that connects it to the themes and imagery of that location, from Dark Souls to questions about the relationship between the worlds of the two games, and whether the similarities in environments suggest some form of continuity or connection. The presence of what appear to be arch trees in the Demon of Song arena, those massive trunk-like structures that are the defining feature of Ash Lake's visual identity, reinforces this potential connection. If the Demon of Song arena is meant to evoke or directly represent some equivalent to Ash Lake in Drangleiac's geography, existing at the bottom of the world where ancient tree roots anchor the surface above, then the presence of a moth with characteristics matching those created by Seath's magic might suggest that some legacy of that ancient duke's experiments has persisted across whatever temporal or spatial distance separates Lordran from Drangleic. The moth becomes a living connection between two worlds, evidence that magical creatures created in one era can survive into subsequent ages. Alternatively, the moth might simply represent the developers reusing assets and visual motifs that had proven effective in the previous game, creating atmospheric environments by drawing on imagery that players would find evocative without necessarily intending to suggest literal connections between the two game worlds. From this more pragmatic perspective, the moth is simply a moth, a creature placed for visual interest and minor reward, and any deeper significance exists only in the interpretations that players choose to construct rather than in authorial intention. The modest nature of the reward, a single old radiant life gem, supports this more prosaic reading, as truly significant secrets or lore-relevant discoveries typically come with rewards that match their importance. A unique, non-respawning enemy that requires careful observation to even notice and specific effort to kill might be expected to drop something more substantial than a mid-tier healing item if its presence carried major narrative or thematic weight. Yet the very existence of this hidden moth, tucked away in an easily missed location and requiring specific player initiative to discover and interact with, exemplifies FromSoftware's approach to rewarding thorough exploration and close attention to environmental detail. The moth exists because some players will find it, and finding it provides a small moment of discovery and satisfaction regardless of whether the reward or the narrative implications are substantial. It is content for its own sake, for the joy of finding something that most will miss, and that in itself justifies its inclusion. From moths hidden in ceilings to more disturbing imagery embedded in architecture, we turn our attention to one of the most unsettling environmental details in Dark Souls, a feature so subtle and yet so disturbing once noticed that it transforms one's perception of the area where it appears. Lost Izalith, that infamous late-game area known for its rushed development and its somewhat underwhelming execution of what should have been a climactic location, contains numerous architectural and environmental oddities that speak to the demonic corruption that has claimed this former witch's domain. Among these oddities are impressions in certain walls that, upon close examination, reveal themselves to be human-shaped, negative spaces that appear to show the outline of human bodies pressed into or embedded within the stone itself. These impressions are not merely abstract shapes or random patterns in the wall textures, but clearly defined silhouettes that suggest human figures in various positions, as though people had been somehow fused with or absorbed into the architecture itself. The imagery is disturbing in ways that work on multiple levels, evoking both the body horror that comes from seeing human forms in contexts where they should not be, and the narrative implications about what might have happened in Lost Izalith to create such phenomena. The human-shaped voids suggest violence or transformation of a deeply wrong kind, bodies that have ceased to be bodies in any conventional sense, and that have instead become part of the environmental structure of this cursed place. These impressions appear most notably in areas near the Demon Fire Sage, one of the boss encounters in Lost Izalith that represents yet another variant on the Asylum demon design, continuing the pattern of reusing that enemy template that has become one of the area's most criticized features. The walls around the Fire Saga's domain bear multiple human-shaped depressions, creating an environment where the boundary between person and place has been violated in ways that underscore the unnatural quality of everything that exists in this demon-corrupted realm. The interpretation of what these human-shaped impressions represent requires engaging with what we know about Lost Izalith's history and the nature of the demons that inhabit it. The area was once the domain of the Witch of Izalith, one of the lords who claimed a lord's soul from the first flame, and who used that immense power to establish her own kingdom and pursue her own vision of how the Age of Fire should be maintained or extended. The witch's great mistake was her attempt to recreate the first flame, to duplicate the source of all fire and life through her own efforts, rather than accepting the inevitable fading of the flame and the onset of the Age of Dark. This act of hubris resulted in catastrophe, as the attempt to create new flame instead produced the bed of chaos and gave birth to the demons, transforming the witch and her daughters, and corrupting her entire domain into the hellish landscape that players eventually encounter. The item descriptions and environmental storytelling throughout Dark Souls establish that demons have a parasitic relationship with humanity, that they feed on human souls and humanity in ways that sustain their existence, but that inevitably consume and destroy the humans involved. This relationship is never portrayed as symbiotic or beneficial, but rather as fundamentally predatory, with demons representing a threat to human life that is as existential as the threat posed by the abyss or the curse of undeath. Given this context, the human-shaped impressions in Lost Izalith's walls might be read as representing the ultimate fate of humans who were consumed by the demonic corruption of the area, people who were absorbed so completely that even their physical forms were incorporated into the architecture of this cursed domain. The impressions become monuments to complete consumption, evidence of humans who ceased to exist as individual beings and who became instead raw material for the demonic realm itself. This interpretation treats the wall impressions as environmental storytelling of the darkest kind, using visual horror to communicate narrative information about the nature of demonic consumption and the fate of those who fall victim to it. The impressions tell a story without words, creating understanding through the visceral impact of seeing human forms rendered as negative space, as absence rather than presence, as voids in stone rather than living flesh. An alternative reading considers the impressions in the context of the humanity system that is central to Dark Souls' mechanics and lore, that mysterious essence that defines the difference between human and hollow, and that is somehow connected to the Dark Soul and to the fundamental nature of human existence in the game's universe. If humanity is understood not merely as a metaphor or game mechanic, but as an actual substance or force that can be extracted or consumed, then the wall impressions might represent humans who have been completely drained of their humanity, rendered into such perfect hollows that even their physical forms have lost definition and coherence. This reading connects the impressions to the broader themes of identity and essence that run throughout Dark Souls, to questions about what makes a being human and what is lost when humanity is stripped away. The impressions become symbols of ultimate hollowing, of human beings reduced to mere traces, echoes of form without any remaining substance or individual identity. Yet another interpretation approaches the impressions from a more symbolic or metaphorical angle, treating them not as literal representations of consumed humans, but as artistic choices meant to evoke the idea that Lost Izalith is built on human suffering, that the foundation of this demonic realm is quite literally the sacrifice and destruction of human life. From this perspective, the impressions need not represent actual people who were pressed into walls, but rather serve as visual metaphors for the human cost of the witch's failed attempt to recreate the first flame. The impressions could also be read as representing the effigies that appear throughout Dark Souls 2, those human-shaped objects that serve various functions in that game's systems, and that seem to have some connection to humanity and the curse of undeath. The visual similarity between Lost Izalith's wall impressions and the basic silhouette of Dark Souls 2's effigies might suggest continuity between the two games' approaches to representing human form and essence, though any such connection remains speculative given the temporal and possibly dimensional distance between Lordran and Drangleic. What makes these human-shaped impressions particularly effective as environmental horror is their subtlety, the fact that they can be easily overlooked amid the chaos of navigating Lost Izalith's hazards and fighting its enemies. A player moving quickly through the area, or focusing primarily on survival and progression, might pass right by these disturbing details without consciously registering them, while those who pause to examine the environment more carefully will find their understanding of Lost Izalith's nature deepened by the recognition of what these impressions might represent. From the walls of Lost Izalith to another form of architectural oddity that suggests connections between beings that seem very different on the surface, we must consider the curious visual resemblance between Titanite demons and primordial serpents, a similarity that becomes particularly apparent when the demons are observed in areas with limited lighting, where their full forms can be more clearly distinguished from the environmental clutter that often surrounds them. Titanite demons are among the stranger enemy types in Dark Souls, creatures whose origins are explained through item descriptions that connect them to the death of the blacksmith deity and to the peculiar property of Titanite to somehow spawn life from inert material. The demons appear throughout various areas of Lordran, always posed or positioned in ways that suggest they were once stationary, perhaps truly inert slabs of Titanite that animated and became mobile only after the blacksmith deity's passing severed whatever force had kept them dormant. The demons' combat behavior is distinctive, characterized by leaping attacks and wide sweeping strikes with their massive limbs, creating encounters that are dangerous primarily because of the demon's high damage output, and their tendency to be positioned in areas where environmental hazards or limited space make the fights more difficult than they might otherwise be. Yet beyond their behavior in combat, the demon's physical appearance carries its own interest for those who examine them closely, rather than simply fighting and moving on. The head and upper body structure of Titanite demons, particularly visible when they are viewed from certain angles or in certain lighting conditions, bears striking resemblance to the primordial serpents that players encounter through characters like Kingseeker Frampt and Darkstalker Kaith. The specific details of the facial structure, the way the head connects to the body, the proportions of various features, all of these elements suggest similarities that seem too consistent to be purely coincidental, as though the Titanite demons and the primordial serpents share some common ancestry or connection. The item description for Demon Titanite, the special material associated with these creatures, states that when the blacksmith deity passed away, beasts arose from slabs of Titanite, providing a clear origin story for the Titanite demons themselves, but not necessarily precluding connections to other beings. The description's phrasing "beasts arose from slabs" is ambiguous enough to allow for various interpretations about what exactly occurred and what the relationship is between the Titanite material and the animate creatures that emerged from it. If we take seriously the visual similarities between Titanite demons and primordial serpents, several interpretive possibilities present themselves. The most straightforward is that both types of beings share some common origin or creative principle, that whatever forces or processes created the primordial serpents might also be involved in the creation of Titanite demons. This would make the visual similarities meaningful rather than coincidental, evidence of genuine connection, rather than mere artistic reuse of similar design elements. The connection to Frampt specifically becomes interesting when we consider his relationship to Titanite and to the systems of weapon reinforcement that are central to player progression. Frampt can consume Titanite and various other materials, converting them into souls that players can use, demonstrating some kind of special relationship or affinity for these materials. If Frampt is somehow connected to or similar to Titanite demons at a fundamental level, his ability to interact with Titanite in unique ways might reflect that connection. This interpretation would treat both primordial serpents and Titanite demons as beings that emerged from or are constituted by similar fundamental substances or principles, making them related, if not necessarily directly derived from each other. The primordial serpents would be one expression of whatever forces or materials can produce such beings, while Titanite demons would be another, with both sharing visual characteristics because they share essential nature. An alternative reading treats the visual similarities as primarily artistic, the result of FromSoftware's design team using similar aesthetic principles or reusing elements of one design when creating the other, without necessarily intending to suggest literal connection between the two types of beings. From this perspective, the similarities are real, but not particularly meaningful beyond demonstrating consistent visual language in the game's art direction. Yet even this more prosaic explanation does not entirely dismiss the possibility of thematic or symbolic connections. If the design team chose to make Titanite demons visually similar to primordial serpents, that choice might reflect some intuition or intention about these beings occupying similar symbolic roles or representing similar ideas within the game's mythology, even if there is no explicit narrative connection between them. The mystery of these visual parallels operates in that familiar space where observation is clear but interpretation remains open, where we can definitely see the similarities, but cannot definitively establish what those similarities mean, or whether they are intended to mean anything beyond their immediate visual impact. They are invitations to theory crafting and speculation, prompts for players to construct their own understandings of how different elements of Dark Souls' world relate to each other and what hidden connections might exist beneath the surface of what is explicitly shown or stated. From physical similarities to one of the strangest and most documented encounters in Dark Souls 2, we must address the phenomenon that has come to be known simply as the ghost of the gutter, an incident that occurred during a live-streamed playthrough and that has never been satisfactorily explained, despite extensive efforts to understand and reproduce what was witnessed. The Black Gulch is one of Dark Souls 2's more oppressive areas, a poison-filled cave system that represents the deepest accessible point beneath Majula, and that serves as one of the paths to confronting the Rotten, one of the four bearers of great souls whose defeat is required for progression. The area is characterized by its narrow passages, its pools of corrosive poison, and its abundance of statues that spit poison at passing players, creating an environment that is more annoying than challenging in the traditional sense, testing patience and poison resistance more than combat skill or tactical thinking. Most players move through the Black Gulch as quickly as possible, eager to reach the Rotten and move on to less tedious areas, giving the location minimal attention beyond what is required to navigate its hazards. Yet, during a specific live-streamed playthrough, something occurred in the Black Gulch that defies easy explanation and that has never been successfully reproduced, despite numerous attempts by the player who originally witnessed it, and by others who have tried to trigger the same phenomenon. The player was navigating the area after defeating the Rotten, moving through the section where the fragrant branch of yore can be collected from a petrified enemy. Upon collecting the branch, the player turned and saw a humanoid figure run across the area ahead, moving quickly from one side to the other before disappearing from view. The figure was clearly not a standard enemy type, its movement and appearance not matching any of the creatures that normally inhabit the Black Gulch. The player's immediate reaction was confusion and surprise, attempting to follow or locate the figure to understand what they had just witnessed, but no additional encounters or evidence could be found despite thorough searching of the area. The figure had appeared, moved, and vanished, leaving no trace except the memory of its passage and the video footage that preserved the moment. The player's account of the incident and their visible confusion and surprise on the stream create compelling testimony that something unusual occurred, but determining what that something was has proven challenging. Several mundane explanations can be considered and largely ruled out based on the circumstances and the evidence available in the video footage. The possibility that the figure was another player invading or being summoned can be dismissed because the player was offline at the time, preventing any form of multiplayer interaction. The suggestion that it might have been an NPC or enemy following some programmed behavior runs into the problem that no known NPC or enemy moves in the way shown or appears in that location under any documented circumstances. The figure's movement was distinct from standard enemy patterns, and its humanoid shape did not match any of the creatures that populate the gulch or surrounding areas. More technically oriented explanations might suggest graphical glitches or rendering errors, the brief appearance of geometry or textures that the player's mind interpreted as a humanoid figure, when it was actually some artifact of how the game was loading or rendering the environment. Yet the figure's movement, it did not simply appear and disappear, but actually traversed space in a directed manner, seems too purposeful and too clearly animated to be explained as pure visual glitch. The most unsettling aspect of the encounter is its singularity, the fact that despite extensive effort to reproduce it, neither the original player nor others attempting to trigger the same event have succeeded in making the figure appear again. The ghost of the gutter, as it has come to be called, appeared once and then never again, suggesting either that the conditions required to trigger its appearance are extraordinarily specific and remain unknown, or that what was witnessed was a genuine one-time anomaly, a glitch or error that occurred once and that the game's systems have never replicated. Shortly after the figure disappeared, the player received souls. Again, of 156 souls that appeared without any obvious source. The timing of this soul gain, occurring moments after the figure vanished, naturally suggested a possible connection. Perhaps the figure was some form of enemy that died or despawned, with the souls representing its death value. Yet this explanation faces challenges from other known mechanics of the Black Gulch. The area has a peculiar property where players will occasionally gain souls simply from standing in certain locations, soul values that appear to be tied to enemies dying elsewhere in the area, or to some ambient soul generation that the game implements for reasons that are not entirely clear. This ambient soul gain means that the 156 souls that appeared after the figure vanished might be entirely unrelated to it. A coincidence of timing rather than a causal connection. The player was wearing the Silver Serpent Ring, an item that increases soul gain from enemies, which would explain why the number of souls received was 156 rather than some lower base value. If the souls were indeed connected to the figure, the ring would have increased the amount gained, but if they were simply part of the Black Gulch's ambient soul generation, the ring would likewise have affected that value. The presence of the ring makes it impossible to determine what the base soul value was, and therefore whether it matches any known enemy or represents something unique. Investigation into the incident has included extensive exploration of the Black Gulch to determine whether there are any locations from which an enemy or NPC might have fallen or jumped to land in the position where the figure was. CN. The area's vertical construction and the presence of multiple ledges and platforms at different heights make it theoretically possible for something to have descended from above, though no obvious candidates for what that something might be have been identified. The figure's appearance humanoid but difficult to discern in detail given the brief viewing duration and the quality of the video footage has been compared to various enemy types from throughout Dark Souls 2 in attempts to identify what existing creature it might have been. The explosive, hollow enemies that appear in certain areas have been suggested as possibilities, given their humanoid form and their tendency to move quickly toward players. But these enemies explode on contact and do not simply run past and vanish as the ghost appeared to do. The mystery remains unsolved, existing in that frustrating category of phenomena that have clear documentation showing that something unusual occurred, but that resist all attempts at explanation or reproduction. The Ghost of the Gutter has become part of Dark Souls 2 lore in a very different sense than the game's intended narrative content, a community-created legend about an encounter that may represent a glimpse of cut content briefly manifesting, or a complex glitch that created the appearance of a mobile entity where none should exist, or possibly even some intentional, extremely rare event that the developers implemented without documentation or clear purpose. The incident exemplifies how live streaming and video documentation have changed the nature of gaming mysteries, creating permanent records of unusual events that in earlier eras would have existed only in player testimony that could be dismissed or questioned. The Ghost of the Gutter happened. That much is indisputable given the video evidence. But what it was and why it happened remain as mysterious now as they were in the moment of the encounter. It stands as a reminder that even in thoroughly explored and documented games, there may still exist possibilities for experiences that lie outside the boundaries of what the community collectively understands about how these virtual worlds function, moving from the realm of strange encounters and symbolic mysteries into territory that might seem more mundane, but that reveals its own peculiar depths upon examination. We turn our attention to those elements of Dark Souls that exist primarily to serve the most dedicated players, the completionists and challenge seekers who push these games far beyond what casual playthroughs require. These are the secrets that reward not discovery in the traditional sense, but rather commitment, persistence, and the willingness to engage with game systems at levels that most players will never experience. Among these commitment-rewarding elements, few demonstrate quite as clearly the different approaches that casual and dedicated players might take as the phenomenon of Chancellor Welliger's expanded inventory in Dark Souls 2. Welliger is a merchant NPC encountered in Drangleic Castle, a ghostly figure who offers various items for sale and who serves the primarily practical function of providing access to certain consumables and equipment pieces that players might need while exploring the castle and preparing for late-game challenges. In a standard playthrough, in the first journey through Drangleic from beginning to whatever ending the player chooses, Welliger's inventory is respectable but unremarkable, containing items that are useful but not exceptional, equipment and consumables that serve immediate needs without fundamentally changing how players approach the game. His stock includes basic repair powders, some ammunition types, a divine blessing for emergency healing, and various other sundries that a well-stocked merchant might reasonably offer to adventurers passing through a royal castle. Yet Welliger possesses a secret inventory that becomes accessible only under very specific conditions, a hidden stock of items that includes some of the game's most challenging Covenant rewards, equipment pieces that normally require extensive grinding or successful execution of difficult multiplayer activities to obtain. This special inventory does not appear when reaching New Game Plus, nor does it appear in New Game Plus 2 or 3 or even 4. The threshold that must be crossed to access Welliger's hidden stock is New Game Plus 2, the beginning of the third complete playthrough of the game, a level of commitment that represents dozens of hours of repeated content for players who have already seen and experienced everything the game has to offer. Reaching New Game Plus 2 naturally, through successive completions, requires defeating every mandatory boss at least 3 times, navigating through every required area 3 times, and demonstrating a level of dedication to Dark Souls 2 that extends far beyond what is needed to see all of the game's content or to understand its story and mechanics. Most players who complete the game once will not immediately start a second playthrough, and those who do complete a second journey rarely proceed to a third, unless they are specifically pursuing achievements or personal challenges that require such extensive repetition. This high threshold for accessing Welliger's special inventory makes thematic sense given what that inventory contains. Among the items that become available for purchase are Covenant rewards that would otherwise require extensive participation in specific multiplayer covenants. Items like the Crescent Sickle and Curved Twin Blade that are normally obtained only by reaching high ranks in their associated covenants through successful invasions or successful defense against invaders. For players who struggle with PvP or who prefer to experience Dark Souls as a primarily single-player game, these items might be effectively inaccessible through normal means. Welliger also offers high-tier miracles that are likewise typically Covenant rewards, spells like Wrath of the Gods and Bountiful Sunlight that require significant dedication to earn through standard progression. The inclusion of these powerful miracles in his secret inventory provides an alternative path for faith-based character builds to access their most potent abilities without requiring the extensive Covenant grinding that might otherwise be necessary. The Spirit Tree Shield, another item in Welliger's special stock, represents one of the game's unique defensive options, a piece of equipment with properties that make it valuable for specific builds or playstyles, but that would normally require Covenant participation to obtain. Wellager's willingness to sell it in New Game Plus 2 provides completionists with a guaranteed path to acquiring this equipment regardless of their success or interest in the multiplayer systems that would otherwise gate it. What makes this system particularly interesting is that it exists as an alternative to Covenant participation rather than as a replacement for it. Players who engage extensively with Dark Souls 2's multiplayer, who invest time and effort into ranking up in various covenants, will obtain these items much earlier than New Game Plus 2, potentially in their first playthrough, if they dedicate themselves sufficiently to Covenant activities. Wellager's secret inventory serves primarily those players who prefer single-player experiences or who struggle with the PvP elements that Covenant progression requires. The decision to make these Covenant rewards available for purchase at all, even under restricted conditions, represents a design philosophy that values player choice and multiple paths to progression over rigid adherence to single intended routes. It acknowledges that not all players enjoy or excel at all aspects of the game, that someone might love the PvE exploration and boss fights while finding PvP frustrating or unenjoyable, and it provides those players with a way to eventually access all of the game's equipment and abilities, even if they choose not to engage deeply with systems they find unpleasant. Yet the threshold of New Game Plus 2 ensures that this alternative path is not simply easy or free, that players who choose to obtain Covenant rewards through Wellager, rather than through Covenant participation, must still demonstrate significant commitment through repeated playthroughs. The system creates equivalency of effort, if not equivalency of activity, ensuring that all paths to obtaining these items require substantial investment, even if the specific nature of that investment varies based on player preference. Interestingly, Wellager appears to be unique among Dark Souls 2 merchants in having inventory that changes specifically based on New Game Plus cycles, rather than on other triggers like questline progression or player actions within a single playthrough. Most merchants in the Souls series have static inventories, or inventories that expand, based on giving them specific items, or completing certain quests, but their stock does not fundamentally change based purely on how many times the player has completed the game. This uniqueness makes Wellager particularly memorable for players who do push into higher New Game Plus cycles, transforming him from a forgettable vendor, selling common items into a significant resource whose true value only becomes apparent to those who persist far beyond what the game requires or what most players will experience. He becomes a reward for persistence itself, acknowledgement from the developers to players who have shown exceptional dedication by making that dedication practically useful through access to items that would otherwise remain challenging to obtain. From merchant inventories to equipment that serves dual purposes, we encounter another element of Dark Souls 2 that reveals hidden complexity beneath its surface functionality. The King's Ring is introduced and functions primarily as a key item, an object that opens specific doors and gates that block progression to certain areas late in the game. The ring is obtained after defeating the Throne Watcher and Throne Defender in Drangleic Castle, marking significant progress toward the game's conclusion and providing access to previously blocked routes that lead to critical encounters and locations. The ring's key item function is clear and essential without it. Players cannot access certain areas that contain mandatory content for game completion. This primary purpose is obvious and well communicated, with locked doors, providing clear feedback that specific keys are required, and with the King's Ring's description and acquisition timing making it clear that this item serves as one of those required keys. Yet beneath this straightforward key item functionality lies a secondary effect that many players never discover or appreciate. A hidden benefit that the ring provides as long as it remains in the player's inventory. The King's Ring applies a fire damage modifier to all of the player's attacks while it is possessed, adding a small amount of fire damage to every strike regardless of what weapon is being used or whether that weapon already has any elemental properties. This fire bonus is modest, not game-changing in its magnitude, but potentially meaningful across the course of a long boss fight or challenging area where accumulated small advantages can make the difference between success and failure. Additionally, the ring provides a boost to pyromancy damage for characters who utilize fire-based magic, increasing the effectiveness of the entire pyromancy spell school in ways that can significantly enhance the power of fire-focused character builds. For players who have invested in pyromancy and who rely on fire spells as primary damage sources, the King's Ring's presence transforms these already powerful abilities into even more devastating attacks, creating synergies that reward players who build their characters around specific elemental themes. These combat-related effects of the King's Ring are never explicitly communicated to players through in-game text or tutorials. The ring's description focuses on its function as a key item and on its lore significance as a symbol of royal authority, mentioning nothing about fire damage bonuses or pyromancy enhancement. Players who simply equip the ring to open doors and then remove it to use a different ring in that equipment slot will never discover these hidden benefits unless they happen to notice increased damage numbers while the King's Ring is equipped, or unless they learn about the effect from external sources like wikis or community discussions. The stealth nature of these benefits creates an interesting relationship between the ring's narrative function as a symbol of kingship and its mechanical effects related to fire. Fire is deeply connected to themes of rulership and authority throughout the Dark Souls series, with the first flame serving as the source of all power, and with the act of linking that flame representing the ultimate exercise of sovereignty over the age itself. The King's Ring's fire-related properties thus resonate thematically with its identity as a symbol of royal power, creating coherence between lore and mechanics in ways that reward players who pay attention to such connections. Yet the ring's effects extend beyond pure combat benefits into more subtle influences on the game world itself, triggering various changes and interactions that occur based purely on the player's possession of this key item. Obtaining the King's Ring serves as a trigger for multiple NPC interactions and world state changes, with various characters responding to the player's new status as holder of royal authority, and with certain game systems activating or updating based on this milestone in progression. Weaponsmith Ornifex, one of the merchants who can create boss soul weapons, updates her dialogue after the player obtains the King's Ring, acknowledging the player's growing power and proximity to ultimate confrontation with the forces that rule Drangleic. Carhillion, the sorcerer who teaches various magical skills, likewise responds to the player's possession of the ring with updated dialogue that reflects recognition of how far the player has come in their journey. The ancient dragon in the Dragon Shrine provides items to players who possess the King's Ring, offerings that acknowledge the player's authority or perhaps the dragon's recognition of the ring's significance. These interactions create a sense that the King's Ring is not merely a key for doors, but a symbol that NPCs recognize and respond to, a marker of status that changes how the player is perceived by the world's inhabitants. Perhaps most significantly, the King's Ring's acquisition triggers changes to enemy placement in Drangleic Castle, specifically preventing certain petrified enemies from coming to life when approached. Throughout the castle, various statues that appear to be decorative architecture are actually enemies frozen in stone, threats waiting to activate when players come too close. Yet after obtaining the King's Ring, many of these petrified enemies remain inert, never animating even when players pass directly beside them. This change in enemy behavior could be read as purely mechanical, a way of making the return trip through Drangleic Castle less tedious. after the player has already fought through it once to reach the Throne of Want. From this perspective, the King's Ring triggers a practical convenience that respects the player's time by not requiring them to fight the same enemies in the same locations repeatedly. Yet the change can also be interpreted thematically, as though the King's Ring exerts some kind of suppressive effect on these petrified enemies, preventing their animation through authority or power that the ring embodies. This reading treats the mechanical convenience as having lore justification, as representing an actual change in the player's relationship to the castle and its guardians now that they possess the symbol of royal authority. The various effects and triggers associated with the King's Ring combat bonuses, NPC dialogue updates, enemy behavior changes collectively demonstrate how apparently simple items can serve multiple functions simultaneously, existing as key items for progression while also affecting combat calculations and world state in ways that create layered experiences for players who engage deeply enough to notice these additional dimensions. From rings that affect damage calculations to equipment that exists primarily for the amusement and challenge of those who seek out the game's most absurd possibilities, we must acknowledge the Handmaid's Ladle, an item so deliberately impractical that its very existence serves as commentary on the nature of challenge runs and player-imposed difficulty. The ladle is obtained through a specific sequence of actions that begins with defeating the two ogres that guard the passage in Things Betwixt, and then speaking with the handmaid in her peculiar dwelling within that tutorial area. The ladle is exactly what its name suggests: a large cooking implement, a wooden spoon meant for stirring pots and serving portions, repurposed as a weapon through either desperate necessity or deliberate absurdity. As a weapon, the ladle is comprehensively terrible, possessing damage values that are effectively negligible, scaling properties that are actively detrimental, and reach and speed characteristics that provide no compensating advantages for its utter lack of offensive capability. The item description explicitly warns players that it is best left in the kitchen if they care for their life, an acknowledgement that using the ladle as a weapon in actual combat is an exercise in frustration and likely defeat. The description itself serves as a joke, a knowing wink at players who have discovered this ridiculous equipment piece and who might be wondering whether there is any situation in which equipping a cooking utensil could be a reasonable decision. Yet the ladle possesses hidden properties that, while not making it a viable weapon for normal play, do give it a peculiar niche in the ecosystem of challenge runs and self-imposed difficulty modes that dedicated players create for themselves. The ladle modifies the player's statistics when equipped, increasing adaptability by 2 points, increasing endurance and vitality by 1 point each, and inexplicably decreasing dexterity by 1 point. These statistical modifications are unusual and specific, suggesting that they were carefully chosen rather than randomly assigned. The boost to adaptability is particularly relevant for certain challenge run categories, especially Soul Level 1 runs where players complete the game without ever leveling up their character beyond the starting level of whatever class they chose. In such runs, every point of every stat is precious, because leveling is not an option for improving character capabilities. The 2 points of adaptability provided by the ladle can meaningfully improve the player's agility stat, which governs invincibility frames during rolls and the speed of various actions, making the difference between successful dodges and taking damage in situations where margins are already razor thin. 4. Soul Level 1 runners. The ladle thus occupies this bizarre position of being both a joke weapon that does no damage and a legitimately useful piece of equipment that provides statistical benefits worth the inventory slot despite being useless for actual combat. Players undertaking such runs will often keep the ladle in their inventory purely for the stat boosts, swapping to it when those specific statistical advantages are more valuable than whatever else they might equip in that slot. The existence of the ladle as a deliberately terrible weapon that nonetheless serves a purpose in extreme challenge runs exemplifies a design philosophy that embraces player creativity and self-imposed challenge as legitimate and valuable forms of engagement with the game. The developers did not need to give the ladle any statistical benefits at all. It could have been purely a joke item, with no mechanical utility whatsoever. The decision to give it specific stat modifiers that happen to be useful in niche circumstances suggests awareness of how players would engage with such an item, anticipation of challenge runs that would find value in even the most apparently useless equipment. The ladle has appeared in numerous challenge run videos and streams, becoming something of a mascot for Dark Souls 2's willingness to include absurd elements alongside its more serious content. Players have completed the entire game using only the ladle as a weapon, demonstrating that while it is terrible, it is not strictly impossible to succeed with it, given sufficient skill and patience. These ladle-only runs represent the extreme end of self-imposed challenge, taking an already difficult game and adding a layer of absurdity that transforms the experience into something between genuine challenge and performance art. From deliberately terrible weapons to hidden environmental mechanics that most players never think to experiment with, we encounter one of Dark Souls 2's more unusual interactive elements in the oil pools of the Black Gulch. The area is already unpleasant enough with its narrow passages, its poison-spitting statues, and its various environmental hazards, but the oil pools add another dimension of potential danger and interaction that reveals itself only to players who actively experiment with different approaches to the environment. The oil pools appear as dark puddles spread across the floor in certain sections of the gulch, visually distinct from the poison pools that are more common throughout the area, but not obviously interactive in any particular way. Players can walk through the oil without immediate consequence, suffering no damage or status effects from contact with the substance. In most circumstances, the oil pools would be dismissed as simply another environmental detail, visual variety, that makes the caves feel more textured and real, without serving any specific gameplay function. Yet the oil is not inert, but rather reactive to specific stimuli, capable of being ignited through various means, including rolling through it while carrying a torch, throwing certain consumable items that produce fire or sparks, or using pyromancy spells near or within the pools. When ignited, the oil burns with considerable intensity, creating large patches of flame that persist for a significant duration and that deal fire damage to anything that enters or remains within the burning area. This property of the oil creates interesting tactical possibilities for players who discover it and choose to exploit it. The Black Gulch contains numerous enemies that emerge from the oil pools themselves, hand-like creatures that crawl out to attack passing players, serving primarily as irritating obstacles that can stagger or poison those who fail to avoid their grabs. Yet if players ignite the oil pools before these hand enemies fully emerge, the creatures can be killed instantly while still submerged, eliminated before they ever become threats that need to be actively fought. This interaction requires specific timing and setup. Players must be carrying a torch or have fire-producing capabilities available, must recognize that the pools are oil rather than water or poison, must think to try igniting them, and must do so before the hand enemies complete their emergence animation. The combination of these requirements means that most players will never discover or utilize this tactic, simply fighting the hand enemies conventionally or running past them rather than experimenting with environmental interaction. For those who do discover the oil ignition mechanic, it provides a satisfying example of the game rewarding experimentation and creative thinking, of systems that exist not to be obvious or required, but rather to create additional possibilities for players who engage actively with the environment, rather than treating it as pure backdrop to combat. The fact that the mechanic is neither tutorialized nor necessary creates a sense of genuine discovery when it is found, a feeling that the player has understood something about the game world that goes beyond what was explicitly taught. The oil pools also have the peculiar property that if left burning long enough, they will eventually burn away entirely, consumed by the flames, until nothing remains but a small charred spot on the cave floor. This gradual consumption of the oil is unnecessary from a pure gameplay perspective. The fire could simply extinguish after a set time without the oil visibly disappearing, but the decision to have the oil actually be consumed by flame adds a small touch of simulation and physical logic that makes the interaction feel more real and less purely mechanical. These environmental interaction systems, the hidden statistical properties of equipment, the alternative progression paths through merchant inventories, all of these elements serve to create layers of depth that reward different types and degrees of player engagement. The casual player moving through Dark Souls 2 to experience its areas and defeat its bosses will likely never encounter most of these subtleties, but they exist nonetheless for those who push deeper, who experiment more thoroughly, who approach the game not just as content to be consumed, but as systems to be understood and mastered in their full complexity. This philosophy of hidden depth, of systems and interactions that exist beyond what is required or obviously presented, is characteristic of FromSoftware's design approach across the Souls series. It creates games that can be experienced at multiple levels simultaneously, that offer satisfying experiences to both casual players completing them once, and to dedicated players who return repeatedly to discover new details and push boundaries in new directions. The lesser-known secrets and rare encounters serve this second group specifically, ensuring that even after hundreds of hours of play, there remain discoveries to be made and interactions to be understood for those willing to invest the effort and curiosity required to find them. Among the most demanding pursuits that Dark Souls offers to its players is the quest for complete collection, the drive to obtain every item, every piece of equipment, every consumable and upgrade material that exists within the game's systems. This completionist impulse, while not required or even encouraged by the game itself, represents a natural extension of the desire to fully explore and master these intricate worlds, to leave no stone unturned and no possibility unexplored. Yet certain items exist at the extreme end of rarity, drops with probabilities so low that obtaining them requires either extraordinary luck or extraordinary persistence, and sometimes both. The Titanite slab stands as perhaps the most notorious of these extremely rare drops, an upgrade material of the highest tier that is needed to bring weapons and armor to their maximum reinforcement levels, but that exists in limited quantities within any single playthrough. Dark Souls provides several guaranteed Titanite slabs through careful exploration and completion of specific questlines, ensuring that players who invest sufficient time and attention can obtain enough slabs to fully upgrade a small number of weapons without requiring any random drops or farming. Yet for players who wish to experiment with multiple fully upgraded weapons, who want to bring numerous pieces of equipment to maximum reinforcement rather than focusing on just one or two preferred items, the guaranteed slabs are insufficient. Additional slabs must be obtained either by progressing into new Game Plus cycles, where the guaranteed slabs respawn in their original locations, or by farming them from the few enemies that have slabs in their drop tables with infinitesimally small probability of actually yielding them. The Dark Wraiths of New Londo Ruins represent the most practical source for slab farming, as they are the only regularly respawning enemies in the game that can drop titanite slabs at all. These dark-armored invaders who serve Darkstalker Kathy and who embody the philosophy of taking humanity from others to feed the abyss are dangerous foes in their own right, possessing quick attacks and significant damage output that make fighting them repeatedly a genuine challenge rather than a simple grinding exercise. Yet the challenge of combat pales in comparison to the challenge of probability when it comes to obtaining slabs from Dark Wraith drops. The base drop rate for titanite slabs from these enemies is widely believed to be less than 1%, a probability so low that it is effectively imperceptible in small sample sizes. A player might kill 10 Dark Wraiths, or 20, or even 50 without seeing a single slab drop, not because they are unlucky, but simply because the probability of success is so vanishingly small that failure is the expected outcome for any reasonable number of attempts. To make slab farming even remotely practical, players must employ every available method of increasing item drop rates, stacking multiple effects that each provide modest improvements in the hope that their combined influence will shift the probability from impossible to merely extremely difficult. The most essential of these drop rate modifiers is the covetous gold serpent ring, an item that increases the luck stat and thereby improves the chances of rare drops from all enemies. The ring is not particularly difficult to obtain and represents the minimum investment that any player attempting to farm rare items should make. Beyond the ring, players can increase their humanity count, as the amount of humanity held by the player character directly influences item drop rates up to a cap of 10 humanity. This means that farmers attempting to obtain slabs must maintain a stock of humanity items and must be willing to risk losing that humanity if they die during the farming process, creating tension between the desire to maximize drop rates and the practical concern of not wasting valuable resources on deaths that undo progress. The ultimate expression of drop rate optimization is the symbol of avarice, that grotesque mimic head that can be worn as a helmet, and that provides the most significant boost to item discovery of any equipment in the game. The symbol is itself a rare drop from mimic enemies, creating a situation where obtaining the tool needed for efficient rare item farming requires its own extended farming session against enemies that themselves drop their unique item with frustratingly low probability. Players who possess all three drop rate modifiers, the gold serpent ring, 10 humanity, and the symbol of avarice, achieve the maximum possible item discovery stat that Dark Souls allows, pushing the titanite slab drop rate from Dark Wraiths up from less than 1% to approximately 1%. This doubling of the drop rate, while technically significant in percentage terms, remains practically insignificant in terms of how it feels to actually farm for slabs, as the difference between a 0.5% chance and a 1% chance is largely imperceptible when dealing with individual kills. The mathematics of rare drops with such low probability create situations where even with optimal setup, obtaining a single titanite slab through farming might require killing 100 Dark Wraiths, or 200, or even more, with the actual number needed varying based on luck in ways that can be frustrating or demoralizing. Some players might get lucky and see a slab drop after only 20 or 30 kills, experiencing probability working in their favor and feeling that the farming process is more reasonable than its reputation suggests. Others might kill 200 Dark Wraiths without seeing a single slab, experiencing the opposite extreme of probability and questioning whether the drop is even possible or whether something in their game setup is preventing it from occurring. This high variance in outcomes, where luck can make the difference between a farming session taking 1 hour or 10 hours for the same result, is characteristic of how extremely rare drops function in games and why they tend to be controversial among players who value their time and who prefer that progress be more consistently related to effort invested. The player who gets lucky and obtains multiple slabs in a short farming session has an entirely different experience from the player who spends many hours and obtains nothing, despite both executing the same strategy with the same optimization and the same mechanical skill. From a pure time efficiency perspective, farming Titanite slabs from Dark Wraiths is almost certainly not worthwhile compared to simply progressing into New Game Plus and collecting the guaranteed slabs from their set locations. A player can reach New Game Plus and navigate to all the slab locations in less time than it would take to farm a single slab from Dark Wraiths on average, meaning that farming only makes sense for players who have specific reasons to remain in their current playthrough rather than advancing to the next cycle. Yet some players farm slabs anyway, either because they enjoy the challenge and the gambling nature of rare drop hunting, or because they are pursuing specific character builds that require multiple fully upgraded weapons before they want to advance the game state, or simply because they find the farming process meditative or relaxing in ways that have little to do with optimal time efficiency. The existence of the possibility of farming slabs, even with terrible odds, provides an option for players who want it, while not forcing anyone to engage with the system if they prefer alternative progression paths. Moving from rare drops that require extensive farming to unusual mechanics that require precise positioning and timing, we encounter one of Dark Souls' more obscure combat techniques, a peculiarity of how certain weapons interact with specific enemy attacks in ways that allow skilled players to avoid damage without dodging in conventional ways. The technique involves holding a two-handed weapon in a blocking stance when confronted with Gravelord Nito's signature attack, the one where he raises his skeletal sword and causes duplicate blades to erupt from the ground beneath the player's position. This attack is normally quite dangerous, capable of dealing significant damage through the player's defenses and difficult to avoid due to its quick execution, and the fact that it targets the player's current position rather than requiring prediction of movement. Most players handle the attack by rolling away when they see Nito begin the animation, relying on invincibility frames during the dodge to avoid damage, rather than trying to block an attack that seems designed to bypass conventional blocking by emerging from the ground, rather than coming from a direction that a shield can protect against. Yet with specific weapons, standing still and holding the block button while two-handing the weapon will completely avoid the damage from Nito's ground sword attack, despite the player not moving out of the area where the swords emerge, and despite not rolling to gain invincibility frames. The weapon's collision geometry and the way the game calculates hit detection for Nito's attack interact in such a way that the player character is treated as not being in a hittable state, even though visually they appear to be standing directly in the attack's area of effect. This technique does not work with all two-handed weapons, only with specific ones whose size and collision properties create the necessary conditions for the interaction to occur. The specific details of which weapons work and which do not are not immediately obvious from the weapon's statistics or descriptions, requiring experimentation or external knowledge to discover which equipment allows for this unusual defensive option. The practical utility of this technique is questionable, as it requires players to be using one of the specific weapons that enable it, and to recognize when Nito is about to use his ground sword attack, and to have their weapon in two-handed blocking stance at the precise moment the attack executes. The timing and positioning requirements are tight enough that simply dodging the attack conventionally is likely more reliable for most players, making this technique more of a curiosity than a genuinely optimal strategy. Yet, the existence of this interaction demonstrates the complexity of Dark Souls combat systems and the ways that different elements can combine to create unexpected results. The technique is clearly not intentional in the sense of being a designed counter to Nito's attack. If the developers wanted to provide a blocking option against the ground swords, they would have made it work consistently with all weapons, rather than only with specific equipment. Instead, it appears to be an emergent property of how collision detection and hitboxes interact, a quirk of the system that creates an unintended but reproducible result. For players who discover this technique and who enjoy finding unusual ways to approach combat encounters, it represents the kind of deep mechanical knowledge that separates casual play from true mastery. The understanding of edge cases and unusual interactions that most players will never encounter, but that exist as hidden possibilities for those who investigate thoroughly enough to find them. From unusual defensive techniques to one of the game's more memorable and often cited quirks of boss encounter design, we must acknowledge the peculiar fact that players can freely walk in and out of the Asylum Demon's boss arena during the first encounter with that enemy, something that violates the normal expectations established by boss fog gates throughout the rest of the game. Boss encounters in Dark Souls are typically bounded by fog walls that seal once the player crosses them, preventing retreat and requiring that the fight be completed through victory or death before the player can leave the arena. This design creates tension and commitment, ensuring that boss fights are discrete challenges that must be faced fully, rather than situations that can be repeatedly entered and exited to heal or reset. The fog wall system is so consistent throughout Dark Souls that its presence becomes an expected element of boss encounter design, a signal to players that they are about to engage in a significant fight that will require their full attention and resources. Yet the first Asylum Demon encounter, which serves as the game's tutorial boss and the player's introduction to the basic concepts of boss fighting, does not seal its fog wall when entered. Players can walk into the arena, see the demon land from above in its intimidating entrance animation, and then simply turn around and walk back out through the fog wall to the safety of the previous room. This ability to freely enter and exit creates opportunities for unusual player behaviors, for taking repeated cautious peeks at the boss before committing to the fight, or for using the arena as a running space to practice movement and timing without actually engaging with the demon in combat. The explanation for this unusual behavior is straightforward. The first Asylum Demon encounter is not meant to be fought when first encountered, at least not as a conventional boss battle. Players who immediately try to fight the demon with the broken straight sword, that is the only weapon initially available, will find the fight extremely difficult, with damage output so low that defeating the demon requires perfect execution over an extended period, while a single mistake likely results in death. The intended sequence for the tutorial area has players flee from the Asylum Demon rather than fighting it, escaping through the fog wall and proceeding to collect the proper starting equipment, before returning for a more conventional fight later. The ability to exit the arena freely supports this intended design, ensuring that players are not trapped in an unwinnable situation if they enter the arena before obtaining adequate equipment. Yet some players, either through stubbornness or skill or a desire for challenge, do defeat the first Asylum Demon with the broken straight sword during this initial encounter, accomplishing what the game's design clearly did not expect or require. These players are rewarded with the demon's souls and the ability to skip the later required fight in the tutorial, though the reward is largely symbolic as the souls gained are modest, and skipping the later fight provides minimal practical benefit, given that the tutorial area as a whole takes only minutes to complete. The existence of this option, this ability to tackle the Asylum Demon in a way that the game does not expect or prepare players for, establishes early on that Dark Souls will allow players to attempt challenges on their own terms, even when those terms make things more difficult than the designers intended. It is a statement of philosophy expressed through mechanics, a demonstration that the game will not forcibly prevent players from making choices that increase challenge or that deviate from expected patterns of progression. Moving into territory that blends verified mechanics with unverified claims, we encounter the persistent but possibly mythical report that Witch Beatrice, the NPC summon who can assist with the Moonlight Butterfly boss fight, and who later appears as a hostile dark spirit in the abyss, possesses the ability to cast Chameleon, the spell that transforms the caster into an environmental object matching the area's aesthetic. This claim has circulated in various forms, with players reporting that they have witnessed Beatrice transform herself during her summon appearances, but attempts to reproduce this behavior systematically have generally failed to confirm that it actually occurs under any normal circumstances. Witch Beatrice's AI is notably unusual compared to most NPC summons, exhibiting behaviors that suggest either incomplete implementation or deliberate quirks that make her less helpful than most summoned NPCs. When summoned in the area before the Moonlight Butterfly fight, Beatrice demonstrates a peculiar reluctance to leave the immediate vicinity of her summon sign, stubbornly remaining in the corner behind the plant where she can be summoned, rather than following the player up the staircase toward the boss fog wall. This behavior is distinctly different from how most NPC summons function, as they typically follow the player character reasonably well, providing companionship and combat assistance as the player navigates toward boss encounters. Beatrice instead stands in her corner, apparently content to let the player face the Moonlight Butterfly alone despite being summoned specifically to help with that fight. She will eventually make her way toward the boss if the player enters the fog wall, but her AI seems configured to keep her in that one specific location, unless the player's transition into the boss arena triggers whatever script is supposed to move her forward. This strange behavior has been verified by numerous players and appears to be consistent across different versions and releases of Dark Souls, suggesting that it is indeed how Beatrice's AI is programmed, rather than being a glitch or error that occurs only under specific conditions. What is less clear is whether this behavior is intentional, representing some deliberate choice about how Beatrice should function, or whether it is an oversight, the result of incomplete AI implementation or script triggers that were not properly configured during development. Attempts to lure Beatrice out of her corner by various means, leaving enemies alive near her location, waiting for extended periods, moving in and out of her range repeatedly, generally fail to change her behavior. She remains obstinately in place, suggesting that her AI has very specific conditions that must be met before she will move. Conditions that normal player behavior in the area does not satisfy. The claim that Beatrice can cast Chameleon adds another layer to her mystery, suggesting that there might be additional complexity to her AI that has not been fully understood or documented. If she does possess this ability, it would be unusual among NPC summons, most of whom have relatively straightforward combat AIs that use attack spells or melee attacks without employing the more tactical or utility-focused spells that players might use. Yet despite various players claiming to have witnessed Beatrice using Chameleon, no clear video documentation exists that definitively shows this behavior occurring, and players attempting to reproduce it by summoning Beatrice and observing her for extended periods have generally failed to see her transform into any environmental object. The lack of reproducible evidence suggests either that the behavior does not actually exist and represents misremembering or misidentification of something else, or that it requires extraordinarily specific conditions that have not been identified or successfully recreated in controlled testing. The existence of a child model for Witch Beatrice in the game's files has been noted by data miners exploring Dark Souls' unused content, suggesting that at some point during development, there may have been plans for Beatrice to appear in different forms or at different ages, possibly as part of a more extensive quest line or backstory that was never fully implemented. This cut content adds context to her unusual AI behavior, raising the possibility that what players experience with Beatrice represents an incomplete implementation of a character who was meant to play a larger role than she ultimately does in the final game. The mystery of whether Beatrice can truly use Chameleon, along with the question of why her AI behaves so oddly compared to other summons, represents the kind of unresolved question that can persist indefinitely in the absence of either clear documentation showing the behavior or definitive statements from developers about what was intended. It exists in that frustrating space where claims are difficult to prove false without exhaustive testing, but also cannot be proven true without reproducible demonstration. From unverified NPC behaviors to equally mysterious area-specific glitches, we encounter reports that spending extended time in the Moonlight Butterflies arena while the boss is still alive can cause various audio and visual anomalies to occur, with the game's rendering and sound systems apparently struggling under conditions that they were not designed to handle for prolonged periods. These reports describe audio distortion, visual artifacts, and general instability that increases the longer a player remains in the area without either defeating the boss or dying. Testing this claim requires patience and deliberate avoidance of actually fighting the Moonlight Butterfly, instead remaining in the arena and allowing time to pass while observing for any unusual behavior in how the game presents the environment and enemy. The Moonlight Butterfly's attack patterns and the layout of the arena make this extended observation somewhat challenging, as the boss will occasionally fire attacks that can kill the player if not avoided, requiring active attention to survival, while simultaneously watching for any signs of the reported degradation. Players who have attempted to verify these reports by spending 7 or more minutes in the Moonlight Butterfly arena describe various minor visual irregularities, particularly with the butterfly itself, whose wing animations and particle effects seem to become less stable over extended observation. The dangling elements that hang from the butterfly's wings, those aesthetic details that contribute to its distinctive appearance, have been noted to behave erratically after prolonged exposure, moving in ways that appear unnatural or glitchy rather than following smooth animation cycles. Whether these observations represent genuine bugs that occur under the specific conditions of extended time in the boss arena, or whether they are the result of confirmation bias and pattern matching applied to normal animation variations that appear unusual only because they are being scrutinized unusually closely, remains unclear. The lack of widespread documentation of severe audio or visual breakdown suggests that if such phenomena do occur, they are either subtle enough to be easily missed or require even more specific conditions than simply spending time in the arena. The claim that audio begins to break or distort is particularly difficult to verify, as audio issues can have numerous causes, ranging from genuine bugs in the game's sound system to problems with the player's hardware or audio setup. Distinguishing between audio problems that originate from the game itself and those that arise from external factors requires careful testing with multiple setups and configurations, testing that few players are likely to invest the time to conduct thoroughly. What these various reports and attempted verifications demonstrate is the challenge of documenting rare or condition-specific behaviors in games, particularly when those behaviors are not obviously reproducible and when they might represent edge cases that occur only when game systems are stressed in ways that normal play never produces. The Moonlight Butterfly Arena represents a contained space where specific elements of flying boss with complex animations, magical particle effects, environmental lighting come together in ways that might create unusual strain on rendering or audio systems if allowed to persist longer than the developers expected any player to experience them. Whether the reported breakdowns are real bugs waiting to be properly documented, or whether they represent misinterpretations of normal system behavior viewed under unusual circumstances. They exemplify how player experimentation and thoroughness can reveal aspects of games that were never intended to be seen or tested, creating discoveries that exist at the boundary between genuine findings and observer artifacts, between what is truly there and what appears to be there. When viewed from unusual angles or under unusual conditions, these various rare drops, obscure techniques, unusual NPC behaviors, and edge case glitches collectively represent the deepest layer of Dark Souls knowledge, the details that only the most dedicated players will ever encounter or understand. They are secrets not in the sense of being deliberately hidden, but rather in the sense of being so unlikely to be stumbled upon through normal play that their discovery requires either intentional investigation or the kind of extreme playtime that exposes players to the full range of what the game systems can produce. For completionists and challenge runners, for players who farm rare drops and who experiment with unusual combat techniques, for those who summon every NPC and observe their behaviors rather than simply using them as combat assistants. These deep mechanical details become part of what makes Dark Souls endlessly fascinating. They are the reward for persistence and curiosity, the discoveries that confirm there is always something more to learn, always another layer to peel back, always another interaction or behavior or possibility that has not yet been fully explored or understood. And so our journey through the mysteries of Dark Souls comes to its peaceful close, like the fading of a bonfire's light as dawn approaches. We have wandered together through strange caves and forgotten passages, examined ancient artifacts and witnessed peculiar phenomena that defy easy explanation. We have stood before empty chests and blocked doorways, pondered the significance of pendants and the meaning of invisible trees, traced the movements of giants across seas, and considered the fate of chained prisoners in chambers that feel like they were built for purposes we can only imagine. Some mysteries we explored have answers, carefully discovered by dedicated players across more than a decade of investigation and analysis. The blue flames of Majula reveal themselves to those who reach bonfire intensity 10, a reward for obsessive dedication that serves no purpose beyond acknowledgement. The eye of the priestess makes visible what was hidden, but only in specific versions of the game, and only for players who venture into frozen kingdoms. Chancellor Welliger opens his secret inventory to those who journey through Drangleic 3 times, offering covenant rewards as alternatives to the multiplayer struggles that would otherwise gate them. Others remain unsolved, their secrets kept by the very stones and code that created them. The third coffin in Nito's domain sits in darkness, unexplained, and perhaps unexplainable. The empty chest near Gwyn's tomb offers nothing, and whether that nothing represents forgotten content or intentional symbol remains forever uncertain. The chained prisoner before Manus's arena might be Artorias, or might be no one in particular, a mystery that invites theory but resists confirmation. The ghost of the gutter appeared once and never again, documented but irreproducible, a moment of strangeness that exists in video evidence but not in understanding. And perhaps that is exactly as it should be. Not every question needs an answer. Not every shadow must be illuminated. Not every architectural oddity requires explanation, and not every strange occurrence demands interpretation that resolves it into something comprehensible and domesticated. The mysteries of Dark Souls derive their power not from their solutions but from their persistence, from their refusal to be completely understood or definitively explained, even after years of investigation and thousands of hours of collective player effort. The beauty of these dark worlds lies not only in what they reveal, but in what they choose to keep hidden, in what they suggest without confirming, in what they present without explaining. Every empty chest is a story untold. Every blocked passage is a path not taken, a connection that was made and then broken, a route that leads somewhere in imagination, even if it leads nowhere in implemented space. Every strange occurrence is a reminder that even in worlds we think we know, there are always deeper layers waiting to be discovered or waiting, simply, to remain mysterious forever. The mysteries we have explored tonight span the full range from the mechanical to the symbolic, from simple oversights preserved in code to carefully constructed ambiguities that invite interpretation without mandating specific readings. We have seen how development constraints and changing visions leave visible traces in final products, how items can possess hidden properties that reward thorough investigation, how NPCs can behave in ways that seem incomplete or strange, how environments can contain details that most will never notice, but that exist nonetheless for those who look closely enough to find them. We have learned that mysteries can be as simple as a moth on a ceiling, or as complex as the relationship between different language versions of item descriptions. They can require frame-perfect timing and specific equipment combinations, or they can require only the patience to stand in a specific spot and listen for ambient sounds that play nowhere else. They can be discovered through systematic experimentation and data mining, or they can emerge spontaneously from the intersection of systems that were never meant to interact in quite the way they do. Some mysteries reward the player with items or abilities, with access to new areas, or with tactical advantages that make challenges more manageable. Welliger's secret inventory provides covenant rewards to those who persist through multiple playthroughs. The King's Ring grants fire damage alongside its key item function. The blue flames of Majula offer visual confirmation of extraordinary dedication. These mysteries have concrete consequences, mechanical effects that justify the effort invested in discovering them, even if those effects are modest or situational. Others offer no tangible reward beyond the satisfaction of discovery itself, beyond the knowledge that something unusual has been found and understood in some small degree. The third coffin yields nothing. The invisible trees cannot be reached through normal play. The human-shaped impressions in Lost Izalith's walls serve no function beyond suggesting horrors that the game never explicitly describes. The faced giant in the memory of Jay is simply a reminder of design iteration, evidence of how the game evolved, rather than a secret with practical value. Yet both types of mystery, those that reward and those that simply exist, contribute equally to the sense that these worlds are places rather than merely games, environments with depth and history that extends beyond what any single playthrough can fully encompass. They make Lordran and Drangleic feel real in ways that purely designed spaces cannot, creating the impression of locations that have been shaped by forces and decisions and time rather than simply constructed according to pure gameplay logic. The mysteries create space for community, for shared investigation and collective understanding that binds players together in common cause, even when they never directly interact. The wikis and forums and video compilations where these secrets are documented and debated become their own kind of campfires, gathering places where travelers share what they have learned and speculate about what remains unknown. The mysteries give players reasons to communicate, to compare notes, to build on each other's discoveries in ways that transform individual exploration into collaborative archaeology. They also create permission for interpretation, for treating these games as texts to be read rather than merely as challenges to be overcome. When official explanations are absent, and when ambiguity is preserved rather than resolved, players become co-creators of meaning, constructing theories and arguments that add layers of significance to elements that might have been implemented for purely practical reasons. The chained prisoner might be Artorias, or might be simply a repurposed enemy model, but in the absence of definitive confirmation, both readings coexist and both contribute to how players understand and engage with the game's narrative. This collaborative meaning-making, this shared project of trying to understand what these worlds contain and what they might represent, is as much a part of the Dark Souls experience as the combat and exploration that constitute actual gameplay. The mysteries are hooks for engagement that extends beyond the boundaries of play sessions, invitations to think about the game even when not actively playing it, prompts for discussions and debates that can last for years without reaching final conclusions. And in their persistence, in their refusal to be completely solved or definitively understood, the mysteries honor the central themes that these games explore. Dark Souls is fundamentally concerned with cycles and repetition, with the relationship between past and present, with the ways that history becomes legend, and legend becomes myth, and myth becomes half-remembered fragments that can be interpreted in multiple ways. Its mysteries mirror this thematic preoccupation, existing as fragments and suggestions that resist complete reconstruction into historical fact. The games ask players to piece together stories from item descriptions and environmental details, to construct narratives from scattered evidence without ever being certain that the narratives they construct align with authorial intent. The mysteries operate according to the same principle, presenting evidence without providing the context that would transform that evidence into certain knowledge, maintaining the distance between observation and understanding that makes inquiry possible and interpretation necessary. In this way, the mysteries of Dark Souls are not bugs to be fixed or oversights to be regretted, but rather essential elements of what makes these games distinctive and valuable. They are features that emerge from the intersection of ambitious design, constrained development, and deliberate ambiguity, creating experiences that respect player intelligence and reward player curiosity without requiring or even enabling complete mastery or total understanding. The pendant remains mysterious even after its trade with Snuggly is discovered, because Miyazaki's comments about it being a joke complicate rather than clarify what the item represents. The blue flames provide visual confirmation of reaching bonfire intensity 10, but offer no explanation of why they exist or what they might mean beyond the accomplishment they acknowledge. The ghost of the gutter was witnessed once and documented but never explained, existing as a moment of genuine uncertainty in a game that has been explored more thoroughly than most. These persistent uncertainties, these gaps in knowledge that remain even after exhaustive investigation, are not failures of the games or of the communities that study them. They are instead confirmations that these virtual worlds possess the same quality of inexhaustibility that characterizes reality itself, the property of always containing more than can be fully known or completely understood, of rewarding continued attention with continued discovery, even as some questions remain forever beyond the reach of definitive answers. The mysteries teach patience and acceptance, the recognition that not everything can or should be explained, that ambiguity is not a problem to be solved but a condition to be appreciated. They demonstrate that games can function as more than puzzles with correct solutions, that they can instead operate as spaces for exploration and interpretation, where multiple perspectives coexist, without any single one being definitively correct or incorrect. They also teach humility, the understanding that even after hundreds or thousands of hours of play, there remain aspects of these games that we do not fully understand. Interactions we have not witnessed, details we have not noticed. The ghost of the gutter appeared to one player on one stream and has never appeared again despite extensive attempts to reproduce the encounter. The blue lightning in the crystal cave might be intentional design or might be glitch, and we cannot know which without developer testimony that has never been provided. The face giant might represent cut content or might be intentional inclusion of older design to suggest narrative about giant physiology. Our inability to definitively resolve these questions is not a failing, but rather an acknowledgement that games, like all creative works, contain more than their creators consciously intended, that the intersection of systems and the accumulation of decisions produces emergent properties that exceed what any individual vision could encompass. The mysteries are where intention and accident blur together, where design and emergence become indistinguishable, where the game as planned and the game as implemented achieve a synthesis that is richer than either could be separately. Rest now in the knowledge that mystery itself is a kind of completion, that the unanswered questions are what keep us returning to these cursed lands. Generation after generation of undead travelers seeking not just victory over bosses or collection of items, but understanding of worlds that reveal themselves slowly and incompletely across dozens or hundreds of hours of careful attention. The bonfires will still be burning when you wake, and the mysteries will still be waiting, patient and inexhaustible, ready to be explored again or to be left in productive uncertainty. Let the mysteries carry you gently into sleep, these questions without definitive answers, these observations without complete explanations, these moments of strangeness that exist at the boundaries of what we understand about how these games function and what they might mean. They are not obstacles to be overcome, but companions on a journey that has no final destination, that continues, as long as there are players willing to explore and to wonder, to investigate and to speculate, to engage with these dark worlds, not as problems to be solved, but as places to be inhabited and as texts to be read. The mysteries are gifts, invitations to engagement that extends across years and that binds communities together in shared inquiry. They are evidence that these games were made with care and attention that goes beyond what is required or expected. That even in their most obscure corners and most unusual edge cases, there remain details worth discovering and interactions worth understanding. They confirm that the worlds of Dark Souls are places where dedicated exploration is rewarded, not always with power or advantage, but with knowledge and understanding, with the satisfaction of seeing what others have missed and of knowing what others do not know. And in their persistence, in their refusal to be exhausted or completely mapped, the mysteries ensure that these games remain alive and vital long after their release, that they continue to generate discussion and debate and discovery years or decades into their existence. They are the reason that players return, that communities endure, that these dark worlds maintain their hold on imagination and attention across time that would see lesser games forgotten or abandoned. So sleep now, weary traveler, and dream of blue flames in Majula's darkness, of chained prisoners in chambers built for purposes unknown, of pendants that might mean everything or nothing, of ghosts that appear once and never again. Dream of mysteries solved and mysteries persisting, of questions answered and questions that remain forever open to interpretation and speculation. Dream of a world where not everything must be explained, where ambiguity is gift rather than failing, where the unknown is invitation rather than obstacle. The mysteries will be waiting when you wake, patient and inexhaustible, ready to reward another hour of investigation or another decade of collective inquiry. They are not going anywhere. These strange details and unusual interactions, these suggestions of meaning and these invitations to interpretation, they are permanent features of these game worlds, as much a part of their identity as their bosses and areas and items and mechanics. And that permanence, that quality of being inexhaustible and enduring, is perhaps the greatest mystery of all, how games can continue to reveal themselves across such extended engagement, how digital worlds can possess the same quality of depth that we associate with great literature or complex reality, how lines of code and polygonal meshes can generate experiences that remain vital and valuable and worthy of attention long after they might reasonably be expected to become stale or exhausted. The answer, if there is one, lies in the very mysteries we have explored, in the gaps and ambiguities and unexplained elements that create space for continued engagement and interpretation. It lies in the recognition that these games succeed not despite their mysteries, but because of them, that their power comes from what they withhold as much as from what they provide, that their longevity is built on questions as much as on answers. Let these thoughts carry you into rest, into sleep that comes gently and without urgency, into dreams that blend memory of places, explored with imagination of mysteries, yet unsolved. The journey through Dark Souls' secrets has reached its conclusion for tonight, but the mysteries themselves persist, eternal and patient, waiting in their dark corners and forgotten passages for the next traveler who will notice them and wonder at their meaning. Sleep well, knowing that in the worlds of Dark Souls, there is always more to discover, always another layer beneath what seems like surface, always another question hiding in what appeared to be answer. The mysteries are not ending, but simply pausing, ready to resume when you return, when curiosity or dedication or simple love of these strange dark places draws you back to explore once more what you have explored before, to see with fresh eyes what you have already seen, to understand in new ways what you thought you already understood. The bonfires burn eternal, and the mysteries endure. Rest now, and let them keep their vigil until you are ready to join them once again.